official oil change of busy people.
Special Olympics athletes are back at it this season, and they need your help. With so many options to get involved, there's something for everyone. Volunteer, help with fundraising, get your town or city involved, be a coach, participate as a player, or get your company involved, just to name a few. Meet some of the most inspirational athletes in Massachusetts and experience inclusion in a meaningful way and have a ton of fun doing so. Sign up today at specialolympicsma.org/volunteer. That's specialolympicsma.org/volunteer.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports.
He scored! What a blast by Boston! Waiting, Holiday screams, good night! Oh!
WBZFM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Essential Sports Hub headline, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
The Celtics pulled away in the third quarter last night to beat the Lakers 111-101 at TD Garden. Jason Tatum leading the way with 40 points and 12 rebounds. Jaylen Brown added 31 points on his own, played some great defense on Luka Doncic. The New York Bruins, they played yesterday, first game since that massive trade deadline, and they won. They beat Tampa 4-0 down at the Lightning's building. Cole Koepke, former player for the Lightning, scored a pair of goals for the Bees. Jeremy Swayman made 26 saves in the shutout effort. The New England Revolution lost 2-0 to Philadelphia Union last night. The Red Sox dropped their spring training game yesterday 9-8 to the Twins. They're back at it this afternoon against the Atlanta Braves. And re-signings rolling in ahead of the start of NFL free agency tomorrow. Those yesterday highlighted by left tackle Ronnie Stanley returning to the Ravens. Other new deals, Greg Rousseau goes back to the Bills. Hollywood Brown is staying with the Chiefs. And former Patriot Mike Gesicki gets a new contract with the Cincinnati Bengals. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Awaken 180 with a 98% customer satisfaction rating and thousands of five-star reviews. The choice is clear. Awaken180weightloss.com. I'm Alex Barth on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Leroy Irvin has you next at 11 o'clock.
Listen to it, laugh at it, get mad at it, agree with it, argue about it. It is Boston Sports. Boston Sports. And it is all we do. 98.5 The Sports.
I'm Joe Murray. Oh, you hear that?
What's that?
That scratch?
Oh, the scratching is unbelievable. I thought it was Jeff for a second. Is Jeff back there on the ones and twos?
So, there's a lot to talk about today. I haven't seen Leroy in a bit.
I haven't seen you in the bit, and I'm obviously sports. But Joe, I just got to say this. I thoroughly, and I've said this numerous times, I thoroughly enjoy doing shows with you.
That's why I woke up today.
It's a joy. It is a pleasure. And with that, I got to give you your flowers, man. The people are talking. They love Joe Murray. And I'm here to say that Leroy loves Joe Murray, too.
The people, well, I love you, too.
As a brother.
We already got people saying, already pumped.
That's dope.
I put out a tweet earlier. I said, Leroy, Joe, Sports Hub, here till 2 o'clock today. All right, daylight savings, in or out?
I'm in. I love this. Nothing worse than darkness and cold to send a brother like me and millions of other people into depression. So I'm with springing forward. Maybe that's why I'm happy too. I got to spring forward knowing that summer is right around the corner. I'm skipping spring. Summer's right around the corner. I get to work with Joe Murray. My C's did something last night. The B's, they did something, but no, I'm all for springing forward. How about you?
You are definitely a person that I can. You are a seasonal effect person.
Oh, absolutely.
When it's cold and dreary and bitter, you are too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
But when it's nice and the sun's out,
I'm a summer guy, man. You see all this melanin? I'm meant to be toasting in the sun.
Yes,
you know. And Joe, can I just tell you this? I've been working out, right? Really working out hard.
Whoa.
I'm trying to get in so excellent shape that my plan is I want to spend at least 70% of the summer doing activities without a shirt on.
In.
Thank you.
I will say this. I'm a large man. I got a belly. I'm not If you look at the rest of my body, though, I'm not like a fat guy.
Okay.
I'm a huge man. Well, you're looking at me differently. But when I go to the beach, it's shirts off, baby.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And listen, I look just like only thing I have a little hair on my body.
Okay.
But I let it all hang out.
Yeah, you got to.
So maybe I could get the 20% or 30% activities no shirt on.
It comes with maturity. That's a clear sign of maturity. If you can go to the beach and not care, just be yourself.
Yeah.
Everyone's not looking at you. They're not studying
and here's
you.
the other thing. I think everyone else can too.
Yeah.
Because they do.
They do.
Oh, they do.
Oh, they do. They do. But there was a time in my life when I was young and mature, and I was a little bit skeptical about taking off my shirt You're at the beach. Enjoy yourself.
Now, the MDC pools in Boston.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
They made us take our shirts off, right?
They made us, but they should have did a whole bunch of other stuff, too. Joe, be honest. How many times did you go to an MDC pool and see glass at the bottom of the pool, gum?
Yes. Listen, remember? You'll know this. Again, for the people who don't know, Leroy and I, he's from Dorchester, I'm from Hyde Park, but we actually grew up 3 miles apart.
Yeah.
In 2 different areas of Boston. But when you grow up in Boston, you generally have the same thing in each town.
Oh, yeah.
So you probably had an MDC pool. But do you remember the sprinkler? Like they turned the sprinklers on?
Oh, yeah.
That was the one that I think needed a little bit of – that had a lot of stuff.
Oh, it did?
Oh, yeah. And you've seen Caddyshack, right, with the pool.
Yeah.
You don't want anything floating in the pool over there.
That's true. See, I was too busy just enjoying life. See, that might be the word or the theme of the day. Somehow, some way. Man, you got to enjoy life, enjoy events, enjoy sports like you did when you were a kid. See, when we get older, we start thinking a little bit too hard, too much. And and I know this will come up later, part of our opinions and takes on sports has to do with, for a lot of people, validating their own worth. If I say they should do this, then if they don't do it, I got to criticize it. Because it doesn't validate my own worth. Listen, I'm on one today, Joe. I'm all over the place.
I'm following along.
Listen, we're going to have fun today.
Well, I'm following along there.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you this. I don't know what year it was. It got brought up the other night. Might have been 94, 95. Can't remember. Remember how Peyton Pritchard off the bench had 40 points?
My guy.
Well, I went back to the last time that happened, where someone scored 40 off the bench. It was Todd Day.
Todd Day, wow.
But that was when Dana Barrows signed as a free agent. D. Brown was still Dino Raja. Remember him?
Yes. Which is funny you mentioned him. I watched on YouTube Celtics Timberwolves 1994.
That was the game.
That was the game?
Kevin Garnett came off the bench. Yeah, he scored 40.
That was the game?
Yeah, he scored 41 off the bench. That's probably why they played it.
Luke Longley was a starting center for the Timberwolves.
Yep, and what's it called? Eric Montross was drafted. No longer with
Rest
us
in
now.
peace, yeah.
But I was talking about how BC went on that run with Billy Curley.
Yep.
And so, normally around March Madness or the old Big East tournament, I'll never forget this. There was a snowstorm outside. We had a hoop outside my house. I watched Ray Allen for UConn go off. I went outside and I shoveled the street so I could start shooting hoops because the sun was out.
The sun was out.
Going with what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Watching Ray Allen and that UConn team from way back when.
Yeah.
March Madness brought the shovel out. I played on a wet basketball out front, but it got me motivated. I wanted to get right back out there.
See the innocence, the joy. And I know as we get older, life gets a little bit harder, but I really believe that we got to start trying to find the innocence and joy in sports once again. And why not start now? We're springing forward. It's a new day. The sun's out, guns out. I'm talking about the arms. We don't condone violence here.
Oh, I didn't even.
Well, no, I just
okay.
Some people, sun's out, guns out. But yeah. I'm looking forward to this show today, man. I'm on one right now.
All right. Well, I figured we'll start off with a take that I have been consistent on, Leroy, and maybe you've heard me say this before. I get a lot of pushback when I say that last year teams tapped out versus the Celtics.
Ooh.
I get pushback because I don't know. Miami Heat goes down. Jimmy Butler doesn't play. They tapped out. Cleveland Cavaliers in the second round. Donovan Mitchell. Oh, I can't play. Can't play. Tappa.
Oh,
Oh, and then the Pacers Halliburton says, you know what? This is just this.
Yeah, enough is enough.
Can't make it. Tappa.
Yeah.
Luka Doncic in the finals. Couldn't do it by himself, right?
Yeah.
I've watched countless games this year where the Celtics go off and teams tap out. Now, there is one thing to consider here. The Celtics have been giving up some leads. The reason why I'm not concerned is because they've become closers. They know how to close out games now. But what I want to be consistent on is last night, did you see who wasn't on the floor last couple of minutes of the game?
Yeah. The mouth of the South. Even though he's not from the South, I just like to say that. LeBron James.
LeBron James, tappa. He tapped out.
You know what?
And I wish the crowd yelled, "You tapped out."
You know what, Joe? I felt like him and Luka was heading down that road of tapping out.
Yeah, they were showing the bag.
Yes.
And we got hit in the chest, but my chin.
Right. Joe, it was almost as if the commentators got a note, and on the note it said, "Start making excuses for the Lakers now." He's not fully healthy, and like you said, LeBron James, he's in the locker room, and we don't know what's going on, and blah 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 blah. Last night, Joe, I'm gonna have to be in agreement with you. I believe the Celtics did make them tap out. LeBron is famous for that. You mentioned all the other examples, and there's probably more. I felt like LeBron tapped out, a groin injury. He's saying it's no big deal. Okay, we'll see. But you could see the setup for Luka, for LeBron, where it's like, I'm going to get this excuse in place. So if somehow, some way we find ourselves in a really, really, really sticky situation, doesn't have to be against the Celtics, but just a sticky situation, it's a way to divert the attention and point the finger at something or someone else for why we just took an L, for why we just got knocked out of the playoffs. I don't know. And I think it's a punk move. But you can see it happening. You can see the setup.
So I'll say this. I actually credit the Lakers for the run they went on. Luka Doncic finding a way to be involved. They won 8 in a row.
Yep.
And they lost last night. Their winning streak got snapped. But to me, I think you saw Joe Mazzulla have better halftime adjustments than J.J. Redick. So I thought the coach outcoached the other coach. But if I'm being honest here, and I'm trying to be unbiased, because I feel the Celtics are the best team in the league. I feel like they're going to beat everybody and be back-to-back champions. But we have a show to do today, right?
Right.
Are you concerned with the fact that they get 22-point leads and every team has come back?
I'm concerned because how it typically happens is, okay, it's no secret. We all know that they get very happy shooting the three. And then when it's not hitting, they either stay with it or they go to this. They lack creativity on the offensive side. Because if the threes aren't falling, Joe, I can ask you, I can ask other Celtics fans, typically, not all the time, but typically what tends to happen? Okay, JT, JB, get the ball, ISO, up top, maybe some screen action, maybe not. And they're going to keep the ball and try to force up a shot. And it's aggravating. And then off of a steal, deflection, here comes the other team, easy bucket. And then you hear the commentators once again, and you see it with your own eyes. This was 20, now it's 15. It was 15, now it's 10. And they keep, and I'm talking about the Celtics, they keep doing the same thing. It becomes very sloppy. They get away from what makes them a great team, especially offensively, when they're moving the ball around. They get away from that, and it becomes ISO JT, ISO JB. And luckily, like you said, Joe, they're able to finish games. So they've been able to escape. My concern is that when you get to the playoffs and you're playing a team that's going to be familiar with you, who are going to be on their game, can you do that consistently enough to get to the NBA Finals and win? I think so. I just don't like the stress of it. It's just, I wouldn't want to play those games.
I think it's Mazzulla.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I think at times he struggles with defensive matchups. Sam Hauser in particular, when he's on the floor, there's problems.
Yeah.
And I think he plays JT and JB too many minutes.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened last night. So I'm not really concerned. Like, in the end, those guys are going to be out there. I think they're getting them. I think they're ramping them up for the playoffs. Like last night, I would have used somebody else off the bench for Tatum for a blow.
Okay, yep. I feel you.
Tatum's putting up monster numbers because he's playing all those minutes. I still think he could put up very productive numbers if he doesn't play that much a night. They held him out a couple of games ago. They've been giving guys off in the back-to-back. All I'm saying is this. Last night, that run that you're talking about,
Yep.
I think JB and JT were tired.
Oh, yeah.
And that's when they got lackadaisical and were hucking up shots and going ISO and all that stuff.
You can go back to the Cavs game. Joe, one of the things that was frustrating me was Missoula, because at that game, I believe it was the Cavs game.
Yeah, they couldn't switch. They went up right at Hauser all game long.
No Porzingis,
Yep.
no Drew Holiday, and I believe JB was in early foul trouble.
Yeah, he had 2 fouls. Yep, you're right.
And I'm sitting there and I'm watching and I'm saying, hey, Joe, you've done a phenomenal job getting your bench ready and having them, step in and perform. I wanted him that game to just go a little bit deeper into the bench to give Jason Tatum a breather. And then what we saw towards the end of the game, air balls, you see his legs, and I said, man, I hope fatigue's not going to be an issue. And yes, they're young, so maybe people are saying, no, it shouldn't be an issue. But, they just won an NBA championship. Their 4 of their players played in the Summer Olympics. And then you're back with the regular season. Fatigue, I don't care what age you are, how young, how old, it's going to affect you when you're playing basketball that much for that long period of time. Having them rested, being able to go up those 22 points and secure it so that you don't have to go back in is going to be very, very important. I think fatigue. The Celtics are the only team, in my opinion, maybe you agree, that can beat themselves, that can beat them. It's themselves.
Yeah, it's them. Oh, yeah, I agree with that.
But they have to obviously stay healthy, watch the minutes so that their legs aren't gone, and then, in my opinion, just if there could be a little bit more creativity on the offensive side, especially when the 3 ball isn't dropping.
All right, we'll start it off there. Leroy's coming in hot. What was it? Sun's out, guns out?
Sun's out, guns out. The arms.
Daylight savings. Spring forward, everybody. We're here till 2 o'clock today. I'm Joe Murray, listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub.
More Joe Murray coming up on the Sports Hub.
Dean Staley's no longer with us, but they're still an
Saliva, dude. Yes.
Saliva. They were wanna take you down, just so cannot be found.
Click, click, boom.
Oh yeah, click, click, boom. There we go. Anyways, this is the Joe and Leroy show.
Wait, hold on, real
Leroy
quick.
and Joe show.
Speaking of hero, can I make a music request?
Please.
Jeff, if you can, I need you to look up the Narcissist Hero.
From yes.
I need that. I'm sorry. When it's just the guy singing in the I want to say it's like, I don't know, the keyboard or whatever in the background, I almost cry every single time I hear it. Once the beat drops, I'm out. I'm done with the song. But man, you always was there, always beside me. I start getting a tear.
While you're mentioning the Narcissist, I should probably mention that there's some wrestling news this week.
Oh, I saw that. I saw quite a few things with good old Lex Luger.
That's right. First of all, he can get out of his wheelchair.
Yes.
Working with DDP. I've met him multiple times, and he could never get out of his chair. But also will be the newest inductee to the Wrestling Hall of Fame, WWE.
Yeah.
So there you go. He's had an interesting life.
Yeah.
There we go. Not to go all sad on you here, but Miss Elizabeth is something I think about.
Yeah.
And when she passed, she was with Lex. So, tough moment. As we get into a good moment for you.
Jeff, I appreciate this, but this isn't the one.
No, this is Lex Luger's Narcissist.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought you were playing
Lex-
hero.
No, all right,
Narcissist.
So, just bring it up. Hulk Hogan's gone. He's going to WCW. Vince McMahon goes, let's bring in Lex Luger. We'll call him the American Express, the Lex Express. Oh, no, he was the narcissist.
He was the narcissist
right?
first, yes.
He was the narcissist with the great body. And he had the elbow, right? With the metal plate.
Yes.
But then they told him he couldn't use it. Is that what I remember?
Yeah.
And then he became the Lex Express.
Out of nowhere, overnight.
Did he beat Yokozuna?
Yes, on the USS Intrepid.
There you go. Was that on like MTV? I can't even remember.
No, it was on USA.
USA,
I think.
okay, all right. Childhood memories now.
Childhood. Speaking of narcissists,
Who says that?
LeBron James.
Oh! That's a good transition. That's why you're on one of the top morning shows here in the city of Boston. Flex on that, bro.
Yeah, I can't with him. And that's why, getting back to the game last night, I was at home in the bed watching the game, and I said, I got to get up and clap it up for Al Horford. Because what I saw last night from the beginning of the game until the end was a veteran who the Lakers thought that they could target and take advantage of. And Al Horford stood 10 toes down. Defensively, he was remarkable. He gave it everything he had. Last night was an example of when people say defense is a mindset. What you saw from Al Horford last night was an example of that. He's up there in age. Physically, he's probably not supposed to be able to stay in front of Luka, stay in front of LeBron James, the narcissist. But he did it. He was disruptive. Peyton Pritchard too, but to a lesser degree. I thought, and I tweeted this out, Al Horford, I know Jason Tatum had 40 points. I know Jaylen Brown had 31 points. I know Tatum had 12 rebounds and 8 assists. I know. But to me, Al Horford was the MVP of that game last night. He set the tone. He was disruptive. Al Horford was a leader. He did everything that you needed him to do on a big stage, because you better believe last night people were locked in, ready to go and watch Lakers, Celtics. He showed up, and I think he deserves all the credit in the world for last night's game. However, Joe, here's where my concern, you asked this before. Al Horford is up there in age. I want Al Horford to physically be able to play like that deep into the playoffs. Last night, I get it. That's a great example because that was, this is showtime. This is prime time. We got to send a message. Everyone's talking Lakers, Golden State. Nah, we're the Celtics. We're the defending champs. I know Cleveland's looking good. I know OKC's looking good, but we're the defending champs. All eyes are on this game tonight, and we're going to send a message. And they did that. I'm just hoping that Al Horford doesn't get tired legs in the playoffs too. So again, the importance of, hey, if you're going up by 20-something points, I know it's the NBA and every team can come back. But I would love to see the Celtics do a better job of maintaining those leads so that the Al Horfords and the JTs and JBs don't have to come back in the game so that they are extremely fresh once they go on hopefully a deep run in the playoffs.
I got a hypothetical for you and our listeners at 617-779-0985. Al Horford's been absolutely unbelievable. What he did against Jokic last week, what he did during the week and last night, big-time performer. And Jason Tatum after the game said that Al Horford's his favorite teammate. I have more on Horford, but this is the hypothetical. You hope that he can be ready to go and rested for the playoffs.
Yes.
Who's more important to be ready to go in the playoffs, Horford or Porzingis?
Ooh, more important. Ooh.
It's Porzingis.
Oh my God!
Don't even think about it, bro.
The reason why I'm thinking about it,
over the top.
He puts them over the top. But last season, the playoffs, they didn't need him until late, until pretty much the finals.
And he took control of game one that took over the series.
And he did, and then he started to hobble some more. So that's why I'm reserving the right to make my choice right now.
Like I don't know what's going on with Porzingis. They say sickness.
Right.
He said he was going to play last night.
Oof.
I mean, at least it's sickness, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not foot or leg or whatever. To me, it's still Porzingis. I think Porzingis and Holiday healthy together make them unbeatable.
Oh yeah.
Like unbeatable.
Yeah.
And just to go back to Horford for a second. You brought up the Cavs game and how they struggled. It's called the Hauser Hunt. Have you heard about this yet?
Makes sense.
They look for Sam Hauser on the floor.
Yep.
It's just a simple pick and roll like at the playground.
Yep.
And Jokic and Murray did it. The Cavs were all Donovan Mitchell. They couldn't do anything. And one of the adjustments that Missoula tried to make was to put Peyton Pritchard there, and that didn't work. No. So what did they do? When the pick and roll happens, who does the switch? Al Horford. Mm-hmm. So whether it in last night, Luka tried it. LeBron tried it against it. Anytime LeBron went up against someone a little smaller than him, let's say.
Yep.
Money.
Easy money.
But somebody like Brown, Horford, Tatum.
Yep.
He struggled.
Yep.
The same with Luka. Mm-hmm. So I know that Luka had a big night, but he had a bunch of threes at the end, which I give him credit for, with a bad back, if you didn't notice.
Please.
And all the announce team. I know. Oh, Luka. They're down 21. An amazing comeback.
Yeah.
LeBron just did the almighty. And JJ Redick is getting a technical. He's going to spark the team.
I know. I couldn't believe that. I was like, shut up. Stop it.
You know what, though? Was it better than listening to the home broadcast? Because, man, they were slobber. They glazed the Lakers last night. I don't know another word to say it.
It's funny that you say that because here we are praising Al Horford, and you've already said this, Joe. I just want to reiterate it. We're not saying that Al Horford stopped the LeBron Jameses and the Lukas last night, but he was disruptive. He did enough. The team did enough, but Al Horford did enough. On the flip side for the Lakers, for all the talk and all the praise that they've been getting recently, yesterday's game to me was an example of why you miss a big like Anthony Davis. It's great that you got Luka. They looking pretty good. They what was it, 8 wins in a row?
Yeah, I think
great.
I think them in the Warriors have made themselves threats.
They've made themselves threats. And I also wonder if because the dynamics on both of those teams are so different that the league is just going to take a little bit of time for the league to adjust to how they play. Once they get the tape on them, we'll see how that goes.
If the Lakers had a big,
yeah,
Jaylen Brown's not going to the basket like he did last night.
None of that's happening.
It's not. And that's being fair, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I still think the Celtics are a better team.
Absolutely.
Luka and LeBron are a problem. They're going to be a problem. I mean, dude, this isn't just this year. You know, this is that kid Dalton Connect was hitting some shots last night. Nice little player. Yeah. Austin Reeves can play.
Joe, I hear you, but
people are going to want to play there too. That's the other thing.
They are, but Joe, let's be real. Let's just go off of last night's game, okay? LeBron James gets hurt. So let's be honest, y'all. LeBron James is a great player, but am I wrong for thinking that we might need to take into consideration his age and his health? I'm talking about this year, heading into the playoffs. He has a supposed groin injury. Then you look at Luka holding his back. I don't know if they were just playing it up, but
you're right.
He has a history of not being prepared physically, tapping out.
It's like an excuse, you know?
Yes.
We got knocked out by, Denver in the second round.
Yeah.
But, LeBron had his groin.
Right.
But next year, and that's going to be the hype.
And then the other part that we cannot forget, Luka's defense is still disgusting.
Luka can really play the game with he knows how to look interested in defense.
Oh,
he just doesn't use his body. But again, that's why I look at it. We're up against it, but I wanted to say this real quick about the game last night. In the end, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown put on a display.
Mm-hmm.
They're the best duo in the NBA.
Yeah.
I hope people don't think I'm being a green teamer when I say that, but on a nightly basis, aren't they the best duo in the league?
Can we establish something?
No, because people won't allow, when you work on Boston radio, to be unbiased about basketball conversations here, because it is hard. I think they're the best duo in the league.
Yeah.
I think there's other great duos too.
Yeah.
But last night, Luka, LeBron, who was better?
Yeah, it was JT and JB.
In every other matchup this year versus JT and JB, who's the best duo.
Yeah.
So I'm just spitting fact,
not
green team.
Right. And I don't like the green team label. The green team label should only apply when the team sucks. And you're still like, but.
Yeah. Jay Crowder, man, he could be an all-star or something like that.
When they're the defending champs and they have the second best record in the Eastern Conference, and everyone pretty much agrees that they could step it up even more. So to honor them, celebrate them, is not being a green teamer. That's how I felt. Hate to cross sports. I know we got to go.
No, we cross sports.
Patriots.
Yes.
For 20 years. And people got criticized for what would you call them? What's the equal to green teamer when it came to the Pats over those 20 years?
Patriots footy pajama people.
Okay. But they were winning. You can call someone a footy pajama Patriot fan now because they're not a good team.
Yeah.
And if someone's really still like, get
Stanley and DK Metcalf Super Bowl back on.
Right. Now,
no.
okay, yeah.
I like that take.
Yeah, it's the truth. Like, you can't apply green teamer to a fan right now because the Celtics are actually good. They're the defending champs. And it looks like if they play the way they know they're supposed to play, they're going to go back to back. It's not a green teamer. That's you watching and seeing their greatness and recognizing it. Now, if this was 90s Celtics and you were like, they're going all the way, green teamer.
Well, I don't know how to use this one in the chat. They didn't say one thing about Missoula. It was all about Crybaby Redick and the Fakers. Is that us?
No. They got to be talking about the broadcast.
Oh, okay.
No way.
Because I was critical of Missoula.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, same here.
I still think I'll say this about Missoula. When they lost that Cavs game, right? Mm-hmm. And then I saw that Jokic and Murray were coming in the best pick-and-roll duo in the league.
Yep.
Al Horford shut down. I mean, when I say shut, the other night, did you see Jokic have a 30-20-20s? Never happened before?
Never happened in the NBA
but yet,
before.
Horford holds him to 20 points and under a triple-double.
Yeah. And if I'm going to be honest, during that game against the Nuggets, I have to give Missoula credit. I criticized him for not going deep into his bench in the Cleveland game, but he did it in the Nuggets game. Great adjustment.
That's what I meant by progression.
Yeah.
You at least see it, right?
Yeah.
You have to compliment especially him. Like, let's face it, that guy was thrown into the situation, and he's coaching a bunch of all-stars.
Yeah.
I'm being fair when I say probably any other coach in the league could coach this team with the talent they have and win a championship. Where I think Missoula's a little different is that he finds other ways to keep the guys motivated.
Yes.
By, like, showing them, like, videos of the wild. And
Right.
It's a different
And not everybody can do that.
right?
Not everybody can
You're
do
right.
that. So
and
you
that's
gotta
why
give him credit.
That's why Phil Jackson got credit, right? For he was able to put together a group, and Pat Riley could look at Spoelstra right now. He can get a bunch of undrafted guys and put them around Bam Adebayo and go to the finals. You got Jimmy Butler to the finals. You know what I mean?
It's probably what Brad Stevens was missing. I think Brad Stevens had the X's and O's down.
Didn't have
pat,
the talent.
But the knowing how to deal with personalities, different
That too.
personalities,
Yeah.
how to motivate, encourage, he probably was lacking in that
And
area.
just to double down on that as well, that's why Marcus Smart was out of the mix.
Cool.
Because poor Marcus Smart got traded.
I was saying, and
They had to add a first-round pick to get rid of him.
Can I ask you a question? And
They
we'll
gave
talk
up
about
two
it.
first-round picks. Somehow, some way.
Hey, Joe.
Marcus Smart, they had to give up 2 picks to get rid of him.
Yeah.
Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Before we go to break, think about it. Marcus Smart or Peyton Pritchard?
Peyton Pritchard all day.
dang,
What are we
even-
talking about? Now, who's a better basketball player? It's Marcus Smart.
But for the fit.
Yes.
I got
Yes.
it.
You know why? Because that personality was holding Jaylen Brown back.
Yep.
And you wanted to talk about guys who couldn't control that?
Yeah.
Brad couldn't.
No.
Remember when Hayward was here and other guys, that's the teacher's pet. They've come a long way, Leroy. Going for back-to-back championships. All right. We got Celtics on the board. I have to ask Leroy about Brad Marchand. Just your feelings.
Yeah.
Your feelings. This is a good one because I think we got a he said, she said.
Uh-oh.
Or
okay.
he said, but you know what I mean.
Okay, yeah.
Who was it? Was it Salt and Pepper and that he said, she said crowd? Right? What a man. No, that's En Vogue, right? What a man.
What a man.
No, that's
In
Salt
Vogue.
and Pepper.
No, that's In Vogue. What a mighty good man. Yes,
It might have been both, right?
What a man,
A man is smooth like Barry and his boys got vase. Body like Otter with a Denzel face. We got to go to break. I'm Joe Murray here on the Sports Hub.
Don't go anywhere. There's more Joe Murray. On the way.
All right, back here, 98.5, the Sports Hub. I want to take some calls, Leroy. You. Before we do that, you see who was out at the casino a couple of nights before free agency?
Oh, don't get me started, Joe. It's Sunday. It's the Lord's Day. I don't want to.
All right, I'll just tease it. I'll tease that. How about that?
Okay.
I want to get back to that one.
Oh, yeah, so we need to. Absolutely. God forgive me for what I'm about to say later on concerning that. If I'm wrong. I don't know if I'm wrong or right, but,
All right.
it's Sunday, the Lord's Day.
Jeremy's in Westport. Jeremy!
What's up, boys?
What's up?
Yo.
How we doing, guys?
Good.
Excited for free agency tomorrow. So I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts, Leroy and Joe, about I'm really high on I want DK Metcalf so bad. We all know we've been hearing a lot of chatter about that, about him coming here. What's the chances you think that we've got a realistic chance of coming here? Another thing I was reading the other day is that I didn't realize him and I guess A.J. Brown were teammates. And as we all know, A.J. Brown was on the Titans when Vrabel was there. What's the chances you think we could have them two guys? That would be an upgrade for Drake May.
I would
At
say
the same time, we really got to concentrate on the offensive line, too.
yes. I would go 1%.
Oh, you went higher than I was.
This guy's
going.
playing Madden over there with the salary cap turned off.
You know what I noticed, Joe, concerning free agency and fans around here? Every time there's a rumor or somebody becomes free, fans say, "Go get him, Pats!"
Yo, dude,
Every single player.
I hope I'm not calling him out, but I got to do it.
Do it.
Mike Cat, friend of the show,
Uh-huh.
he, whenever someone gets released, it's just this meme that goes, Patriots.
Oh, yeah. It's gone. We have gone mad.
Love you, Mike Cadley. But it's funny. It's funny.
It's funny, and you really can't blame Patriots fans when you think about it. And I am one too, so don't get it twisted. Again, when you're used to winning, you get a little bit desperate when you're not winning. When you have 2 seasons where you only have 4 wins, you get a little bit desperate. You might lose it a little bit. And so every time a player becomes available or there's a rumor that they are available, we're like, all right, Kraft, what are you doing? Go get him. Go get him. Let's relax. He said A.J. Brown and Metcalf? Come on, dog.
They came to New England together at draft time. They did their combine. They did their visit with the Patriots together, and Bill Belichick thought that they were goofing off together. And because of that, they selected N'Keal Harry because of the relationship with Herm Edwards at the time.
Jeez.
So, yes. So, actually, Debo was another one as well. It was Debo and A.J. Brown.
It's like, go get him. Then when Debo goes somewhere else, it's instantly move on to the next person.
Okay,
go get him.
Okay, Leroy.
Uh-huh.
The Seahawks just traded Geno Smith.
Geno Smith, yeah.
He's going to go back to Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly, who's now the offensive coordinator.
Raiders.
So now Seattle needs a quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have Sam Howell. He was their backup last year. He could start, but I don't think that's an upgrade. Sam Darnold. Clint Kubiak is the new offensive coordinator, coached Darnold. How about Aaron Rodgers? Where I'm going with this is, do you think they're trading DK Metcalf now that they've traded their quarterback? I say no.
Really?
They got Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's still there. They have a really good. They let go of Lockett, but yeah, I mean, I just don't see what makes it enticing to go there if they trade DK Metcalf.
Well, it depends.
How are they a better team?
I would love to know, and maybe I should know, but I don't. I would love to know why did they move on from Geno Smith? What's the reason? Do they think that they have enough and they need?
They weren't close on an extension.
Well,
But for a 3rd round pick for Geno in. Now, I think a really good spot, coming out of the draft, and I don't know if they'd be there, but I think that's a good spot for Shedeur Sanders. I know that the Giants and potentially Browns at 2 or 3, but I just think you put him with that type of
talent.
Yeah, I think that's a good start.
Yeah. So going back to what you were asking, then no, Seattle's not blowing it up, and they're not. I don't think they would want to see Metcalf move on they need a quarterback to put in there with that talent and see what they can do. Because to my surprise, they were decent last season. And maybe they just thought, you already explained what happened, but the truth of the matter is that you can upgrade from Geno Smith. As good as he played, you can still upgrade from him and hopefully take the team to the next level. Who that is?
Geno or Sam Darnold? I think you have to go with the upside with Darnold. You already know who Geno is, right?
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers?
I'm out.
What about Rodgers or the Vikings?
I think I'm out on Aaron Rodgers.
Wow.
Period. I am. Wow. We saw it this season. He looked washed.
Good numbers, though. Yeah, you know what? Russell Wilson did the same thing. Put up good numbers and
with a good team surrounding him. The record speaks for itself.
Justin's in Lynn. Justin.
Hey, Joe. I have a thought to the Celtics, and I want your thoughts as well. And Leroy, I think that was a statement win for the Celtics last night. That was a statement, and they are the best team in the NBA. And I want you guys' thoughts about that. They lost to Cleveland, but last night I thought it was the best team they played in a while.
You're right. You're absolutely right, Justin. We got Joe Dirt on.
What?
It's the scene where Brandy's like, "Come home, Joe."
Never seen this a day.
You had a family all along. You just didn't know it.
Joe Dirt.
You never saw Joe Dirt?
No. How come you haven't adopted that nickname?
I don't want to be Joe Dirt.
This guy
we had a friend who was like, we called him Chuck Dirt because he was just like Joe Dirt, and he hated it.
You know how there's
Joe Dirt has a mullet and like
there's no alter ego that you can pull from the depths of your soul.
There's a lot of them.
And I don't know what Joe Dirt is all about.
Joe Dirt.
I don't know what he's about. To me, he sounds like I can see if you're really, really hot on a topic and upset. Oh my God, here comes Joe Dirt.
You got okay.
Or you've heard something and your sources have told you something and you're coming back and Joe Dirt is going to give you the dirt.
I have used Joey Dirt Sheets before.
Wow.
Just real quick, Joe Dirt in a minute. I had to explain Grease. I have to explain Grease to you as well.
Yep.
30 seconds. You ready?
Yeah.
Whew. Joe Dirt's family is gone. They might still be alive.
Okay.
And he has a mullet and is a little weird.
Yeah.
And he goes on a radio show because he's the janitor at the radio station, and Dennis Miller's the host.
Okay.
And they ask Joe Dirt about his life and about his background. And then he says he misses his family who left him. And then they called into the radio show and said, "Hey, Joe, we're here. Come meet us."
Okay.
And then it just, in the end, to spoil it, it wasn't his real family.
All right. I'm going to have to check it out.
He had a hot best friend girlfriend, but it wasn't his girlfriend. She was just hot. And
that's her? Oh, wow.
No, that's not her.
With the white on?
Yep, that's her.
Okay.
And her boyfriend or man of interest was who, Jeff?
Robbie, a.k.a. Kid Rock.
Kid Rock.
Nobody wants you here, period.
Well, I appreciate that.
I hope I did a good job.
You did a good job. I still think you can use the nickname when your sources have hit you up with some real
instead
juicy
of saying brown check mark, I should
just
say
be like,
Joe Dirt.
Yeah, my man. When we get back, Joe Dirt's showing up. I got some dirt for you. There you go.
I like it. We can mix that in. I might have some Joe Dirt on this Brad Marchand thing.
Uh-oh.
We got to get into that. Tons of phone calls. We see you guys lined up. We got to hit the break, though. So we'll get right to you next here on the Sports Hub. There he is.
You're listening to Joe Murray on 98.5.
Cube's videos.
Oh, yeah. At the end. Okay, I know.
Like the end of Today Was a Good Day went right into Check It. Check Yourself.
Yep.
And then he's in jail with the plates. But I could have sworn either it was Natural Born Killers went into California Love. I don't know why.
I got to watch the video. And I think you're thinking California Love at the end. There was a switch in the music at the end where Tupac is having a dream. He's having a dream. He's kind of like waking up out of his sleep. The beat sounds familiar, but it's not Natural Born Killers, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong.
I miss music videos. Yeah. I miss getting a CD and reading the lyrics and finding the secret song.
Oh, yeah. Natural Born Killers, the video, Tupac is in that video, and he plays a sniper. You only see it for a quick second. He spits out the side of his mouth, and he looks back in the scope.
And I believe that was the first time Ice Cube and Dr. Dre recorded together since NWA.
I believe so, too, yeah.
Because
it's a big deal.
Well, what happened was, I'm sure you know, Ice Cube left the band.
Yep.
He dropped 4 guys, and now he's making all the dough. And then I think he called Ice Cube a Benedict Arnold.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if I can say this on the air.
No. If you got to think about it, don't say it. Don't say it. You know, it's funny, that whole scenario, NWA and them breaking up and Ice Cube and all going back and forth and breaking up. You know, a lot of people love that group, so it hurt to see them break up. Kind of sounds like the Bruins.
You are a transitioning freak.
Spreading my wings a little bit more. But yeah, as you were saying, I was like, man, that sounds like the Bruins.
I was going to mention Wu-Tang, but we can do that another time. Yeah. All right, Brad Marchand's gone. My take, I'm glad the Bruins have a direction. I'm glad they sold. I'm glad they had their fire sale. Let's be honest. They should have done this retool a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it saved Don Sweeney's job. We'll get into it. But let's just leave it to Brad Marchand. Did you still have the feelings? Did you think it was time? Do you felt like they did him right? People are worried about the return. I'm not.
Yeah.
I think that the fact that they said we're going in a different direction and just a retool, I think it was the right move. So I don't care about the return. I think the team needed a new direction, and that's what Don Sweeney did.
Yeah, I love how you said retool, because one of the things I've been debating within myself going back and forth is, do you call it a rebuild or a reset? Because they are two different things. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, well, it comes off more so as a reset, because when I look at the Bruins and what they've been able to do, let's go back to 2011. They win the Stanley Cup. But pretty much since then, they've been in the conversation pretty much every single season. But they've been disappointing. They haven't been able to win like we want them to win. And so when I heard about Marchand going, I said, all right, you're going to have your section of Bruins fans, Boston sports fans, who are going to cry about it because, like you said, you know, captain, 16 seasons, someone who you're familiar with, and people are going to get into their feels about it. However, for a team that consistently disappoints, not necessarily being a really bad team, just disappointing, being in the mix, but disappointing, it just seems like it came to a point where it's time to shake things up. It's time for a new era. It's time to move on. And hopefully it happens. I guess for Bruins fans, one of the things I would love to know is the retooling, the reset. Is this something that you want to see the Bruins bounce back next season? Are you giving them some time? Are you giving them some space? Is it 2 seasons? Is it 3 seasons? Because again, looking at what they've been able to do year in and year out, for the most part, they've been in the mix. I would hate to see them fall back after doing this and fall back, you know, into the depths of the standings. But I would love to know from Bruins fans, hey, what's the timetable for them? Do they need to show some improvement next season? Do you give them 2? Do you give them 3? But I agree with you, Joe. It's time to move on. They're just too. They're not consistent. Haven't been consistent, and they've been flat out disappointing. And you can't keep recycling that.
My beef with the Bruins is this: you can get on Sweeney for his drafts. It's been a miss. It's why they are where they are. But when it comes to making the team better and trades, Sweeney's been almost A. I'll give him
Really?
I'll give him a B plus.
See, I've heard people feel different than what you just said. I've heard it.
I mean, here's the deal. The all the old sayings about the Bruins you can't use anymore. They spend to the cap every year. They go out and sign the top free agents like they did this year. They gave Jeremy Swayman all the money. Like, when they moved on from Cassidy, was it the right move? I mean, they had the best regular season of all time.
I know.
How's that on Sweeney?
It's on the players.
And again, when you make it to a Game 7, how's that on Sweeney?
Yeah.
What's on Sweeney is the draft. What's on Sweeney is the albatross of the contracts that you have with a few guys, whether it's Lindholm, both Lindholms. Zadorov's going to be one. You see his stick the other night break right in the middle of the net. Jeff, how'd you like that one the other night? That was the symbol of the season.
Did you see the, I think it's on like Nessun Plus or something, but it was like Raycroft, Rask, and Bergeron, right?
Yeah.
Rask's reaction, that's been me every single Bruins game this year.
Again, never played hockey in my life, except for Fallon Field, Rosendale. But I don't know. Are you supposed to shoot that right over the middle there in that kind of spot with 18 seconds left in the game, or are you supposed to put it up against the boards? I don't know, Jeff. To me, things can happen when the puck's in the middle of the ice in front of the net.
Yeah, but you don't expect your stick to explode in a million pieces.
You know what,
though?
Buy a better stick. You make $5 million.
That's like a $400 stick.
Don't care. Buy a better one. Anyways.
Yeah. It's time to move on. It's okay. I think once Bruins fans emotionally come back down to earth, and a lot understood it from the moment it happened. The ones that were emotional are emotional. Once they come back down to earth and they settle down, they'll understand it was the right move.
Now, our buddy Riz says he sleeps when there's hockey talk, but I think, though, this is about Marchand. It's not, forget about hockey.
Right.
Brad Marchand is going to be a Hall of Famer. He's the last part of the 2011 Stanley Cup team. He wanted to stay here. He wanted a contract.
Is this Joe Dirt?
Well, it's sources.
Okay.
Not even Joe Dirt. Well, you know what? Let's tease that. You've been doing all the lead-ins today and segues. I'll do the big tease. We have something on Marchand in his contract, and I'm wondering how Bruins fans feel about this.
Okay.
And did the Bruins do what was best for Marchand? We'll get into that coming up on the other side. Leroy, I'm Joe, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
More Joe Murray coming up on the Sports Hub. Looking for a great value for lunch? Visit the 99 Restaurant for their new daytime deals menu available Monday through Saturday until 5 p.m. Try the Vermont Cheddar Chicken Sandwich, flatbread combos, and 6 new hearty sandwiches. You gotta love the nines.
Roofing? Mario's. Siding? Mario's. Windows? Mario's. Skylights? Just call Mario's.
Hi, this is Stephen Goulston, owner of Mario's Quality Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Skylights. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because we're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate, 781-344-2420. Visit us at mariosroofing.com. Mario's Roofing, we won't soak you to keep you warm and dry.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Boston Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Some vehicles are simply made. Cadillac vehicles are made to be iconic. And whether that's being made to be vibrant,
All right, back here at 98 Fox Sports. Oh. This Marchand thing. You know, Jeff, we haven't asked you yet. You're a Bruins fan. You go to all the games. You live and die by the puck. How'd you feel about, let's start with Marchand.
It had to be done. Of course, I don't like the return, but after hearing what happened before, they put him in a bad spot, I think, with the whole contract situation, and then he basically forced his hand where he was like, all right, well, you're going to trade me here, and I don't care what you get back.
Ah, okay. See, I didn't know that at the time. Did you?
No.
The whole Florida thing, where did that come from? Because I did the show Friday night after Sweeney spoke, and, well, there wasn't a lot of people that were like, well, he sent him to Florida, at least a team that, they did him a solid. So I think we have a he said. I don't know who to believe on this one. Because, people aren't going to like this. They're not going to like this, Leroy.
So, say it.
I think Marchand was a part of the problem all year. Let's just go back to the beginning of the season. We have some sound for you to hear in a minute. Okay, beginning of the year, Montgomery's in the final year of his deal. Marchand's in the final year of his deal. Swayman is restricted. They went out and signed the best center and best defenseman in the offseason. They overachieved the year before. If you think about it, they went 6 games against the team that won the championship. So people thought, all right, well, they're going to get bigger. Now they got another center. Pasternak's going to take the next step, like McAvoy and Lind. Something wasn't right from the start. And I think it was the leadership. Now, they did lose their identity when they traded Allmark. There's no doubt about that. Allmark, by the way, is having a really good year, and Ottawa might make the playoffs. But the Allmark thing really did. Like, they used to go goalie. Like, every night, it worked. It was magic. Once that ended, because Swayman wasn't right to start the year because of his contract stuff. And by the way, who was it who was chirping to the media when Swayman wasn't signed? Marchand. And a guy that I know whose last name sounds like Beef mentioned that there may have been some issues in the locker room, but Marchand very defensive about that one. Very. They cleaned house.
Yeah.
Carlo, Coyle, Brazeau, Frederick, McLaughlin. There's got to be somebody else in there. Marchand?
Jeff, am I wrong for thinking? So I look at the situation, and I feel like the front office is saying, you know what, after all this time, not just this season, you know who's really to blame for us being disappointing? It's the players. You get rid of 2 coaches who honestly probably didn't deserve to get let go.
Well, one won a championship.
Right.
And that one guy that won a championship, what was it, the 4 players that really had an issue with him? Aren't here anymore.
They're all gone.
And that's probably you know how people talk about culture in sports. That's probably the culture within the Bruins locker room. I have no idea. I'm not in the locker room. I am guessing. I am assuming. But the culture of, hey, it's never the player's fault. It's always somebody else. It's always something else. There's always something to complain about instead of taking accountability and looking at yourself and saying, hey, now you look at your captain and you're saying, well, you know what? He's not the player he once was. He's probably part of the problem, the culture of this.
He can't play the style he wants to play because he's now the de facto leader.
Right. And now we just, you know what? It's time to clean house and start over. So when people say, hey, it's a new era, what is that era? What's that culture? What are you talking about?
Did the players run the team?
Yes.
I agree. I think that Bergeron, Chara.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I think Marchand felt like I've been here the longest. Here I am now. It's my turn. He didn't get it. And I think that, he thought he was made. And this is why I want to give Sweeney his flowers. They never traded any of those guys. Never for the future. And, the Patriots never got anything for Tom Brady or Bill Belichick.
It's crazy.
Right? The Mookie Betts deal, how's that look?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
The Celtics traded Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett, their stars.
Yeah, looks good though.
For future talent, right?
Yeah.
How's that looking now?
Nah, that's good. Yeah.
That's where I am. I don't know if it can be Tatum and Brown.
Right.
I don't know if they'll find the next, Connor McDavid or any of those guys. But right now, they're closer to the lottery than the playoffs.
Yep.
I think it's worth taking the shot, but I think I'm looking at Marchand as one of the guys where, like Bork, where at the end of his career, let him go try to win somewhere else, but at the same time acquire assets for the future.
Yeah.
Because this team was done. The run from 11, over, out.
Yep.
And next year, there'll probably be a new coach. But I want you to hear this sound. We got to hear this one. Can you set this up for us, Jeff? Because I know I heard it last night, and I had to listen to it a couple of times. Who is this again? I'm sorry.
Emily Kaplan with I forget who it was.
All right, well, we'll hear it. Just play it, and we'll credit it.
Kevin Paul DuPont did the math for everybody. He said there are only 5 Bruins remaining from the team from the regular season all-time best record from 2 years ago. But the keynote is their captain, Brad Marchand, on their way to the South to their bitter rival, the Florida Panthers. What led the Bruins to shipping off their captain?
So, Steve, the Bruins are always going to view Brad Marchand as family. He's a legacy player. He's going to be honored as such at a later date. But this is a really difficult situation for all parties involved. Initially, more than a 2-year term was a sticking point. However, I did get new information last night that the Bruins had a 3-year offer on the table in February that would have made Brad Marchand a Bruin for life. Management went to ownership. They got the okay to do a 3-year deal, except there's obviously a difference in perspective on AAV. And then when it was decided that they were going to trade Brad Marchand, I'm told they did work with him to make sure that he could go to a preferred destination. Now everyone's wondering, how could he end up at a division rival? I do think being on the East Coast with his family, that was an important consideration. And also remember that Florida front office has a lot of ex-Bruins in it, like Sean Thornton and Gregory Campbell, who Brad Marchand knows well.
Oh, yeah, Sean Thornton Campbell's there.
Sounds like entitlement for a player from a player who's not the same guy anymore. Just because I've been here, I want X, Y, and Z.
You're right. And you know what, though? You're right. Leroy, you're right. Because we don't know. We're just two guys on the. I think you're right. But Swayman ended up getting his deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to business school and doing it for the next guy, right?
Yeah.
He got his money. How's that look?
Not good.
He got $2 million more. $2 million more than they offered, and they were like, "Oh, he's got 6 million reasons to play here." He got the money in the end. This time, though, they weren't moving. And there's a lot of people that will look at it and say, "Where's the loyalty? Guy who played there for years." I'm going to give Skaz credit for this one. James Carmazino, night show producer. What if Marchand never plays for Florida? What if this injury, he's not ready to go? It's 3 to 4 weeks is what they say.
Mm-hmm.
The trade compensation it's a conditional second. So if Florida makes it 2 rounds and he plays 50% of the games, it's a first-round pick in 27 or 28. People are like, "Oh, it's horrible return." I don't know. Is Florida going to be good in those years? Could they be retooling and back in the lottery? I don't even know if Marchand will ever play. And then there'll be the talks of, well, maybe he could sign back.
Yeah, I heard a lot of that.
I am serious, though. I don't know if he does play. He's is he a competitor and a tough guy? And he's a Hall of Famer. I don't want to, overall, Brad Marchand's a Hall of Famer. Great Bruin. If we're talking, oh God, if we're talking about this run, where does he rank? Like, who is better, Tuukka Rask or Brad Marchand? I know it's different positions
Right.
there, but I mean, people are going to put Bergeron first, right? Like Chara, was he the best defenseman of the era?
Mm.
You know, I'm just, where does Marchand rank out of all those guys if you're doing your tiers? Third or fourth? And again, it's a Hall of Famer we're talking about.
Right. It also has me thinking, it feels like we might be in the midst of a war between ownership, front offices in sports, and players. I feel like, take this situation. I said if it sounds like he was a little bit, had some entitlement. I look back over at the NBA. We saw what happened with Luka in Dallas. It just feels like we could be seeing we're in the beginning stages of seeing front offices try to send messages to players and players that are coming up like, you're not running this. You're not in control.
Oh, it's definitely happening in the NBA.
Yeah. And I feel
it already happens in the NFL.
Could this be another situation in sports where it's like, hey, listen, you're not the same player you used to be. Just because you're the captain and you've been here your entire career doesn't give you the right to be like, yo, I want this and this. Here's what we're offering. If we can't come to an agreement, then we'll move on. And we'll do our best to put you in a really good position. Yeah, Florida Panthers, second in the Eastern Conference. There you go. You're good. We're going to take care of you. But you're not running it. And we're not going to let players run things like they used to. Again, we already established that we both agree that when it comes to the Bruins over the past few seasons, it was the players running the thing. And they didn't take for a long time, and they haven't taken any accountability for the disappointments season after season. It's always someone else. Fire this coach, fire that coach. It's this person's fault. It's this person's fault.
The young guys can't be in here. Dougie Hamilton can't work in. See you later.
Right. And now it's like, no, it's you. It's you.
And everybody got extensions, right? Everybody. Not Marchand.
Yeah, time to move on. New era.
I can see why some people might be offended about that. But there was a time, right? Mm-hmm. Plus, my whole thing is, how did they go into the season with these three issues? Like, Swayman wants the big contract. Is Montgomery the guy going forward? And then your captain is a lame duck?
You know why, Joe? This is just my opinion. I have to salute the Bruins for this because it sounds to me like they still believe in loyalty. Now, and sometimes when you are extremely loyal, you give people more time than they deserve, or you're unable to see that it's time to make a change because of your loyalty. Loyalty is a good thing. Great. But now that we're here, it's almost as if their eyes are open. It's right. All right, loyalty is great, but we have to, in order to be contenders, serious contenders, once again, and not be disappointing, we're going to have to make some really hard changes. And I got to salute them also, the Bruins, for doing that. That's tough. They're a loyal group, but they made changes, a tough changes, and I got to give them credit for that.
All right. Well, we're late. But you know what? That was good conversation. Mm-hmm. And I do see you guys on the phone lines. We'll get to you. And we'll do it next here on the Sports Hub.
Don't go anywhere. There's more Joe Murray. On the way on 98.
3 years. But as Don Sweeney said yesterday, there was a gap, and there was a gap on AAV. And I don't think he was being asked to take a pay cut or anything like that, but I do think it was a sizable gap that they obviously could not bridge. Where I think this really went sideways was there was a point this week where Brad Marchand, who was currently injured and not in the lineup, asked for a face-to-face meeting with Bruins management. I don't know exactly when it was. I don't know exactly who was there, but it did happen. And in that meeting, Brad Marchand asked for a compromise. He said, I will compromise. I will bend on some of my ask. I'm asking the Bruins to bend on some of their stance, and we'll find a way to get this deal done, because he wanted to stay as a Bruin. And it just didn't happen. The Bruins had gone as far as they were willing to go. And look, anybody out here watching hockey in the hockey world has watched Brad Marchand play. We know he's going to the Hall of Fame for one major reason. He's got an incredible amount of pride, and he puts everything on the line. I think he was really stung by that. And then all of a sudden, the Bruins started to look, okay, we're not going to go any farther. We're going to start looking out there. And I think one of the things that really happened in the last 24 to 48 hours before the deadline was that Marchand's agent, I was told by several teams, Wade Arnott, made it very clear that Marchand had a place he wanted to go. And obviously that was Florida. And in the last minutes, the Bruins acquiesced and made the deal. But so that's everything I understand there. And I think it really hurt Marchand that the face-to-face meeting couldn't get a deal done.
All right, back here 98.5 The Sports Up. So to sum that up, Brad Marchand reportedly sourced, not Joe Dirt, had a meeting with Don Sweeney for a compromise. He was willing to compromise if the Bruins did, and it sounds like they did. Fans aren't happy.
Why?
So, here's the deal. You're entitled to feel, you're entitled to feel how you do. But who's talking here? This to me sounds like Marchand.
Mm-hmm.
Got traded and now he's smearing. Hey, I tried to. I told them that I would budge. They're at 3. I'm at 3. I'm at 4. They're at 3. I was willing to move, but they didn't move.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like it's Marchand's camp talking.
Yeah, but the problem is, I don't know if that's going to work. I don't know if it's going to work on the public. Because when you look at, you're like, all right, listen, so what are the results overall with the team? 29 to 28, you're down at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. No one has any faith or belief that you're going to do anything, pull a rabbit out of the hat, and somehow make it, into the playoffs. And even if you do, you're not doing anything. And he's a part of that problem. He's a part of the problem. I hope Bruins fans, Boston sports fans have grown, have matured enough to not let their feelings and their connection to a player, because he's been here for a long time, deter them from the facts. And the facts of the matter is the Boston Bruins are not great. Marchand, he's not the same player. So trying to pull some type of emotion out of us, well, hey, I tried and I wanted to meet in the middle. No, I think those days are over. Again, Jeff, season after season after season of disappointment, and I'm supposed to have I'm supposed to be heartbroken that they couldn't come to an agreement. I'm good. I'm all set.
This guy could have walked for nothing. So, Jeff, this is what happened yesterday. The trade deadline went. Everybody's like, you know what? I'm glad they made a move. Mm-hmm. Then yesterday, the reports start coming out. Oh, one-on-one meeting. Again, I think Marchand's camp. And now their fans are like, wow, look at the loyalty to this long-term employee. Duh. So I think there's been somewhat of a true Bruin fan upset with the way the Bruins handle this.
I mean, if you've been a Bruins fan for the last 30-some-odd years like I have, this is nothing new. I've seen this organization push out fan favorites left and right. This is nothing new. I'm so numb to this whole situation. I'm excited for the future. Don't get me wrong, because they've proven that they can rebuild after they've traded away like a big piece.
Yep.
They did with Thornton. It took them, 3 or 4 years, but they ended up winning a cup after that.
Well,
I think they can do it again.
They traded Phil Kessel, right? They traded Tyler Seguin. They were big names. I mean, they weren't the Marchands, but they moved those guys at a young age.
Joe,
that Sagan move killed them for a good while. They're lucky they made the final in 19
it was their
with
system. They ended up. I mean, did they get the right guy? I think they did. Hall versus Sagan. That'll be a 30 for 30 someday, huh?
I'm going to ask you guys both this. For fans who are heartbroken or upset that he is no longer on the team, is it because you believe the Bruins can retool, reset with him? Like he would have been a valuable piece to doing that? Or because I'm assuming the answer is no.
Same.
So then what are people heartbroken or upset about?
Money. That they didn't extend to Marchand when they extended to everybody else.
What's his value to the future?
He's not a leader. Do I think he could score 20 goals again? Yeah.
Okay.
Do I think he could, if you need him to play a Pastrnak and throw someone else in the middle? Sure. But I'm fine with it. I'm fine that they moved on. I'm glad they moved on. I can actually give them credit for it. But there's a lot of people, though, that are on the other end of that. Al is in Dorchester. Al.
How you doing, guys?
What's up? But thanks for holding, man.
Hey, I kind of felt they should have moved from him a long time ago. And you're right. I think people around here just hang on. They hang on to players. I see it a little differently. They should have moved on from him, and I'm glad they cleaned out house. The only problem is management's still there. And I think they need to blow out Neely and Sweeney, and they need to reestablish the culture. They need to bring in somebody that can rebuild the team, reestablish the identity. But the question is ownership capable of doing that? My answer is no, because I think they only look at who's going to the games. If they're going to the games, everything's all right. You know, if they stop going to the games, then they're going to make a move. But I don't have the confidence in ownership that they're going to make the proper decision.
Well, I will just say that I believe ownership is fully involved. But you had a LeBron take as well?
Yeah. I watched the game last night, and I'm trying to figure out the LeBron flop. Did Tatum get called the tech on that? Because I watched the game, and I got lost in it because I saw a Laker go to the line about 2 minutes after that for like a tech. Did he get called the tech on that?
No.
He didn't?
Not that I know of.
No,
Okay.
I can remember. I do remember the flop, but
right. Because I got lost in it. I was watching the game, and I saw a Laker go to the line about 2 minutes later on a tech. And I said, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What happened? Did they call that flop? Did they look? If they looked at that and they gave him a tech, then that goes to show you the NBA, when they look at those tapes, if it was because of that, they choose to see what they want to see sometimes.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. They showed the hit, and then all of a sudden, somebody was shooting free throws on the other end. I do remember that. Maybe
is that related to that?
Yeah, I'll look back.
I gotta look again.
I'll look back. I mean, the game was almost getting out of hand at that point, where I was kind of checking out. But Gabe, how you doing, Gabe?
Hey, Joe, how's it going?
How you doing?
Doing good. Gaethje last night, nice win.
Yeah, local guy, good guy.
Yep, love him. Just want to talk about Patriots free agency, calling about these like wide receiver names. Like, it's not going to happen. I think the highest name or most known name would be Godwin, and that would still be around $27 million a year. I really think this year they're going to get guys like Harold Landry, like core pieces, maybe a DJ Reed, like just. I think role pieces, Vrabel guys, and then maybe hopefully next year make a splash. I know I hate saying this, and kind of 2 to 6 kind of was like, you know, when you hear Vrabel and what's his name, Elliott talk, they both talk about, you know, pivoting from A to B. So we already know it's going to be pivoting from B to C, and I don't mind that this year if Vrabel is getting guys he likes and like getting those trenches to fill out those positions. So next year, we can pay a wide receiver $30 to $32 million, you know, in a trade and take that money on and try to go from there.
All right, Gabe. Listen, I think they're going to have to spend money on a free agent wide receiver because these other ones that are being traded, just to give you a lineman example, Patriots were in on Joe Thuney, but they didn't want to give up the draft capital or take on the money. So in the end, it comes down to money. And the reports today we'll get to later. Mike Reese, lowest cash spending team since 1994. 94.
Jeez.
Second worst. I don't know who the worst was. Maybe Carolina. I don't know. One more, because I you never know who you'll see at the casino these days.
Oh boy.
Joe is in New Hampshire. Hey, Joe.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Listen, I think you're missing a point. I'm a 40-year fan. They've missed out on so many draft picks, and the people they're bringing in. Marchand would still be here if they hit on half of them. Sweeney's got to go. Neely's got to go. We got to protest at one in front of the old garden.
But you don't think that they should have did this reset 2 years ago when they gave up a first for Bertuzzi and Orlov and all those guys? Like, they went all in and the players let them down. They should have retooled then. Instead, they brought the
I agree. I think Pasta should have been gone a long time ago.
Well, he got the big deal.
Playoffs, he's nothing.
Listen, everybody take the draft out of it. Take the draft out of it. Has Sweeney...
Joe, if they bring in half...
Dude, I know.
If you have Marchand still there and you have half, just rate them 5 out of 10, you have a good team.
Okay.
They've missed on everybody.
Yes. Take the draft out of it now. Should they have traded Marchand for this? Take the draft out of it. Because the reality is they don't have a draft. They don't have the draft picks. We can't talk about how much they missed it because they don't have it.
So you're moving Marchand when you should be moving they've lost 2 coaches in the last 5 years.
Well, yeah. So next year, what
Sweeney
retool with a new coach.
Management needs to go. That's all. I don't even want to watch him anymore.
Yeah, I don't know who's next. I think Sweeney did enough to save his job. Do I want Sweeney back? Do I want Sweeney drafting? No. But was the red light from ownership or was it from Sweeney? Because Charlie Jacobs was very supportive of the moves and said he had Don Sweeney and came to he's back. Real quick, a couple of minutes here. How would you guys feel about your head coach being at the casino days before free agency? Because Leroy's... We'll get Leroy's side in a second. But the fan side is, that's our coach. That's our coach. Look at him. That's our guy. That's our guy. Look at him. Vrabel stacks the table. That's my coach. Sitting at the table. Jeff, how did you feel about Vrabel? That's our coach.
Did we confirm it was at Encore in Everett?
I don't know.
I think it's funny to be
Bunch of
honest
new
with you.
casinos
It
popping
made
up
me
these
laugh.
days. The Nash just opened. Waiting for my invite.
I'm doing breathing exercises right now, just trying to calm down. Just trying to calm down. Because the hypocrisy, the dishonesty in this region of the country is absolutely disgusting. It's disgusting. Not everybody, but there's a good portion of Patriot fans. You guys are not honest. You're just hypocrites. Now, I personally believe coaches, players, whatever, they have the right to go out and have their fun. Yes, they do. Go ahead. Have fun. It don't bother me. I just got a problem with Patriot fans, some of you, because if that was, let's say it was Elliott Wolf, let's say it was Robert Kraft, or dare I say you saw Gerard Mayo last season at the casino days before free agency, the stuff that we would see online and people would be saying, you need to be in the books. It's football 24/7. The team is trash and you're out there gambling. Get it together. You lying, hypocritical, dishonest people out there who are saying, that's my coach and he's do his thing. That's who I want. You wouldn't say that with just about anybody else connected with this team.
Okay, if I may. If Gerard Mayo was at the poker table 3 days before free agency, what would people be saying?
Oh, they be saying, get this guy out of here, calling him an idiot, saying he's stupid, he doesn't know what he's doing. All the things that they said about everything about him beforehand. Everything.
You're right.
Calling him everything but a child of God, calling him out his name, taking personal shots, not football, not sports-related shots, personal shots at him. But when it comes to Mike Vrabel, who hasn't done anything yet with this team, the way it's constructed, everyone is just praising and got an excuse. And, yep, you put on your shades, you act like you didn't notice it. That's my guy. I would love to hang with him, blah, blah, blah. Let that have been Robert Kraft, Elliott Wolf, or like I said, Gerard Mayo, and they would be getting trashed. Stay consistent, people.
I agree with you.
Disgusting.
If it was Gerard Mayo at the table, do you think it goes viral like that?
Absolutely.
I'm not making it any issue outside of coaching. Leroy, is that you can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
I'm not making it about that.
Yeah.
But
you don't have to. You are an intelligent human being. Most people that we know or who are listening have some sense of logic. And if you just sit back and look at the situation, I don't know how you look at it and say, hey, for those saying that Vrabel, that's my guy, which, again, I believe he should be able to go out and have fun.
I agree, too.
But I also believe others should be able to go out and have fun.
I agree with that, too.
But you can't sit here and say you don't notice the hypocrisy. It's unbelievable.
Dude, I'll give you another one. Remember Shedeur Sanders was out at a concert or something like 2 days before their bowl game, and he didn't play well. But everybody wants to go back to him being at the concert, and that was the problem, and whatever.
It's unbelievable. Again, if that was Gerard Mayo.
I do agree with you. If it was Gerard Mayo, there'd be a different reaction.
And again, I think if it was Elliott Wolf, if it was Robert Kraft, you would see and hear people talking about, man, the free agency, you got to be getting ready in the books. Football 24/7. Football is life. What are you doing? You're not on your job. Prepare for the worst season ever because they out here not taking it serious. Vrabel doesn't, and half of y'all love it.
What if it was before Mayo started the season kind of like Vrabel? Like, let's call it the same scenario.
What do you mean? If you can...
Like, Vrabel hasn't coached the game yet.
Yeah, right.
What if it was Mayo hasn't coached the game yet? Would fans still react that way?
Come on, Joe. You know they would have killed him. Gerard Mayo's name would have been dirt. This season, again, if there's a picture of Robert Kraft at the casino today or Elliott Wolf at the casino today, folks will go off. They will lose their minds.
Mike Cadlick checking in with the Patriot. Yes, Leroy.
Because it's the truth. And it's almost like people are scared to say it. Because now you got to deal with the backlash from Vrabel fans and Mayo haters. Oh, what are you talking? No, I'm talking the truth. It's just very, 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 very simple and plain. It's right there in front of all of our eyes to see. We know it. You don't have to agree with it. You may not want to express it. But I'm telling you the truth. Anybody else, y'all are drinking the Vrabel Kool-Aid way too much. I'm not saying he's not going to be a great coach.
That clip, please,
they are. I would
like to revisit this because I know
he may end up doing a phenomenal job.
I think you're right.
But to just give him a pass, and then when you see the situation flip, and it's other significant names, people who are important to the hopefully elevation of this team. If it was anybody else, people would criticize tremendously.
So the chat is very sensitive to your comment.
I figured that, but it really don't matter to me.
They think that you're a Mayo apologist, which I would just like to say I agree with Leroy.
I also mentioned Kraft, and I also mentioned Elliott Wolf. If they were at Encore today, and someone caught a picture, or tonight, looking a little tipsy, looking a little drunk, y'all can't sit here and tell me that people wouldn't be going off about them being there instead of preparing for free agency.
And I rephrased it as before the season started and we didn't know how he played. Yep. I absolutely agree with you. He should be in the room studying film. I agree.
Yeah. They can call me apologist all they want. You're not. Answer my question. If it was Kraft, if it was Elliott Wolf, if it was Gerard Mayo in there tonight, looking a little, drunk, stop it.
I would just like to say this for anyone that's been listening to Leroy and I for years. There's never any reverse racism or racism on the show.
Oh, please.
And I know that people want to throw that out there at times. Leroy and I have been very, very open about it. I'm a white guy. He's black. We're very open about this stuff.
Yeah.
This is a conversation about coach.
Yeah.
I don't think this has anything to do with race. Yeah. So I just wanted to say that.
It's funny how
you can speak on it if you want. I don't think our conversation has anything to do with that.
It doesn't. It's more eye-opening to me. I've realized this, and maybe I should have realized it earlier in life. A lot of the opinions and takes that people have, and let's just stick to sports, it's really, really, and I mentioned this in the beginning of the show, it really comes down to who you like and who you don't like for a lot of people. There's no such thing as fairness amongst most people when it comes to talking sports. It's who you like and who you don't like. So if the person you don't like is doing something like, let's say, I don't know, being at the casino.
Pat McAfee. Seems like nobody likes Pat McAfee anymore.
Right.
What's going on there?
Right. Now, if he suddenly got a coaching job and he was out and about and he was having himself a good time, if you don't like him, you chew him out and you say he's stupid. But if you like a person, you make an excuse for him and you just say, that's my guy, that's my person. All I'm saying is, and again, I agree, people, coaches, players should be allowed to go out and have fun 2 nights or a night before free agency starts. Management, the office, they should be allowed to go out and have fun. Yes, they should. I'm just looking at it as the response that fans give. It doesn't add up. It's not fair. It's not on the same level.
And listen, Mayo shouldn't have stayed. He got fired.
Exactly.
It's just, it is true, though.
Yeah.
That's our coach.
Yeah.
But if it's the other way around, I agree.
I was on here. I got chewed out after the last games. No, not the last game. What was the game when Mayo said that, who did he say was starting?
Oh, it's Ramondre Stevenson. And then, Oh, no, he said Gibson was going to start.
Gibson, yes.
Yeah.
And I was on air saying, you know what? I think it might be time for him to go. There's too much confusion. The messages, and I was saying that. So don't give me that. Y'all can play that game all you want. I really don't care. But you know I'm telling you the truth. You know it.
Well, speaking of truths, there's some breaking news in the NFL. We'll give you that in Sports Hub headlines coming up after this on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
You're listening to Joe. You're listening to Joe Murray on 98.5. You're listening to Joe Murray.
making it about race. Is that's what it is?
Well, we did Patriots postgame show together, and we talked about Mayo not being able to be the coach many, many times.
Oh, of course, but people seem to just push that to the side.
But take all that out of it.
Yeah.
It's just about a photo at the beginning of the year before free agency.
Yeah, that's all it's about.
Honestly, like, I agree with you.
And here's the funny part, Joe. And this is to you, not many of you, but this is to you who are making it about race or trying to say I'm making it about race. When you leave your comments, I would love if you include the names of Robert Kraft and Elliot Wolf, because I said their names also. I said if they were to be caught out there, not caught, but pictures were taken of them out there right before free agency starts, and let's say they look a little tipsy at the poker table, Robert Kraft got a young thing on his arm, people would be killing them and saying they need to be getting ready for free agency.
Hey, did you see Bill Belichick at the North Carolina basketball game?
Yeah, he's doing his job.
He was a little tipsy. Well, I don't know if he was tipsy, but
y'all got to do better. Y'all really have to do better.
He had arm candy on him.
Yeah.
Helping him around.
God forbid. It's hilarious to me, Joe. It is absolutely hilarious to me. This is where we are now, that a mention of Gerard Mayo.
Yeah, listen, we're a country divided, and unfortunately, Leroy, you and I are on the same page, and that's all I care about.
To be honest, I think there are a lot of people who absolutely understand what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm talking to that small
we have
group.
People in our chat that want to make things about what they are, and I just wanted to bring it up that we're not afraid to talk about it.
No, we're not.
We are not. Let's go to the phones. Garrett is in Georgia. Hey, Garrett.
Hey, what's going on? Leroy.
Yeah.
You, my friend, you are correct. You are 100% correct in what you're saying. But I do want to play devil's advocate here.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Vrabel hasn't had a chance to do a good job or a bad job. If we start off 0-4 and they take a picture of him at the blackjack table on Encore, I think people would be pissed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Hey, listen.
That
picture is going to come back up when they lose to so-and-so. You know what I mean? That thing's going to come back up. But remember, when Bill Belichick sucked at drafting, remember his dog was at the keyboard? We saw that too. So there's no color behind it. I just want to let people know it's the same thing.
100%.
I look at it like this, Joe.
Thank you, Garrett.
Appreciate the call.
Absolutely.
4-13. If you talk to most Patriot fans, they will say that the Patriots lack what? Talent. They need talent. If you talk to most Patriot fans, they'll say, you know what? Yeah, they're rebuilding. They got a lot of work to do. If you talk about the first pick, if you talk about the Patriots' first round pick, you will get into a debate of who they should take. And let's say Travis Hunter's name comes up, and they'll be like, you know what? You got to take talent because you what? You need talent all over the field. The team just needs talent. Talent, work. I have to disagree with the caller saying that Vrabel hasn't had a chance. No, it's not about coaching on the field. It's about building a team that can at least compete. We all agree they need talent. Guess where you can get some talent from? Free agency. Mm-hmm. So don't give me that. No, they got work to do, and he's out having himself a good time, which I don't have a problem with. I know how New England gets down.
The way I saw it was people were like, "That's our coach."
Yeah.
When I personally looked at it like, "Oh, this one's going to come back." Mm-hmm. If they start 0-4, it's going to be blackjack table. You know,
right?
Whatever.
Which it shouldn't be, but that's how people like to get down. So I got to point it out. Want me to sit here and just lie and sugarcoat stuff?
You heard the Myles Garrett news. He's back. Got $40 million a year. By the way, a lot of defensive ends are getting paid now, right? Max Crosby, Hendricks from Cincinnati is going to get paid.
It feels reactionary. Why? You know why, Joe. Everyone just watched the Super Bowl, and they saw what the defensive line of the Eagles did. Mm-hmm. And they're saying, hey, if we can replicate that, all right, so I already have this player. Let's give him some money. And now we're going to try to watch a lot of teams try to build these defensive lines that can get pressure all by themselves. And they should. That's a winning formula.
Myles Garrett wanted out. I don't think he really did this for a negotiation thing, but Fact of the matter is, I think this means Abdul Carter's going 1. Because that could have been, they could have traded Myles Garrett for first-round picks. Drafted Abdul Carter as the replacement. Maybe it looks like Carter's going 1. Now that Garrett's back, they need a quarterback, right? Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward, they're on the board. The Giants need a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
So let's just say Ward, Sanders, bing, bang, boom. Who drops the 4 to the Patriots? Travis Hunter. Now, this brings up another question because Ronnie Stanley yesterday re-signed with the Ravens, and he was their number 1 target. Best left tackle left in football at free agency. But, did people really think that he was going to come? The Chiefs were interested in some other teams. I'm curious if the Patriots are going to be playing ball. And at this point, is it a destination?
Are we talking about that next, or we can talk about that?
We can do it next, but
okay.
Is it a destination? Here's the deal. Money still talks to me. See, money, I don't know. Money, to me, Leroy, money talk.
All right. Listen, I agree. I'm with you. Money does talk. It does talk to me, too. I think it's a generational thing. That's where I have a difference of opinion. And this generation playing football right now is different than the way we think when it comes to money. True. We'll stay in a place that we hate if they offer more money. We'll do that. That's how we were raised. Get that money, get that bread, no matter what.
Will take a small guarantee to win.
Other guys, younger guys today, I swear, and I've talked about this before, they value peace of mind, comfort, more than an extra buck. I'm telling you, it sounds crazy, but I believe it. You offer a young buck today, hey, here's $10 million to come to New England, and Miami says, hey, we'll give you 8.5. Oh yeah, I'm going to Miami. Logically, it doesn't make sense to us, but I'm telling you, the younger generation has been conditioned, and maybe rightfully so. Maybe we got it wrong, but they've been programmed to believe and to know in their heart that peace of mind, comfort is more valuable than a check in a miserable place.
We'll leave it there. Take a quick break. Get back on clock. We got people who want to get on the line. We got people in chat. We're here all day. He's Leroy. I'm Joe. You're listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub.
More Joe Murray coming up on the Sports Hub.
you found the sports. I like how Jeff knows how to control Leroy by music.
I love music, man. I'm a music man, for sure.
You remember those, like, Coke cans growing up? You put batteries in it, and then you play a little bit of music and it starts moving?
Oh, yeah.
It had,
I
like, a little
remember
rock
those.
star with a guitar.
Wasn't there a flower one, too?
Yeah,
the flowers, yeah.
All right, so I did a rundown for the show. Let's see how far we've got. Wait, this is something Skaz and I do whenever the show goes off the rails at night. Because this week it was about a ballpark food that was 2 donuts with. Okay, it was a hot dog with whipped cream on it.
A glizzy?
But the bun was 2 chocolate glazed donuts.
Oh, come on, dog.
And the alternative was a steak and cheese milkshake. So, would you rather a hot dog with whipped cream and donut as the bun, or a vanilla shake with steak and cheese in it?
I'm gonna have to go vanilla shake with steak and cheese, which sounds disgusting. I'm sorry, that sounds nasty.
Okay.
However, health wise, it's the least of 2 evils.
I did a nice little scientific breakdown of it all.
I think.
Go back to YouTube. You can listen the other night. It was great. All right, so we started Celtics Lakers. LeBron tapped out. Al Horford and his switches have been great.
Mm-hmm.
Best duo in the NBA, JT-JB.
Mm-hmm.
The update on Brad Marchand meeting with Don Sweeney.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to compromise. Sweeney said, sorry. We haven't done Stephen A. LeBron.
Oh, I would love to do that.
Let's hold that one.
Yeah.
Ronnie Stanley off the board. The most important position for the Patriots to upgrade this season is out. He's getting 20. The deal is he's getting $22 million the first 2 years of the deal. So basically, he's getting $44 million guaranteed to play 2 more years with the Reds. That's pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
I would do that instead of going to the Patriots.
Yeah, and you're on a contending team.
So I saw Andrew Callahan bump this a little while ago, but it sounds like it's now a third-round pick for DK Metcalf. I'm not buying it. I don't think you trade Geno Smith and then trade DK. I don't see it happening. That's my own opinion. The other one, are the Patriots desirable?
Don't make me laugh. The answer is no. I mean, we can get into that. It's a clear no. For all the reasons that people snarked at and dismissed last season when we were talking about this and points were being brought up. People were saying, hey, it's not desirable, number one, because it's New England. It's cold. People brought up taxes, and people laughed at that and said, you're kidding me. You take those situations and then you add on the fact that the team is not good, the answer is no. There's no way that the Patriots are a desirable place. What you're going to have to do to make it desirable is not only pay, but go above and beyond in order to get players here. Besides that, the answer is no. We've even heard rumblings about some players recently saying, I want to go here or there, but just not to the Patriots. It's not desirable. I'm sorry. It's really not. And you know what else is a factor, Joe? And I don't think we talk about it enough. I still feel like the shadow of greatness from Tom Brady is frightening to some people. The shadow of Bill Belichick is frightening. The aura that they had. And here comes a new player. You're supposed to be great. We need you to live up to what we're used to. I think that frightens some players, and they don't want to deal with that. I think that's part of it, too.
I just think the Patriots need – okay, listen. They have money. They got to spend money, and they have to show the league that they're ready to play ball.
Right.
They have to do that. But the word pivot, get ready for that. We don't have to play it, Jeff. Maybe you can find it, but Elliot Wolf talked about, we'll have to pivot. I think they're expecting it. When you say pivot, there's an Stanley off the board. Now you got to pivot, right? Deebo Samuel gets straight. Now you got to pivot. Who's the next one?
Mm-hmm.
Myles Garrett signs his deal today. Do you pivot now to Micah Parsons?
I think it's about pivoting.
There you go. Thank you. The pivot. You ever watch Friends? That's not good.
I've peeked at it, but I've never watched a full episode in my life.
There was an episode where they were helping him move and pivot. They had some, yeah. You should catch up on Friends.
I'm all set.
I feel like you'd like that show.
I'm all set.
No?
No.
Did you ever watch Dawson's Creek or any of that stuff?
I tried giving those shows a chance. I couldn't get into it. The lighting all soft and stuff. I was like, I'm out of here. I'm all set. However, no, I have to be honest. Recently, within the past 5 years, though, I have watched Desperate Housewives.
Desperate Housewives is great.
Something about the lighting, it just pulled me in, and I was just like, okay.
Is that girl? What's her name on there? Oh my God, what's her good? Ducci. What's her name there? She flips the tables there. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
All right, never mind.
Here we go. Pivot.
Pivot.
Yeah. They're not desperate housewives, but the Patriots are desperate. They're desperate because they're not the place to be. They're not a place that players are looking at and saying, yeah, I want to go there.
Well, you know who I do think are looking at it like that?
Who?
The guys who've been cut. Like, let me give you a name. Cam Robinson right now.
Okay.
He's going to be a free agent. The Patriots could have traded for him at the deadline to beef up their left tackle. He is a left tackle. Like, that's a one problem there. But now he's probably going to get a lot more money because he's the best tackle on the board. But I think that the Patriots might have to give him the most money.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think he wants to come here because of his relationship with Doug Marrone, who's the offensive line coach. So, yeah, guys, left tackle, I love Doug, but, the Cowboys need a new left tackle, and they're willing to give me 25 up front. Would you guys give me 30? And that's where the Patriots got to get creative.
Yeah, and they got to do it.
They got to pay that suck tax, is what they call it.
And if that's the case, which it probably will be, just in general, when it comes to contracts with the Patriots now, we can't complain about them overspending. And I know people will do, why'd you give that person that much? They didn't deserve that much. It's part of the game that the Patriots are going to have to play in order to be able to try and draw some talent here, some veteran talent.
Yeah, and I get it. Like, Myles Garrett staying in Cleveland, it's about the money.
It's about the money, period.
Who wants to play for the Cleveland Browns?
I know. For real? Yeah. I should have thought about that as soon as we heard the news, but I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah. That was about the money.
So now do you pivot to Micah? The Abdul Carter thing, I think he's going one now. Harold Landry, he's another guy that the Patriots should be in on that might have to spend more on, but has a relationship with Mike Vrabel from playing in Tennessee, former BC kid. So those are the guys who shouldn't get the more guaranteed money.
Yep.
They're going to get it from New England, and that's why they become attractive.
All teams right now are constantly pivoting, preparing for free agency. The thing with the Patriots is, though, they've got to do it more so than, let's say, the Eagles or the Chiefs, because they're that bad when it comes to talent. They got to stay on it, which brings me back to my other point from before. That's why I don't understand why people gave Vrabel a pass at being at the casino. You would think Patriot fans is like, we're desperate. We need everybody in the control room and everybody.
Guys, we're all hands on deck.
No sleep.
Yeah. Nobody. We're gonna take times. I'm gonna stay up 8 hours and do reports, take a nap, and then you're up 8 hours.
No days off.
Yes. Yes. That's what I felt like it used to be like that. Couple of reports. Do you want a basketball or a football one?
Basketball, please.
Okay. This coming from Sham Sharania. Lakers star LeBron James expected to miss at least a week or two with a groin strain. He'll wait the groin injury out to calm down over the next 24 hours.
Yeah. See, this is what I mean to Laker fans.
Sorry to laugh at that.
The Lakers have been talked about ever since the trade went down, and they've been getting so much praise. And you know what? Rightfully so. They went on an 8-game winning streak. However, last night, Joe, your Celtics might have made the Lakers tap out, or at least raise their hand getting ready to tap out, because you have to now consider the health and age of LeBron James. I'm pretty sure he's going to recover and come back and be just fine. Will he be the same? I don't know. He's older. And then you got to look at Luka. Younger guy, but it's the same scenario. You do not know physically how he is going to be in the playoffs. Already holding his lower back once again last night. Getting dogged on defense. Celtics were searching for him because they knew it was easy money, easy buckets. Laker fans, y'all had a good 2-week run. I'm not saying it's over, but it might be time to be a little bit concerned.
The next piece of news is that Joey Bosa, who was released from the Chargers.
Yeah.
Some might think he'd be a nice target for the New England Patriots. He played for Mike Vrabel at Ohio State. Having talks with the San Francisco 49ers, where his brother plays.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine San Fran with Bosa's on each side.
That's kind of dope. That's real dope. And deserving, too. You know what? No, I'm saying it. Not like... It's good to see two family members who are really, really good at what they do being on the field and playing together. And they earned it. Not like Bronny James. I mean, like...
Okay.
You got to follow... I'm sorry.
You opened it up now.
I'm sorry.
Bron called out Stephen A. for what he said. And Stephen A. owned it. Brought it to light. LeBron was upset about the commentary of Bronny. But it was from the perspective of a father. Now, we went over it the other night. I give Skaz credit for this. We went over all the number 54 picks in the draft over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I don't know any of them, and we don't talk about them ever. But yet, we talk about Bronny James. Don't give me that look.
Are you making an excuse?
I'm not. I just think that, for example, last night, Celtics are the best team on the floor. They were talking about the Lakers all night.
Yeah, that's true.
ESPN talks about Bronny James all the time. Did they even show Bronny last night? I didn't even see it.
Yeah, they'll do stuff like, I've seen it where you'll see clips, Bronny James going off against Isaiah Thomas. And it's like, all right, let me pick up my phone and go look at the stat line, and it's nothing remotely close to what the headline says.
I don't think he's a bad player. I just think that we're wasting our breath talking about a guy that was a second-round pick.
Thank you.
And by the way, the guy that was drafted after Bronny James was Antoine Watson.
Uh-huh.
And he got cut by the Celtics this week. So,
how much time do we have?
Yeah, I'm going to take a couple calls.
Okay.
We get what you want.
I just want my take with LeBron James. This has been simmering in my soul for a minute. I thought what LeBron James did was soft. And the reason why is, yes, Bronny James is your child, but he is no longer a kid. That's a grown man trying to make it in the NBA. He is considered a professional athlete. And I don't know of any professional athletes who are exempt from being critiqued, criticized, praised, whatever you have. You have to be able to deal with it all. I would never want my mother or my late father to fight my battles as a grown adult. That was embarrassing. It wasn't called for. It happened in the middle of the game.
May I just say this?
Man, please.
If you don't like it, don't encourage your son to be drafted by the team.
Don't send a tweet saying your son's better than like half of the league, too.
Oh, Jeff didn't like that either.
and just keeping it in the room, that's coming from a father, Jeff. I'm a father. And yeah, I love my kids. I'll go to war for them. But they're adults. Like, they're becoming grown adults. They mess up at work. I'm not running in to cuss out the manager and tell them to keep my kid's name out your mouth. They messed up. They are a professional, and they have to deal with the consequences. And then to add on top of that, now you're dealing with sports where it's a public thing. Everyone has access to what you do on the job. And if you're not producing and it gets called out, see what I mean? Again, accountability. It's coming up more so. It's coming up over and over and over again in sports. Players not taking accountability for their actions within their sports. Everyone else is getting blamed and told to keep their mouth shut and don't say this and don't say that. But it's really on the athlete. Bruins, you're not good. Marchand, you're not the same. You got coaches fired and all that. You haven't produced. How dare you even come off a bit entitled?
Well, I'll save who ruined basketball, LeBron James or Steph Curry, for another day. Let's talk to Mike and Randolph. Mike.
Guys, what's going on? So many things I want to hit on real quick. First off, Leroy, when people bring up race, I think it's hilarious. Most of the people that bring up race are actually racist themselves, so keep your head up. You do a phenomenal job.
Appreciate you.
I want to get to and I want to get to a Celtics point after my Kraft thing. The biggest reason the Patriots suck is because Kraft is the cheapest SOB in the world. And you guys brought up, you got Drake May and you got a cornerback. Those are the two assets you have. A fourth-round pick for Joe Thuney. Joe Thuney just showed you in the Chiefs run that he could actually play a decent left tackle. Obviously, he's an all-pro guard. Why would you not give a fourth-round pick for that guy and just get more talented players in here? Blows my mind. Celtics point. Last night was a statement. They said, we're going to go at Luka. Oh, Lakers are so good with Luka. We are going to expose Luka like we did in the finals. And they hunted him and hunted him and hunted him. And it was phenomenal to watch because there's nothing that he could do. They were hunting him with Al Horford. I mean, it was unbelievable. The Celtics are just, when they're dialed in, they're just so much better than everyone else. I love how people are like, Cleveland this, Cleveland that. You take Mitchell out, just like with the Knicks, you take Brunson out, there's no answers. The Celtics have so many answers. They're loaded. Love you guys.
Appreciate it. I'd like to add to his, which I love all of his points. When it comes to the Celtics, though, I also want to add, you know how scary it has to be, and I'm pretty sure you might have been on and talked about it, that Derek White and Peyton Pritchard can both go for 40+, and they're not your star players. They're not your guys that you depend on.
Never been done before in Celtics history?
That's scary. That is frightening if I'm on any other team. I'm saying, yo, you might have just, they're a sleeping giant.
We've barely seen the Celtics healthy this year.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, no green team in me.
Mm-hmm.
That no one's beating them in a 7-game series if they're healthy.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
There's a lot of ifs, though. There are. The only thing I'll say is there are teams that maybe don't fear them, though. I don't think Cleveland does, but I think they know they don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Golden State fears them. Lakers might after last night, though. Dave's in Abington. Dave.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Hey, Joe, have you seen on YouTube the new WCW channel that got released through WWE?
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
Oh, word?
Pretty cool. I thought it was cool how so they're going to induct Lex Luger into the Wrestling Hall of Fame. I thought it was real classy how they had Cody Rhodes tell him on DDP's live stream. That was on his channel. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and Triple H acknowledged the struggles he's really gone through physically and really mentally as well since his wrestling days. But hey, he's a WCW and a WWF champion. One of the only.
For life. For life.
That's right. Oh, yeah, and NWO. Sorry, I had to go let you go, Dave. I don't want to bypass some of the bad things.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
The Miss Elizabeth thing, I don't know.
But he's talked about recently.
Listen, I think he's a man that is, because of his living situation and not being able to use his body, I think he is humbled.
It takes accountability.
Very humbled.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the time is right. You know who else I heard's going in?
Who?
The natural disasters. Earthquake and typhoon.
No.
I shared this last week. We have to go to break because we're really late. God. But Bird, my friend Bird, who may be flying in the coop soon, which I'll talk to you off air about that.
Mm-hmm.
When Hulk Hogan got sat on by Earthquake, you could send Hogan letters.
Yeah. He sent
Bird sent Hogan a letter.
I'm gonna laugh when I see him, but I get it. I get it. I sent the president a letter when I was like 7. Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah. To be so young and innocent and think, you could have impact like that.
Remember, Earthquake had a lot of ability. Huh?
He did.
But he would do that jump,
Yep.
jump,
Yep.
and then he'd just jump off the ropes and sit on you.
Wasn't that one of the moments when Hogan would, after getting sat on, would shake his leg? He'd be like, "Oh God, he's dying in the ring, please."
They should have put the belt on him, or did they? No.
No, he won the tag titles with Typhoon.
Who did he become? What was the name of that other group that he ended with?
The Oddities.
What was he? The Gold Goblin?
It was Gold Guy.
Gold Guy.
Oh, I thought you thought. What? Wait.
Yeah, remember the Oddities?
He was under a hood, so you didn't know it was
That was like a
him.
real bad era.
Wait.
That was
Again.
like Duke the Dumpster Drosy era.
No, that was past it. That was the Attitude Era
that?
stuff.
Wow.
Twin Towers. Okay, again, Twin Towers. Okay, Earthquake and Typhoon. Okay. You know who I know I was getting mixed up with? One Man Gang, a.k.a.
Oh, and Big Boss Man.
Uh,
Remember they were on Arsenio Hall?
Yeah.
And Arsenio goes, Akeem, you're from Africa?
I gotta be honest. So February, February has been and is Black History Month. I shared a meme of Akeem the Dream, and it just simply says Happy Black History Month. That was when I think back, one of the most hilarious gimmicks in wrestling. I mean, it was kind of disrespectful too,
Listen,
but I mean,
wrestling was always towing the line a little bit.
Brother.
So let me just tell you this. I have been told I look like him.
Wait, yes you do. You look more like One Man Gang.
And I've met the man, and he didn't like that people thought we looked alike.
Really?
Just like when I met Sergeant Slaughter, and I introduced him to Sarge, Mike Riley.
He
didn't like that either.
Oh my goodness, hilarious.
If you ever get a chance, watch Arsenio Hall interviewing.
Oh, I saw that. I watched it recently.
We got to go to break. I'm Joe Mario on the Sports Hub.
Slick.
Don't go anywhere. There's more Joe Murray. On the way on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
It's Mavs for Window Nation. Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the buy two, get two free and pay nothing until 2027. The offer ends soon, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Golfers, check out the new Marlboro Country Club experience. Established in 1922, it's a picturesque, meticulously maintained course with a variety of membership opportunities for individuals, families, and businesses. Enjoy a friendly, inviting golf experience and get 7-day advanced tee time booking. In addition to membership perks, you'll enjoy a great meal and your favorite beverage at the Eastside Grill. Memberships are limited, so check out mccmembership.com today. That's mccmembership.com. Do it now.
To succeed in business today, you need up-to-the-minute skills. At Northeastern University's DeMoore McKim School of Business, we're not just keeping pace with the future, we're defining it. You'll gain business strategy expertise, leveraging AI, data, and technology. Through transformative experiences, you'll prepare to lead with impact. Apply by March 27th to start in September. Get started today at northeastern.edu/apply-for-business.
For all your heating and cooling needs, you need Endless Energy.
Just like your car requires an oil change to keep its warranty, your home's HVAC system does as well. Skip the line and schedule your spring tune-up now for April through June and slam dunk your savings with $89 early bird pricing. Self-schedule online at goendlessenergy.com or call 775-ENDLESS. $89 promo pricing for first system. Additional systems, additional unit charges apply. Appointment must be confirmed before March 31st to be eligible for March promo pricing.
Hi, this is Bob Sosi, voice of New England football. You've heard me talk about ClearPath for veterans and safety insurance. Now New Hampshire residents can also support our veterans and save on auto insurance. ClearPath for Veterans is working with Safety Insurance to help New England veterans at the resource centers in Devens, Massachusetts and Manchester, New Hampshire. Safety policyholders can make a $50 tax-deductible donation to ClearPath and earn a 5% discount on your safety automobile insurance. New Hampshire and Massachusetts residents can say thanks to those who serve and get rewarded. Visit safetyforvets.com.
Hey, it's Hardy, and by now you know about Blue Chew. It's the online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, Staxin in chewable form at a fraction of the cost. Maybe you're thinking, everything's fine in the bedroom. Good, I'm sure it is. You're doing great. But maybe you could do a little bit better. It's a performance enhancer for the bedroom. And I got a great offer for you. Free. You go to BlueChew.com, get your first month free when you use the promo code HUB at checkout. Just pay $5 for shipping. BlueChew.com, promo code HUB, get your first month free. That way you'll be ready to chew it and do it. You don't like swallowing pills? No problem. These are chewable. You don't want to go to the doctor's office? No problem. It's an online prescription service. You don't have a problem in the bedroom? No problem. But this could make things better. Go to BlueChew.com. Once again, use the promo code HUB at checkout. Just pay $5 for shipping, and you get your first month free. Go to BlueChew.com and get ready to chew it and do it.
Scrub-A-Dub's unlimited car wash plan lets you wash any time for one low monthly price. The all-new Scrub-A-Dub Worcester is now open on Park Ave.
Anytime's a good time to be Scrub-A-Dub clean.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
At Babbel, we know that language is more. It's more than hello and goodbye, and good evening and good night. It's more than mastering talking about the weather or directions to the closest cafe. At Babbel, our mission is to help you learn language for the long run. Babbel gives you the skills to learn a language for life. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text radio to 64,000. That's radio to 64,000.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Have damaged pipes at your home or office? Don't dig it. Line it with a lining solution from Drains by James. DrainsByJames.com.
Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes. Everybody knows Joe.
Just keeps getting better.
Joe Murray on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Everybody come see the greatest show. Gather up all your... Come see the greatest show. Gather up all juggalos and roll. Down to the ground, get your ass out the way. 'Cause here we come and we springing this spectacle of Indian town. We got freak shows. Most people don't like these oddities. Most people would love to be shot at these. If you think it's too good for us,
All right, back here 98.5 The Sports Hub.
and I'ma win smack your cheeks. Come on.
All right, well, we have LeBron and cheesecake. What should we do?
LeBron. I'm just fired up about him, so yeah.
All right. Jeff Williams with us, of course, playing the Oddities music. We got Kenny G. He's in Atlanta. What's going on, Kenny?
Listen, you know I love y'all, meaning. How y'all doing today?
Good. How you doing?
Hey, listen, I always do this. I appreciate y'all. I love that both of y'all, what y'all do, what y'all say. And I always, to me, try to come to sports as with a grown way. To me, I think you should talk about sports just like you live. My issue with LeBron James, and I'm going to say LeBron selfish James, because he's always been selfish, is this. Two things could be true. I think he's probably the second greatest player to ever play behind Michael Jordan. But his son on his team is about him and his dream. And he made it happen. And this is what I don't like about it. To me, he did it in a bully way, too. He abused his power. They had to draft him. And then the contract is like he just went overboard. Stephen A. never said anything bad about Bronny. He just told the truth, which we all know. He's not an NBA player. You stole someone else's spot at 55, and it was to please him. Therefore, for him to go after Stephen A. was kind of like, to me, like a bully move again, saying, oh, you can't say this or that. Why? He can't tell the truth. Your son should have never got drafted, and you made it and forced it. And therefore that, I have a problem as a man, as a father, that you did it to that degree. A billionaire did that. That's his dream. That's not your son's dream. And your son's going to catch the benefit and the backlash for it, for your selfish dream.
Yeah, Kenny, appreciate you getting that out there, man. I'm not going to dismiss your feelings on that.
No, I think a lot of people feel the way that he does. And I said it before, I'll say it again. I understand LeBron James, that is your son. That is your child. However, that child is no longer a kid. He's in a professional business called trying to make it. No, he's in the NBA. He goes back and forth, G League, NBA. He's a professional. You know the deal. Criticism, critiquing is a part of the game, not just praise. And when it happens, you can't get defensive. I'm sorry. I really don't understand. You can't get so upset because I didn't hear anything Stephen A. said that was wrong either. I said, well, he's telling the truth. He's actually he's going above and beyond to show that he's trying to be respectful. But at the end of the day, a lot of people feel that way. And if you don't feel that way, I don't like how some will label you as a hater or, whatever.
I don't think LeBron had to do it publicly.
Yeah, he didn't.
And, I respect Stephen A. more in this one for some reason. Got paid this week. You see that?
Oh, yeah. $100 million. Beautiful.
Man, imagine making imagine being where we all played sports. We, Stephen A. wasn't great, couldn't go to the next, you know what I'm saying? Man, imagine if we could make $100 million.
No, it's possible. You got to believe. It's possible.
Just real quick, I don't think it's possible at all.
It is.
But
it
listen,
is.
The Jaylen Brown thing with Stephen A. He didn't like what. Remember, he was calling him out. Hey, there's a reason why you're not the superstar, Jaylen Brown. And I have sort of kind of like a source, or I can tell you who, why. And then they had their sit down, right? I kind of respect Stephen A. on that level.
Right.
I also, when I listen to Stephen A., I know he's tapped in. I also know he's an entertainer. So, when I watch Stephen A., I'm getting insight, but I'm also getting, entertainment. That guy's, he's polarizing.
Right.
So I think LeBron got a little pep in his step after an 8-game winning streak and a win over the New York Knicks, who's Stephen A.'s favorite team, right?
Right.
And then it was like the Will Smith to, keep my name out of your mouth.
Right. Going back to what Kenny G, only reason why I remember that is kind of obvious. His name is Kenny G. I mean, how can you forget that? But Kenny G. Matter of fact, we need a saxophone sound prepared and ready whenever Kenny G calls in. But
can you ever name a Kenny G song? Because I know them all. I just can't. I don't know the name of a song.
Yeah, I can't name it. Got to have it ready.
We do need that ready.
We do need that ready. I liked what Kenny was saying because it was just he mentioned how he bullies. It seems like he bullies his way.
You're a radio morning DJ guy.
Okay. Midday too.
Oh yeah, that's right. But do you have radio DJ voice guy? You?
Do I put on? Yeah. No, I don't do.
You're always what's up, Leroy?
Yeah, I just talk and try to be as authentic as possible. If I catch myself trying to put on a radio voice, I'm upset with myself for a day or two.
And I don't think anybody could do the David Allen Boucher.
Oh, no.
Bedtime magic.
Oh, my God. Classic.
Dedication going out to Susan from David.
That was Kenny G.
Oh, man.
Coming up next, the final hour of Leroy and Joe. Next here on 98.5, The Sports Hub.
It was like receiving a hug through the radio.
Well, it's got a final hour to go here on The Sports Hub.
You're listening to Joe Murray on 98.5.
All right, back here at 98.5 The Sports Hub. We're all caught up, Leroy.
Yeah.
Final hour of the show. People in our chat joining us. Hello. A lot of people watching today. Thank you.
That's what's up.
People are saying, hey, when does the show start? Well, we started at 10 a.m. So, this is what we got today. We started Celtics-Lakers. Celtics made a statement. LeBron tapped out. Tatum and Brown, best duo in the league. Al Horford on the pick and roll. Nobody can stop. They better respect it. Still waiting on a Porzingis update. Didn't play. And LeBron tapped out again because he's out the next 2 weeks for the Lakers. NFL news. Yesterday, Ronnie Stanley re-signed with the Ravens. So the number one option for the Patriots off the board. Today, Myles Garrett got $40 million a season guaranteed by the Browns. Who wants to play there? Well, he did, I guess. Now, do they pivot? Is there a pivot now across the league to Micah Parsons or even Joey Bosa, who's hinted to go play with his brother in San Francisco? Another a pivot, that's right. Another receiver from the Chiefs has been arrested. So therefore, they've re-signed Hollywood Brown. Ooh, what movie is this? Anyways, what else has happened in the football world? Oh, Von Miller released.
Yeah, Von Miller. Yep.
In Buffalo today. We talked about the Brad Marchand situation. I think Leroy and I are happy that they made a decision and are starting to retool for the future. Sounds like Brad Marchand's camp wanted to compromise and stay in Boston. And reportedly, could not come to a compromise. And they traded him. By the way, the Bruins won yesterday.
Yeah.
See that? Swayman looked good all of a sudden. Cole Koepke scored 2 goals.
One game.
Closer to the lottery than the playoffs.
One game.
So I'm just trying to think of anything else that we've gotten into some heated debates.
We got on LeBron and Bronny and Stephen A. Yep.
Yep, we got into that. Mike Vrabel's photo circling around at the casino.
Got into that too.
Let's go to the phones. Dean's in Shrewsbury. Dean.
Hey, my girlfriend and I went out for our first anniversary last night at the Cheesecake Factory.
Oh, yes.
Congrats.
Yeah, she got Cinnabon cheesecake. I got the Reese's peanut butter and chocolate cheesecake.
No, it's the Adams peanut butter fudge cup. Reese's. I know exactly what it is. Dude,
Yeah, it's so good,
What'd you get? Dude, by the way, the Cheesecake Factory, I know it's a very big menu. Everything they make is good. You ever had their pizza before? It's like everything they do is good.
Yeah, I had their shawarma last night, and it was really good.
There you go. You know what I like? Their Buffalo Blasts.
Oh, I haven't had that before.
Yeah, it's like a Rangoon of just buffalo-ness in your mouth.
Well,
yeah. So my girl was making Joe Murray sexual noises while eating.
There's nothing sexual about that. That's just good, baby. So did you get 2 cheesecakes or 1?
Oh, we got 2.
That's right. So you shared. What was the other one? What was the other cheesecake there?
The Cinnabon.
Oh, that's a good one. Did you get to put the glaze on it too?
Hey. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, what'd you think of the Celtics last night?
I think they played really good. I think their defense was a little better than their offense. Their offense sort of sputtered in the fourth quarter, and it was they obviously played a playoff lineup. I think that's a little telling that Pritchard's he only played 23 minutes and Drew Holiday played I think 36. So it's a little telling about what they're going to do during the playoffs.
All right.
No, I will say it is
Glad
good.
you enjoyed that cheesecake.
It is good to see Drew Holiday back. playing.
I thought he looked good. I mean, he fit in perfectly.
Yeah. And Tatum, I think, spoke about him after the game. It's just like, yo, we're a different team.
Just quickly, at times last night, this is not a slight. This isn't about Tatum and Brown are the best duo. There were times last night where I thought Jaylen Brown was the best player on the court. Defensively, he was awesome, but whenever he wanted to go to the paint, he could have.
I feel like if we were to ask Brown, who does he look forward to defending the most, he would probably say Luka. If you could just feel the energy in him is different. It felt like he was like hungry and couldn't wait to defend this guy and show him up.
I think you know how Rondo was a primetime Rondo?
Yes. Ooh, I think
we're getting like a JB
that.
shows he's the alpha kind of thing.
Prime
and listen,
time.
Tatum and Brown get along great.
Yes.
So it's almost like Tatum wants that because they're at their best.
Yeah.
So
combined 71 points last night. You can't beat that.
Will's in Wilmington.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
I just wanted to talk about the Marchand trade and where you think we are as a team moving forward and why we couldn't come to that compromise with him. I don't really understand it. He's been here for 15 years, but I think we will be better with these new prospects.
Yeah, well let me
losing
ask you,
our last 10 games,
do you think
some of them by one.
Do you think they got burned? Do you think they got burned by the Swayman stuff?
Kinda. I mean, I wish he was in training camp, but last night he looked really well.
No, I meant on the Marchand front though. Like they gave in to Swayman, and it hurt them. And they gave in to Coyle, and they gave in to Zaka, and they gave in to all these guys. The one they didn't give in to was Marchand.
I'm glad we still have Geeky, Zaka, Pasta together. I mean, that's our top producing line at the moment. But I'm really excited to see these new prospects.
Yeah, so I'll be honest with you, Will. Me trying to pronounce some of these guys' names was really funny. Kunitsadonov or whatever. Listen, this is to really, really dumb it down, Leroy. They got a first-round pick, 2 second-round picks, a third and a fifth. And quite frankly, they got 2 really young, good prospects and 4 or 5 roster players. Now, they might be bottom of the roster, third liners, but they got 2 young players that could be stars and were high prospects. The other thing I didn't mention in there was the potential first-round pick for Marchand. If it is 27 or 28, let's call it, do you think Florida is still going to be a Stanley Cup contender in 2028? Like, they might have to move on from their pieces after that because they went all in this year.
I was about to say, what makes
they're trying to go back-to-back right now.
So money might be in it, paying players later. Okay, I see what you're saying.
What I'm trying to say is they could fall like the Bruins.
Right.
And that pick could be a high lottery pick. Why doesn't anybody think like that? Oh, the return wasn't good enough. It could be a first-round pick when they're down.
Well, I think part of the problem is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard other Bruins fans say, all right, let's say they do get a high pick. Let's say that ends up being a high pick. They don't trust Sweeney nearly to pick the right person. That's what I've heard.
I will just say this. I think Don Sweeney did everything to save his job. Would I be surprised if they move on from him? No. But I think there was a code red from somebody. I think it was management. I don't know that. This is just an assumption. I don't know anything. No sources. But there was a code red to reset. Because I think they should have done it years ago. 2 years ago, at least. And the thing is, people push back on me when I say that. The next year, they were the President's Trophy winner. And then the next year, they went, 2 rounds into the playoffs. Well, now look where you're at.
Yep.
The drafting's been an issue, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's gone. Mark's in Attleboro. Hey, Mark.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Hey.
So the last caller asked the question that I had lined up, but what I want to ask you guys is, with Jason Tatum and Brown, I wonder when they get a little bit older, if they're going back and forth with who scores more, if there's going to be any issue of, jealousy or anything like that.
See, Joe, I'm in the belief of
Mark.
manifestation and words are powerful. What's his name? Mark?
Mark.
Why are you speaking that stuff? Why are you putting it out there in the atmosphere?
Well, I actually think it's a good topic for sports radio.
You think so? That they'll have could they have a potential problem as far as when it comes to scoring? I feel like if that was going to happen between those two, it would have happened already. I mean, to the point where it could cause an issue. I don't think it's going to be an issue. And you know what? What's the Joe? I'm forgetting the name of this. Hold on, I got to look it up real quick. The HBO, the Max.
The new documentary.
Yes.
The Celtics. I want to get into that. With you, by the way,
some of the clips that I've seen, trailer clips, shows me that JT and JB are getting along just fine.
Real quick, that last call. Maybe I misinterpreted. Was he talking? I thought he was talking about the Bruins having issues.
No, I thought he was talking about JT and JB in the future potentially having issues.
I think that, and we got to go to break because I do want to talk about that Celtics documentary. This is what Jason Kidd tried to do in the playoffs last year, knowing that.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Knowing that they can't beat him.
Yeah.
So try to separate those two.
Yeah.
Those two, there aren't two guys more aligned with each other. And we should get into the documentary after this. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are because they've won a championship.
Oh, yeah.
They'll be connected to each other forever.
Mm-hmm.
If Jaylen Brown ever does want to go on his own, I think Jason Tatum would approve of it. But I think what's best for business is them playing together.
That's right.
And I think they know that. And I think they've said that. And there's some powerful things that Jaylen Brown talked about in the documentary. Let's get into that. We got more Patriots stuff as well. But we're here till 2 o'clock. Whatever you guys want to talk about coming up next here on the Sports Hub.
More Joe Murray coming up on the Sports Hub.
heard him. Joe, I was in a church van on the way to feed the hungry at the Pine Street Inn.
Wow.
And a friend of mine was sitting in the back of the van, and he says, "You need to listen to this." It's like, who is this? This is Biggie Smalls. I put the headphones on, and I was instantly hooked. But that was the first time I heard Biggie on the way to feed the poor at the Pine Street Inn in a church van.
That's something. I've shared the story before, but my mom, shout out mom, gave me the Life After Death album for Easter one in 1997.
She thought it was about the resurrection, was she?
Told you I went to Catholic school.
She thought it was.
Hey, listen, I said I wanted the record. Actually, it was a double disc, if you remember. It was the double disc.
Life After Death.
And it started off with, it had Kick You in the Door. What else did it have?
Oh, man. I just
Life
can't.
After Death. Yeah, it was Diddy at the beginning. And then
oh my God. Did you ever let her know what?
Yeah, I tell her all the time. I love that album. It's one of the best albums. That's a great gift.
Did she explain why she gave it?
Because I wanted it.
Oh, so it had nothing to do with
I don't think it had
Easter.
anything to do with it. No, I would get a gift in an Easter basket. You never got gifts in Easter baskets?
Yeah, but the coincidence, like Life After Death on Easter.
I remember in 1995, I think I got the Nirvana Unplugged, I think. Whenever someone died, I wanted their album. What was up with that?
Oh, man. Life After Death. Wow, that's on Easter.
What did Life After Death have on it?
I'm pretty sure that someone on that day preached a sermon called Life After Death in church. I'm going to tell you about the real life after death.
Oh, that had was that the Mad Rapper?
Who, me? Just then?
No, remember the Mad Rapper?
Oh, yeah, I remember the Mad Rapper.
I just don't understand. Why are you so mad?
Yeah. What I just did was
That Ready to Die stuff, it was all right.
Yeah. That was my attempt at being a preacher on
My
Sunday
stuff's
morning.
John Blaze.
Here we go. Yeah. I asked for your forgiveness. I should making the crackling stop. Oh, it's I get it. I understand. Stand now.
It's up often, but who would have thought that like Suge Knight is now the peacemaker of all rap battles?
No, he's not. He's still out here causing trouble.
He's trying to mend the.
No, he's not. No, he's not. I listened to his
minor.
I listened to his podcast, and he is still from prison. From prison.
Hey, speaking of this,
he is still causing.
I threw this in our rundown. I don't know if you saw it. I know there's some people we can't talk about anymore, but since we're talking about guys who are dead, R. Kelly has written 25 albums in jail.
I know it's not politically correct to mention this man's name in a
No, he's good, definitely canceled.
He's canceled, but he's the king of R&B.
Remix to Ignition, hot and fresh out the kitchen. What's your now?
Suge Knight's podcast. Want to know what it's called?
What's that?
Collect Calls with Suge Knight.
Who gets paid?
So it's him and this dude. It's weird.
Was that really on your phone?
Yes, I listened to it. The quality's not great. And sometimes when he's on the phone, you get the operator cutting in. You have 5 minutes left on your collect call. He's in prison.
Does he ever hear from Michelet?
Oh, he talks about all that stuff. It's interesting, but then sometimes he goes on and on and on. I'm like, all right, dog.
I'll never forget. I know that Ice Cube talked about it in his song. That No Vaseline.
Oh, yeah.
But the fact that Eazy-E is wearing wings in the Nicety commercial
of the
video.
Yeah.
And Dr. Dre is the
unbelievable.
Come on, baby. Whew.
Yeah. Collect Calls with Suge Knight. Check it out. I'm not saying it's great. It's there. Joe, it starts off. You hear the doors clang.
Like the death row sound?
It's so...
Like at the beginning of the Chronic
yeah,
album?
Yeah. Sorry, but...
Death row.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like we always do about this time.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Biggie Smalls, March 9th.
Tom's in Boston.
Hi, I just had a quick thing on Tatum, and do you guys believe that Colin Cowherd, like his take when he said when you close your eyes, you don't see a star like you would in like a Curry or a Magic when it comes to Tatum, and he kind of compared Tatum more to a prime Clay. You know, I'm a big Celtics fan, and I know Tatum's a star, but I've been getting into it with friends who are diehard Celtics fans, and I feel sometimes Tatum is inconsistent. Like he gets his numbers and stats, but sometimes at the end of games and like pivotal moments when you need him to turn into that killer, it's like he can be inconsistent, and I think he's like missing that killer in him, like certain players. I don't know if you guys believe that.
Okay, you can say inconsistent maybe early in his career. I'll even give you maybe last season. There's no way you are watching
this after last night.
Forget last night. This season, there's no way you are watching the Celtics this season, and you're saying that Jason Tatum is inconsistent or doesn't show up when the team needs him. He has been clutch. I think the reason why I'm still trying to figure out. I don't think anyone has a clear answer to why Jason Tatum is disrespected the way he is.
You know what my thing is, Leroy, and I don't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
Embrace it.
Embrace
The fact that he's the silent assassin.
Yes.
Embrace the fact that he doesn't need to be the guy when you close your eyes and see the perfect basketball player. Embrace it.
Right.
You know why? Because I love Steph Curry. But you know what? I'll sit here and tell you he ruined the game of basketball.
Ooh, it's not his fault, but I hear what you're saying.
No,
yeah.
I'm saying he ruined the game.
Yeah.
He shoots threes.
Yeah.
Everyone shoots threes.
Yeah.
Kids shoot threes at every level now.
Yep.
I watched college basketball yesterday. Whoo, baby, they need to start going to the paint.
Pickup run. I go to LA Fitness.
Like, kids don't understand what an up fake is anymore.
Everyone's in there shooting threes.
Steph Curry's, to me, I still think Magic Johnson's the best point guard of all time. But there is a debate. Okay? The guy changed the game. All I'm trying to say is I don't need to close my eyes and see the perfect player. Tom Brady was amazing, but really didn't have the ability of some of these other guys. And I don't care. Like Colin Cowherd does this to ratings.
Yeah. I would like to ask people.
It might be fact, too.
Yeah.
You might close your eyes and not see him as a star. But you know what? I don't care.
I would want to ask him and all the others who believe Jason Tatum isn't clutch or he doesn't have the it factor or he shouldn't be the face of the league or a face of the league. What does he have to do in order to prove to you guys that he belongs? I mean, he won a championship.
I would win another. Because
you think that was silence?
Yes, because how many guys have won two? And I know that what I mean by two is people who win two are legit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, say what you want about Dwayne Wade. He's got the rings.
Yeah, it's true.
You might not think he was the greatest two guard of all time, but who cares? He won his rings.
Yeah.
It just, to me, it's you and I'll even throw in poor Klay Thompson now with the Mavericks, right? Poor Klay. Oh, I went on a mighty rant. You might have missed it about the Mavericks. I just said, welcome to the island of irrelevancy. Because you're irrelevant now. And poor Klay Thompson thought that he was going to go to a team that needed the shooter and a player. But you know what? He's won a bunch. Does he get the respect?
No.
Because he was the sidekick, right?
The sidekick, yeah.
Splash Brothers don't matter, right? My whole thing is, I do think what Tatum has to do is keep winning. Because at some point, you can't disrespect it.
I think people aren't going to keep their mouths shut about Jason Tatum unless they win, but he also has to win the MVP. I know it's I don't agree with
Leroy,
it, but
you know what? The people aren't going to like this from me. But I think guys like Tim Bontemps and other guys have disrespected Tatum where I don't even know if the vote could be fair. I think there's a bias against Tatum.
Why? Why?
He's not. Even though he is one of the most marketable basketball players.
Yep.
And does commercials galore around the league. He's not that dog. He doesn't. You heard that caller just say it, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have that dog late in games. Okay. Well, I mean, I've seen him hit 35-foot threes to close a game out. I've seen him make great defensive plays on people late in games. I've seen him get double teamed and make unbelievable passes. To me, it's just a lazy narrative.
Yeah.
It's lazy.
I'm looking at the NBA Finals between the Celtics and the Mavericks, and Jaylen Brown won the MVP. But when you look at the stats, congratulations, Jaylen Brown. Jason Tatum was the guy.
Look at the voting.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. You just made my point. The guys who vote didn't consider him. And dude, Tim Bontemps, that guy is the ultimate when it comes to that. The absolute ultimate. All right, we're up against it. We got to take a break. I'm Joe Murray. He's Leroy here on the Sports Hub.
Don't go anywhere. There's more Joe Murray. More Joe Murray. On the way on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
back here at 98.5 The Sports Hub. Final segment. We haven't been able to get into it, but the documentary, the new Celtics documentary came out on Monday. I believe there's another episode tomorrow. It was a Ringer production. I enjoyed it. There were some things I was aware of, some things I was unaware of. I do get nostalgic about seeing old Boston at times.
Yep.
Still can't believe there was an elevated train there. But Celtic City was this week. I like the way it started with Jaylen Brown talking about Bill Russell, and he felt like the torch was passed, and now he needs to set some of the examples, like Bill Russell did in Boston, and he certainly has done that. Jaylen Brown, he's does so much for the community and everything. He's everywhere. Which, by the way, I have a great pair of sneakers for him. So thank you for everybody over at the great sneaker land. Have you seen his new sneaker?
Whoa. You purchased them or you were given some?
Because
depending on how you answer this, I might have an issue.
How do I answer that?
Tell the truth.
I am his marketing team.
Hey,
741 sent it to me.
Hey.
And they sent a size 16. Thank you. Oh. And well, if you want to see it, I'll show it to you. It's right there. I'll show 741. Go see size 16s.
You know what's the best part about his sneakers? Just to sidetrack for a second, I love that players on the team are wearing them and supporting them.
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
And you know what I saw? They were wearing the Tatums the other night too.
Absolutely.
All right. So what I didn't know was I didn't realize that there were maybe issues with Bob Cousy and Bill Russell. And I think Cousy's honest when he was ignorant of things.
Yes.
And when you're Mr. Basketball and you're hanging out with Frank Gifford and doing big things in the 50s, late 50s, early 60s, you may tend to forget how other people are living at that time.
Yeah.
And Satch Sanders and him had a conversation about it and had to be reminded. And there were some things he didn't know. I'll say this, Kuz is sharp as a tack.
Oh, my goodness.
But I'm interested. I want to know more. And I want to hear more. But as of right now, though, Bob Cousy was Mr. Basketball.
Yes.
But they don't win without Bill Russell.
But they don't win without Bill Russell. Bob Cousy holds a special place in my heart. I don't know why. Maybe part of the reason why is because I grew up watching Celtics games and he was calling them alongside Tommy. And maybe that's it. Joe, I knew about how Cousy felt because I read his book, The Last Pass. And the transparency, the humility, and the way he takes accountability it's just a beautiful thing. I really, 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 really do hope that he comes to he finds peace in the role that he played or things he didn't play in the whole situation back then when they were players and doing their thing. As far as the documentary, I loved it. I know it's just part one, but I loved it. Joe, one thing I didn't understand, though, we got to see clips of Cousy, Russell, and others that I have never seen before. And it shows how athletic they were. That I feel like we weren't allowed to see before. All we've ever seen is Cousy dribbling out the ball, and that's like the only clip.
No shot, no 3-point line.
Nothing. But the clips that we saw during part one, I'm like, yo, I didn't know he could make that type of pass. Mm-hmm. I didn't know he was that magical on the court.
I've talked to Sam. I interviewed Sam Jones. I didn't know he was Mr. Clutch.
Right.
But again, maybe that's the age we're at. But, those teams, but you remember all that, like Sharman, big names. Yeah. I mean, he was a big Celtics names.
Yeah.
But yes, I didn't realize that when you asked Bill Russell, who's going to take the game-winning shot. Did he even hesitate?
Yeah.
Sam Jones.
Didn't even hesitate. Another thing within the documentary, I'm sorry you haven't seen it yet. One thing that I thought was interesting was Bill Russell talking about going up against Wilt Chamberlain for the first time. And how after the game, he couldn't physically recover for days, maybe even weeks. I can't remember. So the next time that they faced each other, his approach was different. All right, I'll let him. He's going to do his thing and score. I'm not going to try to bang on him like that because I need to be here for the long run. He literally lets Wilt Chamberlain do his thing offensively because he's like, I got other things that I got to take care of, and I trust my teammates are going to do the other things. It was just the ultimate show of teamwork, respecting one another's talents, the pros and cons, their gifts, and being okay with it. And it was refreshing. I know it's so long ago, and all the players except for Kuzi, everyone involved except for Kuzi, are gone. I wish some of that would make a return in sports today, where you're loud about teamwork, working together, making sacrifices. I thought that it's really good so far.
The other thing I would throw out there is seeing Wilt and Bill Russell on camera together, talking about defending each other.
Yeah.
And the debates back then, well, Bill Russell has Kuzi and Sam Jones.
Better team.
And, well, Wilt's got nobody else. And it's like, and now we're getting the Jerry West part
Jerry
of it.
West, yes. Who's rest in peace, but
he hates the Celtics.
I have to.
I loved it. You know what though? That's a guy that like I respected it so much.
Yep.
Normally, you're like, I hate that guy.
Right. You can tell he up until his dying day. Again, rest in peace. He couldn't get proper sleep over missing that shot and losing to the Celtics. It's like, wow, man, great stuff. I love how it's not regurgitated stuff that we've already seen before. This is some brand new stuff, and it's very interesting.
I just wanted to share one story from the documentary. So they're out on the road. There was a player named Cooper that was drafted before Kuzi, and they didn't want black people and white people in the bathroom at the same time. And Kuzi is just like, yeah, we used to drink. We didn't snort.
Right.
We didn't use needles or take pills. We just loved to drink beer.
Yeah.
And he tells a story about how they both got drunk and they were just in the bathroom together taking a leak. And they just started laughing about it. But I felt the laughter.
Yeah.
It was good, man. I'm very interested in seeing more about it because, the history of the Celtics. You're right. When they're good, man, we talk about them. When they're bad, we overhype.
Yeah.
And it's happened here for years. But watching back on those teams, like Bill Russell, the way he built it, the way that he, would he even talked about pushing buttons on certain players that he couldn't with others. I thought it was really good. I'm interested. I'm tomorrow night, I believe, is the other one.
I believe so. You know what I'm not looking forward to, though, in this documentary? I'm not looking forward to the time period of sorrow. I'm not looking forward to, and I'm going to watch it, but I'm not looking forward to Len Bias. I'm not looking forward to Reggie Lewis. I'm not looking forward to Paul Pierce getting stabbed. That's going to be tough. That's a time period that's going to be tough.
Rick Pitino.
I'm going to be locked in. I'm going to watch, but man, I'm concerned about what type of emotions that's going to bring up, because I remember when Reggie Lewis passed away and they drove his body through the city.
Yeah.
Oh, I was out in the street.
Forest Hill Cemetery.
I was right out there, and it was devastating beyond basketball. Like, that was a family.
Oh yeah,
man.
And then it became a huge medical issue over the summer and the doctors, and
so it'll be very interesting to see what new things they expose to us that we haven't seen before, but that's going to be a tough period.
Leroy, today was fun. Man.
It was a lot of fun.
We went all over the place. Did we hit all that rundown though?
I don't know, but I like that. We didn't run out of anything.
He's got more to talk about. Nick Cattles has more to talk about. And there is an update on the DK Metcalf situation. I'll let Nick share that with all of you guys. NFL free agency begins tomorrow.
You're listening to Joe Murray on 98.5. You're listening to Joe Murray on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Cut your energy bills without sacrificing comfort. Upgrade your home with Bruin Remodeling and their energy-efficient windows, providing superior insulation and comfort. They offer free estimates with no obligation. Plus, when you tell them Big Jim sent you, they'll give you up to 20% off your project. Visit BruinRemodeling.com to schedule your in-home estimate.
So there's a second round pick, DK Metcalf.
Boom.
Yeah, boom. That McAfee show, man. This guy's just yelling in the background. I know Fred Toucher's a big fan.
Boom.
Boom. Just relax, everybody. Good Sunday to all of you. Thanks for joining me as always. It is very much appreciated. Nick Cattles with you here on 98.5 until 5 o'clock. And I was going to start with something different. But then all of a sudden I saw a little bit of a DK Metcalf update. And I'm telling you, it feels like the Patriots have a legitimate shot at Metcalf if they want that legitimate shot. With all the stuff that's coming out over the past 24, 36 hours, it feels like the Patriots have an opportunity here. Whether or not they're going to be able to close out on the deal, I don't know. Whether or not you think they should go after DK Metcalf, if they should be, quote-unquote, all in on DK Metcalf, I don't know.
Yeah, and they got 2/3.
They do. They do have 2/3. 69, nice, and 77.
Boom.
Boom. But here's the latest on DK. You just heard Daniel Jeremiah, again on the Pat McAfee show, if you couldn't tell. by the...
we can tell.
The background shenanigans. Josina Anderson tweeted this last night. And I'd like for all of you, as I read this tweet, to think about who she could be talking about. Here's the tweet. I heard from one league source who expressed a team's willingness to pay a top-tier new money APY on an extension for a free agent wide receiver. However, in DK Metcalf's case, said club is currently unwilling to go higher than a third-round draft pick and pay, quote, Ayuk and St. Brown neighborhood money, unquote. Additionally, Josina writes, I'm told there's a discussion about fit, the source said. Now, this could be another team, of course. Last time I checked, there are 32 teams in the league. So there are 30 other teams this could be talking about. Obviously, it's not talking about Seattle because DK's in Seattle. But when I read that, I couldn't help but feel like Josina Anderson was tweeting about the Patriots. The beginning of the tweet says that the team is willing to pay a top-tier new money APY on an extension for a free agent wide receiver. Who's the free agent wide receiver? Chris Godwin. What have we heard for the past couple of weeks? What did we hear from BSJ's Mike Giardi this week? That the Patriots were going to drive the market for Godwin. They might be willing to pay upwards of $25 million a year. So the first sentence in Josina's tweet feels like the Patriots. Feels like she's talking about Chris Godwin. Then the second sentence. However, in Metcalf's case, said club is currently unwilling to go higher than a third-round draft pick and pay Ayuk and St. Brown neighborhood money. Why does she bring up Ayuk? Who was willing to pay Ayuk at the top of the market last year? Wasn't the Steelers. Wasn't even really the 49ers. It was the Patriots. And then the final sentence. Additionally, I'm told there's a discussion about fit. Now, I heard later in the week, right? If you watch NBC Sports Boston, Phil Perry, Tom Curran, those guys do a great job. I've heard from several people on this topic wondering if DK Metcalf fit Mike Vrabel's program. Many people questioning whether or not DK has the personality that would fit the culture that Mike Vrabel wants to set. A lot of questions about whether or not DK Metcalf should be the highest paid Patriot in the locker room with Vrabel taking over. That Josina Anderson tweet, to me, felt like she's talking about the Patriots. The team's willingness to pay a top-tier new money APY on an extension for a free agent, Godwin. However, in Metcalf's case, unwilling to go higher than a third-round draft pick and pay Ayuk and St. Brown neighborhood money. Ayuk money, Patriots. There's a discussion about fit, Patriots. Now, Diana Rossini, interestingly enough, of The Athletic, Rossini tweets out earlier today that the Seahawks' asking price has lowered. Remember, Rossini started this whole thing saying that the Seattle Seahawks wanted a first and a third for Metcalf. Well, now Rossini is telling us that the Seahawks have lowered their price. They no longer want a first and a third. They want a second-round pick. Now, riddle me this. Which team do you think would say, we're not giving you a first and a third. Maybe we'll give you a second. What makes sense is a team at the top of the first round. Because nobody on God's green earth is going to give up a first-round pick in the top 10, top 15 for DK Metcalf. That's not going to happen.
Got 2/3.
Yeah. Thank you. They do. So nobody's going to give up that number 4 pick for DK Metcalf. The idea of sliding from 4 to 18. I don't think the Patriots are interested in that. So it's fascinating that Josina Anderson tweets out what she tweeted out last night, and that's followed up today by Rossini tweeting that the Seahawks have lowered their asking price. Now, here's something else from Rossini. She was actually on the Gojo and Golick show this week. And here's what Rossini said about DK Metcalf's desires, where he's looking and what he wants.
My sense from the DK side to it, he obviously wants to get paid. He wants to play somewhere where it's warm. It was something I was told. Warm weather. He wants a more stable quarterback situation.
Warm weather. Patriots,
we got that, no problem.
Patriots had 2 out of the 3 things that Diana listed, right? But they don't have the warm weather, obviously. This week it's going to be up to 60. It's going to feel like 95 here in New England. I'm going to be out there with a T-shirt and shorts running around like just losing my mind. So obviously the Patriots don't have the warm weather. That is not a check in the column. However, Burt Breer, just about 30 minutes ago, tweeted out something very interesting. And this is why I think the Patriots have a legitimate chance at DK Metcalf if they want DK. Because the biggest question was, not if the Patriots should be in on DK, but how deep should they be in on the DK talks? And, of course, the ultimate $1 million question was whether or not DK Metcalf would want to come to New England. Of course, he spoke with Katie Nolan. He said he's not really looking to move to Massachusetts. Said it was tough to say. Maybe that was tongue-in-cheek. I don't know. But the biggest question was whether or not DK would say yes to a trade to the Patriots, or would he pull a Brandon Ayuk like last year? Here's the Breer tweet. On Seattle wide receiver DK Metcalf's situation, teams have been told he wants to play for a contender in a warm weather city. Oh, God, Patriots are out, right? Back-to-back 4-win seasons. Again, the damn warm weather. But then is the telling sentence from Burt. Burt follows that up by tweeting the following. That said, there could be a sliding scale where teams that don't fit the criteria pay him more.
Boom.
Now, who could Burt Breer be tweeting about, I wonder? A team that's not a contender and doesn't have warm weather, but could pay DK Metcalf more than other teams are willing to pay him. This is an easy translation. Translation is, hey, I'll move to Massachusetts if you make it worth it. I'll move to Massachusetts if you pay me more than the $30 million per I'm looking for. I might not be in love with the idea of playing in cold weather and moving across the country to New England, but you know what? I'd feel much better about that opportunity if you gave me, say, 33, 34, 35 million a year. You start to put the pieces together. And maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I don't think that I am. I don't think that I'm putting too much into this. I don't think I'm reading too much into these tweets. When you put all of this together, Daniel Jeremiah, late in the week on Pat McAfee, says, I'm hearing Patriots for Metcalf. Josina Anderson last night says, hey, there's a team out there that's willing to pay a free agent wide receiver a lot of money per season, but is not really in love with the idea of giving up what the Seahawks want in a deal for Metcalf. That's followed up. And again, by the way, Josina brings up questions about the fit. And then this morning, Diana Rossini says, magically, the Seahawks' asking price has dropped to only a second-round pick, which would make more sense for the Patriots instead of trading a first and a third for DK Metcalf. And then you have Burt Breer tweeting just 35 minutes ago that DK Metcalf is willing to go to a team that is not a contender and does not have warm weather as long as you pay him money. As long as you give him more than what he might ask for from LA and the Chargers, right? I'm in on DK. But I'm not overpaying. 3 days ago, I would have said a second-round pick. I would have been okay with the idea of trading 38 for DK Metcalf because I think DK Metcalf makes more impact for your football team right now and helps your young quarterback more than anybody at 38 would. That's how I felt a couple of days ago. I might even throw a conditional pick into the mix for 2026 to get the deal done. But now, it feels like to me the Patriots have the leverage right now. I know it sounds crazy, but think about it. Who's changing? Who's changing the dynamics of the conversation? Not the Patriots. The Patriots are in on DK Metcalf, but who's changing? Seattle is changing what they're asking for. You want to know why? Because they're not getting what they want for DK Metcalf. All of a sudden, DK Metcalf's camp is saying we're willing to play for a team that's not a contender and is not in warm weather. We're willing to make that work if you can give us some more money. So who is shifting their desires? Seattle now wants less, and DK is all of a sudden willing to play for a team that's not winning and plays in the cold.
Can I also put your 38th overall draft pick into perspective?
Sure.
Last year, a wide receiver was drafted at pick 37 by the New England Patriots.
Why you got to bring that up?
His name is Jalen Polk. So essentially, if you just think about the idea of moving on from a draft pick, if you're going to take a wide receiver, why wouldn't you want to go after a wide receiver that's actually established in the league and could help your team right now instead of a guy that the Patriots will inevitably end up missing on because he is a wide receiver?
Now, I want to make this clear.
Yes.
Great points by Ryan. I'm not telling you that DK Metcalf is guaranteed a Patriot. Every time we have a conversation about one of the top-tier players, Ronnie Stanley, who's going to be available, I find it unlikely that the Patriots will land that player for all the things we've talked about. Back-to-back 4-win seasons, crappy weather, Massachusetts taxes, all the things that everybody has brought up ad nauseum. On this station, on the other station, on TV, at the bar, everywhere. But what I'm telling you is it's obvious that there's a shift from Team Metcalf here. And something has caused that shift. And what has caused that shift is a lack of interest in giving what Seattle wants and paying him the contract that he wants. There's got to be a meeting in the middle. Seattle's going to have to take less, and DK is probably going to have to get paid more if you're the Patriots.
Seattle's spending money, just not on DK Metcalf. 5 minutes ago, Adam Schefter tweeted that Jaron Reed is re-signing with the Seahawks on a 3-year deal worth up to $25 million. So, again, that's money that's potentially coming out of DK Metcalf's pocket.
He's not perfect. He has to be all in. He has to buy into this program and this culture. He's very emotional, gets penalties, drops passes. He's not perfect.
He sounds like the perfect Patriot. What are you talking about?
He's not flawless, but that's why he's available, right?
An emotional receiver that drops passes. I mean, how is he not a Patriot already?
That's why he's available, folks. But I would be in on it. Absolutely. And I'd be trying to get rid of that 3rd-round pick now. I'd be willing to trade you 69 for DK Metcalf. Because now I know Seattle is a little bit desperate to get a deal done. And I know that DK is loosening up his criteria because he wants out. And I want to take advantage of that. Legit outside wide receiver 1. He's not 28 years old until December. And he helps Drake May immediately. What are your thoughts? 617-779-0985. 617-779-0985. Nick Cattle's here on a Sunday alongside Ryan Garvin. I believe the Patriots have a legitimate shot at DK Metcalf. Would you be in, and what would you be willing to give up? Get to your answers on that. And I also want to get into a little bit of free agency talk coming up next.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub. Looking for a
Burt Breer, about 35, 40 minutes ago, tweeted out that Metcalf wants to play for a contender in a warm weather city. However, Burt tweets out that there could be a sliding scale where teams that don't fit that criteria pay him more. So DK might be against Massachusetts because it takes a long time to say it. I think that's tongue-in-cheek, right? But he might be against the idea of playing for the Patriots a week or two ago. But now, today, I wonder what DK would say if he was on with Katie Nolan. It certainly sounds like Metcalf would be willing to play in the non-desirable Massachusetts if the Patriots were willing to pay him more money than, let's say, the Chargers or maybe another team. I'm in on DK. Third round pick, and let's say $32 million a year.
I said great organization.
Yeah. There it is.
I'm sorry, did you say 30? Oh, yeah, no, I love it. That's not that cold. Let's wear a jacket.
That's the introductory press conference if he becomes a Patriot.
$30 million, you get yourself a nice jacket.
Great organization. Come on. Great organization. Mike Vrabel.
Great organization.
Yeah. I'm excited about Mike Vrabel. I mean, let's not forget, Myles Garrett put out a public statement a few weeks ago saying that he just wanted to win, and today signed a $123 million contract extension.
I care so much about my legacy. Oh, no, I don't. No, I don't at all. I care about getting $40 million a year.
Signs that big-ass contract extension with Cleveland. He had a change of heart pretty quickly. I'm in on DK. Again, I know he's not flawless. He's far from it. But, you know, I know there are people out there going, yeah, but he's not really a wide receiver one. Are we going to play those games? We've been waiting forever. We've been waiting forever for a physically athletic, dominant outside wide receiver. Since Randy Moss, we've been waiting, right? Yes, Brandon Cooks, you could say maybe he was a little bit of the outside receiver. Brandon Lloyd, you can say something about him as well. But DK Metcalf is that big-bodied, catch radius, get down the field, explosive outside X receiver. We're going to split hairs. Again, I know he's not perfect, but we're going to split hairs. Have you noticed the Patriots have had a little bit of an issue acquiring a legitimate wide receiver?
I mean, name two outside receivers that have failed besides N'Keal Harry and Devontae Parker.
I mean, at least I've seen DK make plays. Mark in Marlboro. What's up, Mark? Hello,
Hi,
Mark.
Bound. Yeah.
Yeah, you're on.
I'm sorry, Attleboro. My fault. No. I don't think that there's any point in getting DK if we don't have a line because, you know, DK can make plays, of course, but if Drake May has no time to throw, then there's no use in getting him. And if we're spending money on him, then we could use that money toward the line.
Right. Thank you for the phone call, Mark. Here's my answer, my counter. Why not both? You can get both. You can pay DK Metcalf. You can pay, let's say, Cam Robinson or Dan Moore. You can utilize the draft to address the offensive line. You can go out and you can sign a Tevin Jenkins. You can do both. I mean, the Cleveland Browns had the worst contract in history on the books with Deshaun Watson, but they found a way to just give Myles Garrett $40 million a year and $123 million. You can do both. I don't think this is an and/or conversation, right? It's not an or. It's not offensive line or wide receiver. You can address both. And when a guy becomes available that's a legitimate outside receiver, the Patriots should absolutely be interested. And a third-round pick, especially when you have 2 third-round picks, not the end of the world. I'd even be willing to give up the second-round pick, but I'm not sure you need to do that right now with Seattle seeming like they're a little bit desperate to get rid of DK Metcalf and just get a pick and move on, and DK now, you know, loosening his stance about playing for a contender in warm weather. By the way, the Chiefs just re-signed Nick Bolton. So if you had Nick Bolton dreams at linebacker, it ain't happening. $45 million over 3 years. So $15 million a year for Nick Bolton to stay in Kansas City. Speaking of free agency, there's a fantastic podcast live stream that Andrew Callahan and Doug Kyde and Fitzy did on Friday night, charity for Doug's daughter who passed away. They had a bunch of great guests. You can check it out on YouTube. And here was Mike Reese on that live stream Friday night, his thoughts about the upcoming free agency.
I think that they'll be aggressive whether they can actually do it. And Andrew, I heard you say it, and I agree. It's one thing to talk about a plan. You got to go execute it now. And I sense, and I'm sure you guys all sense it from your listeners, your followers, like they don't want to hear it anymore. They just want to see the results. And I think that's very fair.
Don't talk about it, be about it. Tough news last night. Obviously, Ronnie Stanley stays in Baltimore. What are my expectations for this free agency period? Change. I'm not telling you how many top-tier guys are going to sign. I don't think they're going to sign a lot of top-tier guys. I don't think there's a lot of top-tier guys on the market, by the way. But I expect lots of change. I expect the Patriots to be very, very active. And I think that activity is going to be more about lots of middle-class signings like Washington did last year. But you're going to see a bunch of guys in that middle class, I think, that are signed by Vrabel and company. And I think you can look at a number of reasons why. I mean, defensively, Vrabel and Terrell Williams are going to change the scheme. Some of these players currently on the roster just don't fit what Vrabel likes. They don't fit the profile. Josh McDaniels, he's going to change the offense. You've got tons of holes on this roster. You just start to put the pieces together, right? What they're looking at. You want to get lots of middle-class signings. I think you can get maybe one or two players at the tippity top. Maybe it's Godwin. Maybe it's one of the defensive players. But I think you'll see a lot of middle-class signings here. Vrabel wants to put his stamp on the culture. He's going to go out and he's going to get guys that fit his culture, fit his profile. Vrabel, the coaching staff, Stretch, they have zero emotional ties to this 53-man roster. None. So I think we're going to see a lot of change. It might not be the big, sexy, dynamic names that you're hoping for up and down the list. But I think we're going to see a very, very busy week. And we're going to see a lot of turnover. And really the priority is just to try to find average NFL starters at every position of need before you get to the draft. You don't have to get the tippity top of the class. I mean, again, Stanley's staying in Baltimore. If you bring in Cam Robinson, I'm not telling you Cam Robinson lights the world on fire, but what I'm telling you is Cam Robinson is a starting left tackle in the NFL. And if you fit that piece, then now you can look at the draft and say, well, maybe we're not as urgent in the Will Campbell business, right? Or the Armand Membu business. The priority is to try to find guys that you can say, hey, he's a legitimate NFL starter. He might not be a star or a superstar, but he's somebody who plugs the hole in the boat. Plug the holes in the boat this week. That's the priority. And they know that. I think we're going to see lots of change. You don't want to be drafting for need. That's a disaster. I saw people last night, Ronnie Stanley stays in Baltimore, people tweeting out, oh, you got to draft somebody now on the offensive line at 4. Don't be so desperate that you're reaching for guys, right? Don't go crazy. But I think it's going to be very busy this week. I think we should anticipate lots of change to this roster. But we all have to be reasonable. Because I don't think you're going to land the top 2, 3, 4 guys on the market. I don't think it's going to be a freaking bonanza. But you're going to see lots of change. 617-779-0985. Nick Cattles with you here on a Sunday, 98.5 The Sports Hub. We'll continue with your Patriots thoughts and calls, but of course, there's a lot going on here, right? There's a lot to talk about. So I'll continue to talk about the Patriots, but also last night was different for the C's, and it was different for Joe Mazzulla. He knew it. Why? I'll tell you that next.
Boston's home for sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
is in the air. It's going to be short. Air ball. Derek White hustles to save it. Enters it back into Holiday. Kick out. Tatum open. Three. Got it!
Give Derek White credit. He saved the day.
That may be the dagger. Celtics by.
Loved that song when I was younger. Loved it. Loved it. Quick note here. I am going to get to the Celtics, but Zadarius Smith was just released by the Lions. Why should we care? Well, he had 9 sacks last year, and he has a couple of connections here in New England. And when you look at free agency, it's vital. We learned this last year, right? We all learned this lesson last year. By the way, Nick Cattles with the 98.5, Ryan Garvin on the 1s and 2s. We all learned this last year when the Patriots brought in a bunch of dudes in free agency that they didn't have a lot of links connections to on the coaching staff. And it didn't go well, last I checked. So Zadarius Smith, he played for Terrell Williams last year in Detroit. He also played for the Patriots' outside linebackers coach and rush specialist, pass rush specialist, Mike Smith, in both Green Bay and Minnesota. So you have your defensive coordinator and your pass rush specialist with connections to Zadarius Smith at a position of need, obviously, right? Edge. Now, of course, Zadarius Smith might not want to play for a team that won 4 games last year. But if he's open to the idea of being that sage veteran in the locker room, I think he's a possibility. He's somebody you can bring in, works with the younger guys, has connections to the coaching staff, and he fills a need. Pass rush, D-end. Somebody on that edge. So again, don't know if he'd be interested. Have no clue. He might be like, yeah, no thanks. But 9 sacks last year, I don't think he's a 50 snap a game guy. But again, I get replies on Twitter, and of course it's Twitter and phone calls. Oh, he's older. Breaking news: the Patriots are desperate, folks. They just need good players. Yeah, he's older than 30. Yes, he's not going to play you 50 snaps a game. But can he get to the quarterback every once in a while? Can he be the quote-unquote adult in the room? At some point, you got to bring players in.
The playoff experience certainly helps, too, because I know you don't have a lot of guys on this team that have a lot of playoff experience.
I mean, my goodness. All right. Few minutes on the Celtics here, though. Few minutes on the Celtics, because there's so much to talk about. ESPN ABC over-dramatizes everything. We know that, right? I mean, you had the 4 Nations final between Canada and the USA, and, of course, ESPN was like, let's roll out that scene from Miracle. Yep. Just like Russia versus the U.S. in the Olympics. Just like it. We all know ESPN suffers from hyperbole. And they will continue because Stephen A. Smith just signed a contract worth $20 million a year. So they're not getting out of the hyperbolic business, folks. With that said, last night's game between the Lakers and the Celtics was an elite regular season matchup. If you want to look at regular season games and you want to circle some on the calendar, last night was one of those games. I mean, almost everyone played. I went to the 76ers game, by the way, on Thursday night. When, how
was that?
Nobody was out there. It was fun. That was probably the beers I drank at the Harp and Sully's before and during the game. That made it fun, too. I was there to witness Baylor Shireman's best NBA game. Get after it, Baylor! But everybody almost played last night, right? Kristaps with this mysterious illness was out again. But, I mean, LeBron and Luka and Tatum and everybody was out there.
Old mallet finger Drew Holiday was back out there.
Even Holiday with his Dr. Evil pinky, he was out there. LA's the hottest team in the league. Now, would I pay over $20,000 for a seat? Hell to the no. And whoever did that, good for you. You either have lots of disposable income or you're kind of a maniac. And so last night, look, I'm not always right. I know, it's shocking. I'm not always right. And I say this all the time because I mean it. I'll be the first one to admit when I'm wrong. And last night I had a take on Twitter, and I was wrong. At first, initially, I was a little perturbed, frustrated that Tatum played 45 minutes. I'm like, why are you playing Tatum 45 minutes in the regular season? This is why you acquired Torrey Craig. I'm not saying don't play him like 40, but he took like a 3-minute break in the second quarter, and then that was it. It's like, do we really want to run this guy ragged when he never misses games? I was frustrated by that. I just saw Torrey Craig on Thursday night play great. Again, had a few beers. Maybe I thought he played even better than he did. But I thought he played really well. But then I said, you know what? Mea culpa. Mea culpa, mea culpa. Because I was missing the forest for the trees. What we saw last night was a playoff game. We could call it a playoff regular season game. That's what that was last night. And you know who treated it that way? Joe Mazzulla. Mazzulla went into that game and said, this is going to be handled like a playoff game. We are going to simulate a playoff game. When it comes to minutes, when it comes to rotations, that's what we're doing. And I realized that when I saw, was it Noah Dalzell? Is that how you pronounce her last name? She does fantastic work. Noah Dalzell tweeted out the minutes last night on the box score, on the game sheet. And I said, you know what? I didn't even notice this. But, like, Horford played 37 minutes. Jaylen Brown played more than 41 minutes. And I looked at that and I said, that's what Joe was doing. Mazzulla, at times, he simulates playoff games. He simulates playoff situations. When they're playing against a really bad team and Joe knows they're going to smoke them, he'll play like a quarter of zone defense. And the Celtics will be getting absolutely eviscerated defensive. But Joe is going to stick with it. Why? Just in case he has to throw a zone out there for 3 minutes in the playoffs, he wants the guys to have at least some experience running the zone together. And so that's why Tatum played 45 minutes last night. Because his head coach was handling that game like it was a playoff game. Brown over 41, Horford over 37. The Celtics played only 8 guys. That is your prototypical 8-man rotation in a playoff game. That's what they were doing. So mea culpa. I apologize, Joe. I was wrong. And I'm going to do something that I never do, but I apologize to people on Twitter. Yeah, I know. It's a crazy world with a bunch of trolls still to this day. But I apologize because some people said, oh, you're overreacting. I said, no, I'm not. And then I took a deep breath and I said, you know what? Those people have a point. This was handled like a playoff game. And that's what Joe does at times. And I'm still getting used to it. This is his 3rd year here, but I'm still getting used to some of the things that he does. You got to work on conditioning at some point. You can't just go from 37 minutes to playing 45 minutes in the playoffs. You've got to work every once in a while on that conditioning, especially as you get closer to the end of the season. And so that's what they were doing. Now, why last night? Why did Joe treat it like a playoff game? Well, A, the matchup. High intensity, Luka, LeBron, national television energy. And you're playing the Utah Jazz tomorrow. So they play OKC on Wednesday night.
By the way, the Utah Jazz are in complete capture, the Cooper Flag mode. I don't know. It's comical to see what their injury reports are like. They're just, hey, the whole team, everybody, nobody's playing. So I'd be shocked if the Celtics need their starting guys for more than 25 minutes apiece in this Utah game.
Here's my message to people who have tickets for tomorrow night's game. You're going to go through the Nick Cattles experience from Thursday. I think suddenly tomorrow there's going to be a lot of illness and a lot of injury on the Celtics roster.
There's going to be a lot of Drew Peterson.
Yep.
Baylor Shireman.
Last night was the playoff game against the Lakers. Hot team, national television, play the playoff rotation, get Tatum 45 minutes. Utah, we're going to lay a little bit back because you've got OKC on Wednesday. So if you could have Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, you get 3 days rest. Going into that OKC game on Wednesday night, which is going to be another one of those big kind of playoff regular season games. That's what was going on.
A lot of Mile Norris on Monday. That's my prediction.
So I apologize, everybody. 617-779-0985. If you want to talk about the Pats free agency, if you want to talk about the Celtics Lakers from last night, I'm game. It's a fantastic watch for the first half. Then the C said enough of this in the third quarter. But 617-779-0985. And also, aside from those couple of things, I'm going to give you my thoughts on the Bruins trade deadline. They're coming up. Nick Cattles, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston sports, yeah, we got that covered. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Save on hearty entrees at Whole Foods Market.
say something I regret here, but was that the lead singer who went to RISD in Rhode Island?
Yeah, that's David Byrne, right? I don't know if he did. I don't know that he did not. I just felt it was very appropriate for what Don Sweeney has been talking about.
Yes, David
last couple of
Byrne,
days.
lead singer, guitarist from Wikipedia of Talking Heads. He attended the Rhode Island School of Design. Boom!
See, sometimes you are right. Nick, don't apologize to Twitter. You nailed that one.
Well, sun shines on a dog's ass every once in a while. But when you're from Rhode Island, there's not a ton of people that are like, oh, yeah. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're very possessive of your own.
That's why I like Joe Mazzulla. He's like my king. Come on now. Celtics head coach from Johnston.
I mean, people still defend Buddy Cianci.
Great tomato sauce. Great tomato sauce. Let me quickly say this about the Bruins. I loved what they did. I loved what they did at the deadline. For weeks, I have been saying from the tippity top of the mountain, retooling is the move. You're going nowhere. Team's not good enough. You don't score enough. Your special team stinks. Swayman's not been good enough consistently enough. And I loved what the Bruins did as far as the approach. I thought they did the right thing on Friday. They retooled. I thought they dealt the right guys. Carlo, Coyle, in a seller's market. They've got term. I thought it was right to move those guys. Freddie and Brazo, easy call. UFAs not coming back. Frederick trade was a steal. UFA, who's banged up and has 15 points in almost 60 games this year. So down year, dinged up, not coming back. That's a great trade. Marshy. I'm going to talk more about Marshy later because he deserves an entire segment. But let me just tell you this. Did not have a problem with them trading Marshy. Love Marshy. Appreciate what he did. Love all the stories about him going to Bristol, Rhode Island after they won the cup and standing on a bar and drinking with everybody. Love Marchand. Love him. But there comes a time. And they could not agree on a contract. And you can't let him walk for nothing. As much as you love him, as much as he's meant to this team, as much as he's meant to this franchise throughout his entire career and the fans and all of that, it's a business. It's cold sometimes, but it's a business. And here is what Sweeney had to say, Don Sweeney had to say about the deadline that the Bruins went through and how he doesn't believe it's really the end of the world.
You start to look at draft capital that we had been spending over a course of most of the years. It starts to take its toll, and you have to have a little bit of a step back approach at times. Did we come in this morning knowing that we were making every one of these moves? No, but we were prepared if the things that we would like presented. And regardless, that's a difficult thing, but the message is clearly not about, we didn't burn it down. We have a lot of guys. Now, a couple of those guys in particular are injured that are big players and pieces for our group. Now we have to do a better job of building around it and charting the course that says we're back. And that's the job.
I agree with Sweeney. Now, I'm not telling you Sweeney should keep his job. We might get to that a little bit later on the show. Again, 5-pound bag. But I agree with what he said, right? They did not burn it down. I know DJ Bean, great at what he does, right? Fantastic hockey guy, what chaos, all that stuff with Pete Blackburn, fantastic. I enjoyed DJ Bean at an Oktoberfest on a Saturday night in 2023 singing Taylor Swift. Yes, I saw it. Hell of a night. So DJ Bean, I appreciate DJ Bean. But DJ acted during the deadline like this thing was like, oh my God, it's all over. It's like they're good. It's going to be the end of the world. I don't think the Bruins burned it down. They kept Pasta. They kept McAvoy. They kept Geeky, who I would like to see them keep long-term. Restricted guy, right? They kept Zaka. Hampus Lindholm is still here, who was the best player on this club at the beginning of the year before he got the injury. They created more cap space for the offseason. They now have over $27 million in cap space. They have the opportunity to add legit veteran talent to Pasta, McAvoy, Geeky, Zaka, Hampus Lindholm. I said Hampus because I don't even want to bring up the other Lindholm. And they have assets now. Yeah, some of them are dart throws at young players and prospects, but that's what you do. Your prospects are not good. Your youth down in Providence ain't great. So you've got some younger guys now. You hope Middlestat turns it around with a change of scenery. You've got draft capital. And aside from yesterday's game, great stuff. Honestly, they played great. But this team is not going to make the playoffs, I wouldn't think. And so I believe you also helped your draft pick in 2025 because you're going to lose more games. I thought it was the right approach. All right, 617-779-0985. We're talking Patriots, we're talking Celtics, we're talking Bruins. Nick Cattles on a Sunday, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is your home for every Patriots game.
Look into the end zone, trying to keep the play alive. Falling down, he throws to the end zone. It's caught! He's got it! Touchdown!
WBZFM at HD.
I do want to throw something else into the mix here. I want to give you an update on Travis Hunter. Now, if I'm the Patriots, I'm looking at this draft in late April. I certainly do not expect Abdul Carter or Cam Ward to be there at 4. I think it's safe to say that those two guys are going to be drafted in the top 3. Now, there was some talk. I saw Alex Barth and Evan Lazar, the great podcast they do, Catch 22. Those guys do great work. And, you know, they were the first media members to bring up this idea of moving from 4 in the draft back to 18 in a DK Metcalf trade. I'm a no on that. I was a no on that. I'm still a no on that. And the main reason why I'm a no on that is because you have an opportunity at Travis Hunter at 4. And I'm not moving out of that spot. I am not saying to myself, oh, I'm going to move from 4 to 18 so I can draft, I don't know, down at 18. I'm not going to make that move and drop down to 18 for DK Metcalf when I have a legitimate opportunity to draft a Travis Hunter. One of only 2 blue-chip prospects in this draft. Now, some people will say Mason Graham is also a blue-chip prospect. Todd McShay is one of those people. But most people say it's Hunter, it's Carter, and then it's the rest. And if I have a chance, even if it's a 20% chance to draft Travis Hunter at 4, I am not dealing that pick. Not for DK Metcalf. So how much of a chance do the Patriots have at Hunter? Well, Andrew Callahan, Doug Kyde, Fitzy, they had a live stream on Friday night for cancer research. Fantastic stuff, of course, for Doug's daughter who has passed on. And they had a ton of great guests. And one of those guests was Field Yates. Here's what Yates had to say on Friday night.
I do think, and as we're having this conversation on March 7th, 8th, what is it, March 7th right now, there's a real chance that the Patriots land one of Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter at pick number 4. Leaving Indianapolis, I felt that way.
Real chance that they could land one of Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. Again, I don't think Carter's going to be there. But Hunter. Now, Pro Football Talk wrote this. The Patriots are the betting favorites to draft Travis Hunter on DraftKings. Plus 190 is the odds. My guy Joe Murray might be all over that. I don't know. But if the Patriots don't draft Hunter, the teams with the most likely odds of drafting him are the Giants at plus 300, the Titans at plus 400, Jags and Browns at plus 500. So at least the DraftKings people feel like Travis Hunter going at number 4 is a legitimate legitimate option. Could actually happen. If Travis Hunter is there at 4, I'm sprinting the card up. I'm not thinking about it. I'm not thinking twice about it. If you can get one of the 2 blue chip prospects in this draft at 4, you do it. You don't think about it. You do it. This Patriots roster is bereft, good word, ding, of talent. If you can draft a blue chip prospect like Travis Hunter, you desperately need blue chip talent. And we don't even know if Christian Barmore is going to be back this year. And he's one of the only few guys that you could say is a blue chip talent. Travis Hunter has legitimate wide receiver 1 potential. He's got that ceiling. And don't forget that Travis Hunter, he's at Colorado. He's splitting time. He's not practicing full-time at wide receiver. He's not working on his route running like a madman. He's not doing that. If you draft Travis Hunter and Hunter is going to sit there and focus on he's focusing solely on wide receiver, he's got Devontae Smith, if not better potential at that position. And he's not your prototypical X receiver that, everybody wants. He's more the Z receiver, but who cares? He's a number 1 receiver. That's what his potential is. I would love Travis Hunter in the wide receiver room. Now, are you concerned that Travis Hunter wants to play corner? I'm sure there's some concern, but here's the latest on that from Paul Kuharsky, who works in Tennessee. Paul Kuharsky has his own website. You can check it out. He wrote this about Travis Hunter this week. The tone teams took in from Travis Hunter at the Combine is that he'd prefer to play receiver if his game must be narrowed primarily to one position. Kuharsky writes, I've been told by multiple people the feeling is if he's going to be steered in one direction, the direction he wants to go is offense. And that makes sense. You want to know why? Money. You make more money as a wide receiver than you make as a defensive back. So Travis Hunter wants to play receiver if he's got to pick one. I'm all in, baby. I'm all in. I'd rather have him at wide receiver than cornerback because at least I got Christian Gonzalez. He's got the talent, man. I'm telling you. And he has a sterling reputation. If you're worried about culture fit, everything you read, everything you hear about Travis Hunter is that he is a great teammate. He cares about winning. He's completely selfless for the football team. His interview process was fantastic at the Combine. And don't get it twisted. Again, if he's forced to play one position, he would lean towards wide receiver, and that's the vibe. Travis Hunter himself, when talking to teams at the Combine, said, wherever you want to put me, I'll play. I love to play both. But wherever you think is best for me, for the team, I'm willing to play. That was his sell to teams at the Combine. He gets it. I mean, think about Drake May, Travis Hunter for the next decade. I'm legitimately getting goosebumps. I legit got goosebumps. I'm all in on Travis Hunter. If he's there at 4, don't think about it. Don't talk to me about Will Campbell. Don't talk to me about Mason Graham. I know they want to build the trenches. I get it, and I'm in agreement with building trenches. Build them trenches. Get them shovels out, start digging, start building. I understand it. But at number 4, if you've got a chance to land one of the best 2 players in this draft, you do it every day of the week, twice on Sunday. Don't even think about it. All right, so your thoughts on Travis Hunter, your thoughts on free agency, your thoughts on DK Metcalf. Burt Breer says that DK Metcalf is now open to the idea of playing for a non-contender in cold weather as long as you're willing to pay him. I don't think that's a coinky-dink. I'm in on DK. 3rd-round pick. I'd even entertain the 2nd-round pick. I'm not sold you got to give that up. 617-779-0985. Patriots, Celtics, Bruins. Let's go to Randy in Providence. Hey, Randy.
Hey, how's it going? First of all, Nick, I watch a lot of your YouTube stuff, and it's really good stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for putting it out. To the DK Metcalf point, that's why I originally called in, was I would rather get Jaden Higgins at 38 than DK Metcalf with that 2nd-round pick. He's a big kid. He's got a bigger catch radius than Tedero McMillan. He's fast. He's got good production throughout college, and he's a good wide receiver. With the draft and towards the 2nd-round pick, I wanted to ask your thoughts on, from a team-building philosophy, how much character is going to weigh, because you've got 2 real talented edge rushers, right, that a lot of people are reporting their draft stock is falling, in James Pierce and Mike Green,
right,
both with different character issues. How much is that going to weigh in? Are those guys the Patriots could consider? And if I could, I'd love to throw 3 mid-tier free agent names at you and then get out of here and listen to your reaction.
All right, what do you got?
Patrick McCarry, Azeez Ojulari, and Paulson Adebo. All 3 guys going right into their prime. You could sign them for long-term contracts and feel good about those spots. Just as solid starters. They're not going to be stars, but who knows? They could develop into good deals, Love to hear your thoughts.
All right, Randy, thank you. I appreciate it, and thanks for bringing up the podcast. Everything Pats, if you're wondering, on YouTube. Everything Pats, rebranded this past week. Got my name out of there. Put Pats in there. SEO, algorithm stuff. Everything Pats on YouTube. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Live we go. So, first, the draft question. Tet McMillan at 4, I think, is a little too high, a little too rich for my blood. I like Tet, don't love Tet. Might be some PTSD from N'Keal Harry stuff, but I like him. I might even say really like him, don't love him. I've got to love a player to draft him at 4. It's a little too rich. If you could get back in the 1st round somehow and look at somebody like a Matthew Golden or an Abuka, those guys I like. I don't think they're ones necessarily, but I think Tet at 4 for me is a little bit too rich. As far as Green and Pierce, look, both tremendously talented. Green was dominant at Marshall. Pierce at Tennessee. Pierce just had an unbelievable testing at the Combine. Just straight line speed for days. But there are some serious questions, as you mentioned. And look, I don't know them personally, so I'm not going to sit here and pass judgment on anybody that I don't know personally. There's allegations out there, and you can Google those allegations if you'd like. They're not good allegations. Not many allegations are good allegations, right? There's some serious stuff about Green and about Pierce. Now, both guys, from what I know, have said nothing happened. The reports are not true, but the Patriots will have the information. Combine interviews, and every NFL team has their own investigatory team that they have that look into this stuff. Trust me when I tell you. Former police officers, former detectives, every team in the NFL has a detail that will look into some of this stuff if they feel like they've got to. So teams know. Teams know when they draft somebody if they're picking someone with red flags. And again, I can't tell you if Green or Pierce are worth the pick in the second round if they slide down. Green was seen as a guy who could go in the top 15. Pierce is seen as a guy who could go top 15, top 20. If they slide down to 38 and you're sitting there, is it worthwhile to pick them? I don't know. What intel do the Patriots have? As far as your free agency three guys, I don't know a ton about Paulson Adebo. I'm going to be honest with you. Don't know a ton about him. I do think he's on the cusp of being one of those guys because he's 25, turns 26 in July, and it seems like he's getting better as he plays more. So he's interesting to me. He's a cornerback. He might not cost you $15 million a year. By the way, speaking of cornerback, Mike Silver just said that the Patriots are likely to make a quote-unquote strong push for Carlton Davis, who is one of the top 2 or 3 cornerbacks on the market this year in Detroit. Long in the tooth, solid player. I love Patrick McCarry. I love him more now that you lost out on Ronnie Stanley. He can play all 5 offensive line positions. He could play right tackle for you if need be. He could be day 1 left guard. I think McCarry is somebody that I'd absolutely be interested in. Azeez Ojulari, I'm in on. I would go for Ojulari. He's got the connection, obviously, with Ryan Cowden from playing in New York. Cowden, I'm sure, has information on him. I don't think you have to pay him a ton of money because he has not fulfilled his potential, but he's still younger. He can still pin his ears back and get after the quarterback from the edge. A lot of information for you. Hopefully you got it all. 617-779-0985. We'll continue with the calls. Again, Patriots, Bruins, Celtics, whatever you want to talk about. It's been a busy week. Nick Cattles, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Visit the 90.
Here on a Sunday afternoon, sent out furiously tomorrow at noon Eastern. And we're certainly hoping the Patriots have a number of those tweets sent out because this team needs help. I think we would all agree with that statement. This team needs help. And I'm not talking about going out there and paying $25 million a year for, 4 or 5 guys. I'm just talking about bringing in good football players. I know, might sound a little odd. Good football players on the Patriots, but they need more of them. And I had this thought, Ronnie Stanley staying with Baltimore. I was thinking last night, woke up this morning, felt even better about this idea. What if the Patriots spend more money on defense than we think they're going to spend? Because when you look at the offensive free agents, I won't use the offensive joke. You've got Chris Godwin, who could make upwards, according to Giardi, $25 million a year. Giardi did come back and say, well, I've heard more, maybe around $22 million a year. So you've got Godwin, and then you've got Cam Robinson. I mean, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. And Dan Moore, if you like Dan Moore better than Cam Robinson. That's it. So Stanley's off the market. T. Higgins is off the market. You just don't have much. So what if the Patriots said, we're going to spend more on defense than maybe even they anticipated? Because when you look at the defensive side of the ball in free agency, there's actually legitimate talent. A number of guys. I mean, look at cornerback, for example. Let's just start there. You got DJ Reed. You've got Byron Murphy. You've got Carlton Davis. Paulson Adebo, as the caller mentioned last segment. You've got a number of guys at cornerback that could make a tangible difference on this team opposite of Christian Gonzalez. Look at linebacker. Dre Greenlaw. Jamian Sherwood. Legitimate talent at linebacker available. Defensive end / outside linebacker, pass rush guys, right? Malcolm Kuntz, Chase Young, Azeez Ojulari, spoke about him last segment. Defensive tackle, you've got Jonathan Allen now available, Tershawn Wharton. I'm not sure the Patriots would spend the money at safety because they're paying Duggar and Peppers right now, but Javon Holland is available at safety. There is more talent defensively in free agency than there is offensively. And I just wonder if the Patriots look at that and say, you know what? We're going to spend some of that money that we might have been looking at spending towards Ronnie Stanley if we can get Cam Robinson for $15 million a year instead of the $25 million it might have taken to sign Ronnie Stanley. We're going to take that $10 million a year and we're going to put it towards defense. And now maybe we'll be more aggressive with Jamian Sherwood. Maybe we'll be more aggressive with Dre Greenlaw. Maybe we'll be more aggressive with somebody like a Carlton Davis or a Byron Murphy. Because when you look at what is available, that would actually make a lot of sense. Spending the money on defense, or at least more than you thought they would, because defensively, you got more talent to pick from. You just do. And just get good football players. If you can build this defense in the vision of Mike Vrabel, and you get some guys that profile closer to what he wants than what DeMarcus Covington and that bleep show last year had, if you do that, then at least you got one side of the football figured out. That's what I thought was going to happen this past year. I had the Patriots winning 5 games last year, okay? So I wasn't far off. My floor was 3. My ceiling was 7. 7 was if everything on God's green earth for this football team worked, okay? So they won 5 games. But my premise was that the defense would be at least good because the defense was a top 10 DVOA defense in 2023, and they brought all those guys back. And I said, hey, yes, DeMarcus Covington is new to the job, and it might take him some time, but you've got Gerard Mayo to help him out. How'd that work? Not great, Bob. Not great. So, same thought process. You might not be able to land that number one receiver. Chris Godwin might stay in Tampa. DK Metcalf might be traded to LA. You might not be willing to trade for Brandon Ayuk because of the ACL. T. Higgins could actually end up staying in Cincinnati, even though I will still say I'll believe it when I see it. But T. Higgins might stay in Cincinnati. You might not have that option. Your number one wide receiver might be, crossed fingers, Travis Hunter at number 4, if he falls to you. But what if you loaded up on defense? You're more aggressive up front now with Terrell Williams and Vrabel. What if you got a really good corner opposite of Christian Gonzalez, and now you have 2 guys on the outside that can shut down most offenses in the secondary? What happens if you re-sign Jonathan Jones and kick him to free safety? What happens if you go out and sign one of these interior defensive linemen? You get an edge that can actually get to the quarterback. And then you have at least a good to really good defense. And then you do what you can do on offense. But the opportunity right now, it's just not there offensively in free agency. It's just not. I wish it was. You wish it were. It's just not.
A couple minutes ago, Jordan Schultz just tweeted that the expectation is that free agent tackles Jalen Moore and Dan Moore, who you just mentioned, Nick, they're going to have strong markets and are likely to land deals in the mid-teens or higher. So I take that as, because the top offensive linemen are coming off the board, that the second tier or even mid-tier guys are going to be commanding top-tier money. And I'm not saying I necessarily agree with the premise of let's load up on defense, but there is something to the idea of, if we're going to make a big splash, do we want it to be on a top-end defensive guy or a mid-tier offensive lineman based on who is available?
I mean, I think you've got to address the O-line, obviously, with multiple guys.
It's going to be DeMondre Jacobs and Vidarian Lowe. It'll be fun, and no big deal.
You got to think about, the quality of the player. And I just think, you certainly want to address the offensive line. We all know that. But once you get past maybe a Cam Robinson and maybe a Tevin Jennings, maybe a Patrick McCarry, after you get done with those guys, you're still going to have lots of money to spend. And I'd be looking at defense saying the quality is on that side of the ball. 617-779-0985. I'll get back to the Patriots in a little while. But how did things go sideways with Brad Marchand? We'll have the latest details coming up.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Hey, it's
I've had the privilege of getting to know and watch thrive and become a Hall of Famer and a great one of the greatest Bruins ever. So a difficult day from that standpoint, personally and professionally. It's making some very difficult decisions and want to wish each and every one of them well. They're going to teams that we're jealous of. We've been in the same situation with those teams that they're loading up. And had we done our jobs, if I had done my job appropriately starting there, we would be adding like we have in 10 previous years.
Look, the Marchand trade, Nick Cattle's here with you on a Sunday. Ryan Garvin on the ones and twos doing a great job on the glass. The Marchand trade, it was never going to be easy. It's never easy trading somebody who's been with the organization for his entire career. Really a Cinderella story if you think about Marshy and what people were saying about him before he became who he became. A lot of doubt about whether or not he was going to be a legitimate player at the NHL level. Could he be a top 6 guy? A lot of questions. And to see him, and Sweeney mentioned that, right? To see his growth, to see him become who he became. And he was obviously highly productive on the ice. Fan favorite, won a cup, was the captain. That's never easy. It's never easy. So what happened? What went wrong between the Bruins and Marchand? And how did we get here? Well, over the past 36 hours or so, we've had some of those details come out. First, let's begin with ESPN's Emily Kaplan yesterday.
Initially, more than a 2-year term was a sticking point. However, I did get new information last night that the Bruins had a 3-year offer on the table in February that would have made Brad Marchand a Bruin for life. Management went to ownership. They got the okay to do a 3-year deal, except there's obviously a difference in perspective on AAV.
Ownership was involved. That's interesting. How much was Jacobs involved? How much was there meddling? Was there meddling? By the way, why does Sweeney have to go to Jacobs and get the okay for a 3-year deal for somebody like Marshy? Seems a little meddlish to me, right? A little meddlish. Here's more from TSN's Elliot Friedman last night.
Number one, I think the Bruins and the player had agreed on term, 3 years. But as Don Sweeney said yesterday, there was a gap, and there was a gap on AAV. And I don't think he was being asked to take a pay cut or anything like that, but I do think it was a sizable gap that they obviously could not bridge. Where I think this really went sideways was there was a point this week where Brad Marchand, who was currently injured and not in the lineup, asked for a face-to-face meeting with Bruins management. I don't know exactly when it was. I don't know exactly who was there, but it did happen. And in that meeting, Brad Marchand asked for a compromise. He said, I will compromise. I will bend on some of my ask. I'm asking the Bruins to bend on some of their stance, and we'll find a way to get this deal done because he wanted to stay as a Bruin. And it just didn't happen. The Bruins had gone as far as they were willing to go.
There's still so much we still don't know, right? We know more, but there's a lot that we don't know. I'm left asking, what is considered a quote-unquote big gap when it comes to the money? What is it? I read Emily Kaplan's story this morning. I listened to both of those sound bites multiple times today, and nobody really has told us how big of a gap there was. And who is Friedman and Kaplan speaking to that are categorizing it as a big gap? Like, you and I might think a difference of $1 million ain't that big of a deal, but it depends on who is leaking this information. Let's say Marshy was at $6 million and the Bruins were at like $4.5 million. Is that too much of a gap to overcome? Because Marshy, his current deal is $6.25 million a year. We also don't know who was involved in that conversation, that meeting that Friedman talked about. Was Jacobs in the room? Was Neely in the room? Was Neely and Sweeney in the room? Was Big Z, who's a consultant, was he in the room? Who was in the room? Was it just Marchand? Was it Marchand and his representation? Who was in that room during that meeting? What was the tenor of that meeting? Did it get heated? Did it get emotional? Did somebody say something that they might regret saying now? So there's a lot of details we don't know. But here's what my guess is. My guess, and it's pretty educated after you listen to Friedman and Kaplan, the Bruins were at 2 years. Marshy was at 3. The Bruins bent and said, we'll go to 3 years. That was it. The Bruins said, we are bending going to a third year. We don't want to bend and go to a third year and give you more money. We're not going to do that. That's a bridge too far. We're willing to go to 3 years because you're 36, 37 years old. We did not want to be handcuffed with somebody who's 40. You want to play until you're 40. We get it. You got us from 2 to 3 years. And that's a big deal, by the way. Going from 2 years to 3 years is a big deal when you talk about a player who's going to be in his late 30s. So my thought after listening to all of this is the Bruins said, we're going to that third year. We don't want to go to that third year. But if we go to that third year, we want you at our money. And Marshy said, I don't want to be at your money. Thanks for the third year, but I want more money. That's what happened, it feels like, right? And the line was inevitably drawn. The team said enough is enough. We went to 3 years. We were willing to go to 3 years, but we're not willing to go to 3 years and give you closer to what you want, Brad. We're not going to go there. And I know people think, a conditional pick in 2 or 3 years from now is not enough, and I would be inclined to agree with that. I would have loved to get a guaranteed first-round pick. I would have loved to get a prospect. But here's the thing. There were mitigating circumstances with this situation. Marshy is a rental. Marshy is heading into his late 30s. Marshy had a limited no movement clause of 8 teams. Marshy is hurt. He's going to be out for at least another 3 to 4 weeks. All of those things drive the price down, especially the injury. So how did Marshy end up in Florida? Here's Kaplan again.
Then when it was decided that they were going to trade Brad Marchand, I'm told they did work with him to make sure that he could go to a preferred destination. Now everyone's wondering, how could he end up at a division rival? I do think being on the East Coast with his family, that was an important consideration. And also remember that Florida front office has a lot of ex-Bruins in it, like Sean Thornton and Gregory Campbell, who Brad Marchand knows well.
Yes, they do. I know some people, again, this is tough. It's never easy. And I know some people feel like the Bruins wronged Marshy. I don't. I don't think the Bruins did anything wrong here. Business sometimes is cold. Business sometimes is cutthroat. Your allegiance, when you are a GM, lies with the organization. You have to inevitably do what you think you've got to do that is best for business for your team. And as much as I love Marshy, and as much as I wished he stayed here throughout the rest of his career and he retired as a Bruin, hey, he might come back. Who knows, right? But I'm fine with the approach. Think about it. Try to take, and I know it's difficult, try to take your emotion out of it. Try to take the emotion out of it. The Bruins offered a 3-year deal to Marchand, which to me is respectable. That is respect. They went from 2 years to 3 years. They offered him 3 years. And then, when they couldn't get a contract done, they sent him to where he wanted to go. The reason why that you got a conditional pick is because they worked with Marshy to get him to Florida. They didn't have to do that. But again, that's how you respect a guy. You can disagree on money. That's not being disrespectful. It's business. You disagree with how much you should pay somebody. It happens all the time in all walks of life. You get paid for who you're going to be. You do not get paid for what you have been in professional sports. I think it's more than fair for the Bruins to offer Marchand a 3-year deal. And when they couldn't get the job done, they sat down with him and said, out of respect to you, where do you want to go? And they took a conditional pick. You can't have it both ways. You can't complain and say the Bruins did not respect Brad Marchand and then complain about the return they got. The return they got is directly linked to respecting the player.
By the way, Patrice Bergeron didn't get that on his way out. And I don't know how close Patrice was to hanging it up, but the last deal Patrice signed before he ended up retiring from hockey was a 1-year, $5 million deal. And he was a year older than Brad Marchand is right now. So the idea that, I don't know what you would call the opposite of a hometown discount, Nick, but I feel like it's kind of like that with the Bruins because you have been so good for this franchise, despite the fact that you are an older player, not what you once were. We will entertain the idea of 2 years, 3 years even, and try to make it work with you. Because it certainly looks like that's more than they were doing for Patrice Bergeron, who was kind of in the same circumstances. The only difference was the team was more competitive when Patrice was here at the end.
Look, it's well within the rights of the team to say, we're going to offer you 2 years. If you don't like it, oh well. And it was well within the rights of the team to say, oh, you want to go to Florida, that's nice, but you only have 8 teams on your no-movement clause, Brad, so we're sending you somewhere else. How about we're sending you to Vegas, and you can live across the country away from your family for the rest of the season?
We're sending you to Vancouver.
But they offered him 3 years. They offered him 3 years, and they sent him to the team he wanted to go to with the best chance to win a cup. I just don't get how people are freaking out about that. I'm sorry. I don't get it. I think the Bruins went as far as they felt like they could have gone and said, we can't go any further. We wanted to make this work. It's not going to work. You want more money than we're comfortable with. So, Brad, where do you want to go? We will work with you hand in hand, and we will send you to the place that you want to go, even if it means we get a lot less for you. Your thoughts? Agree or disagree? 617-779-0985. Nick Cattles on a Sunday.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
I want to get to your Bruins calls, but I have a quick Celtics thing I want to talk about here for a couple minutes. I know this is going to sound like defensive Celtics media guy who grew up a Celtics fan and is still a Celtics fan. I have no problem admitting to people that I'm still a fan of these New England teams. I grew up and watched these teams. I love these teams. I do not believe that means that I'm automatically a homer, that I'm incapable of being tough. I think if you listen to me enough, Nick Cattle's here if you're wondering who the hell I am. Nick Cattle's on a Sunday. If you listen to me enough, you know I'm very critical of teams. I'm very critical of the local teams. Okay? But last night, watching that Lakers-Celtics game, I can't be the only one that found it to be absolutely insufferable the way that crew handled the first half. It was a nonstop 24/7, 365 dry humping of Luka, LeBron, and JJ Redick. It was egregious. It was like they could not go a minute in that game without waxing poetic in the first half about one of Luka, LeBron, or Redick.
I thought the second. So normally when the team that's up, when they're going to a commercial, some highlight package will show something that the team that is currently winning the basketball game has done in the last couple of minutes. You're talking about the first half, Nick. In the second half, when the Celtics were winning and pulling away, the amount of times I saw Luka Doncic clutching his back, or LeBron James brushing dust off his shoulder, or JJ Redick clapping his hands, I'm like, I honestly can't tell who is winning this game right now based on what this broadcast is doing.
From a media perspective, okay? And look, I've never done a TV game, right? But I did some play-by-play back in the day. Did some play-by-play for, a couple of stations that I worked for in the past. And I'm just telling you, like, that was not objective last night, especially in that first half. Ryan had a problem with the second half. I thought it was way over the top. And I know that J.J. Redick worked with them last. I understand. But my God, I tweeted out at Nick C Radio, did they induct Redick to the Basketball Hall of Fame at halftime last night? Because that crew was like, Redick does, and Redick's done a great job, but it was so over the top. It was insufferable. And I thought the Celtics, due to the dominant third quarter, forced the crew to give them a little bit more credit than they wanted to give them, honestly. At a certain point when you're just absolutely ripping the heart out of a basketball team, you've got to give credit to the team that's ripping the heart out. But my goodness. And the fact remains, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are the best duo in the NBA, period, end of sentence. Let's stop having a conversation about it. It's ridiculous. They are the best. They won the championship last year. They are the best duo. I was driving in and listening to Joe and Leroy, and I couldn't believe it that somebody called in the year 2025 talking about how Jason Tatum is not an alpha and is inconsistent and has trouble at the end of games.
It's still a thing. Look, I'm with you. I don't understand it either.
I can't believe I can't believe those phone calls exist in 2025. I respectfully agree to disagree. Like, the guy's been an all-NBA player 3 straight years in a row. He just won a championship. He led the team in points, rebounds, assists, played great defense.
It's a weird opinion to have, and again, you can feel however you want to feel. I just think it's like a weird time to make that phone call to those guys the day after Jason Tatum puts up 40 points, 12 rebounds, and 8 assists on what a lot of people, ESPN included, would consider one of the best teams in the Western Conference.
It's just 40, 12, and 8, 45 minutes. Played really good defense. Jaylen had 31 and 6 in 42 minutes. His defense against Luka, again, was tremendous. Just like last year in the finals, though, it's because Luka wasn't 100%. Luka's a little gimpy.
Every time they go to a timeout, there's some staffer running out there with the heating pack to, quick, wrap this around you. You'll feel better.
And shout out to Al. 14, 9, and 4 in 37 minutes. L.A. wanted to attack Horford. That was their game plan. It backfired. It didn't work well. Chris Forsberg of NBC Sports Boston does really good work. He tweeted out, Lakers against Horford, shot 8 of 24 from the field. That's 33.3%. 13.7% below expected field goal percentage. The Lakers were 3 for 13 on all 2-point shots against Horford, 32.6% below expected. LeBron James against Horford. Horford this season, right, against LeBron. LeBron has shot 2 for 12 from the field, 0 of 4 from 3 in almost 5 minutes of straight-up matchup time. Big game Al, baby. No KP. Pritchard, Hauser, and White were all on the witness protection program, apparently. They went MIA last night. Not going to get too mad after what Pritchard and White did this week.
Yeah, Peyton Pritchard needs, team-imposed rest time.
So, JT, JB, we've got to stop with the, what's happening with Tatum. He's not good enough. I would like it to stop. You can do what you want to do, but I can't believe we're taking some of those calls still in 2025. Speaking of taking calls, Dan in Rhode Island. What's up, Dan?
You won't get that problem here, my friend.
Great.
Hey, real quick, the Celtics, Danny Ainge in particular, the Bruins' downfall is what Danny Ainge had the balls to do over 12 years ago. He took out sentimentality, took KG and Pierce and said, see ya. There is no best duo in the NBA today. You had to parlay it, but without that move, they're not there today, obviously. And with the Bruins, sticking with the core too long, every guy is just, to me, is just I don't want him here 2 years ago, Marchand. And Bergeron went the same way, Chara the same way, Krejci the same way. These guys were all good, but they proved that they couldn't win too many times. And when they were still viable assets, they just wouldn't move on. And especially after, 2 years ago, when they loaded up and then they choked in the first round. Bergeron was out anyways, but these guys, they should have just started tearing it down at that point and stop pretending.
All right,
it's just, that's it.
All right, Dan, thank you. Appreciate you, Bo. We're up against it. Want to squeeze you in because I know you've been patient. They had to turn the page. At a certain point, you got to turn the page. I've got no problem with what the Bruins did on Friday, including Marchand. No problem with it. All right, we'll get back to the Patriots. Nick Cattle's here on a Sunday. Ryan Garvin on the ones and twos behind the glass, as he usually is with me on Sundays. Back to the Pats in 90 seconds.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports.
He scored! What a blast by Boston! Waiting, Holiday three. Good night!
WBCFM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Essential Sports Hub headline. Presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Red Sox beat the Braves. Spring training today, 7-3 was the final score. Celtics beat the Lakers at the Garden last night, 111-101. Tatum, 40-12-8. Brown, 31-6. LeBron left the game in the fourth quarter with a groin injury that will reportedly cost him at least 1 to 2 weeks. Celtics host Utah tomorrow night. The backup Bruins shut out the Lightning in Tampa yesterday 4-0. Cole Koepke scored 2 goals, while Casey Middlestat finished with an assist. Bees host the Panthers on Tuesday. Lots of NFL news. Browns agreed to a big-time contract extension with Myles Garrett that will average $40 million a year. Also has a no-trade clause. Bills released Von Miller, but they could bring him back. Nick Bolton staying in Kansas City after agreeing to a 3-year, $45 million contract extension. Mike Silver of The Athletic reports that the Patriots are expected to make a strong push for cornerback Carlton Davis. Of course, last night, Patriots got the bad news that Ronnie Stanley is staying in Baltimore with a 3-year, $60 million deal. Finally, Magomed Ankalaev beat Alex Pereira by unanimous decision at UFC 313 last night to win the UFC Light Heavyweight Championship of the world. By the way, can Bruce Buffer actually pronounce names correctly? He's been doing the job for 25 years.
Come on, he got the one, the only introduction, Alex Pereira.
How'd that work out?
Not great.
Headlines brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. Just ask him. I'm Nick Cattles on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. For the headlines, I'm done for the day.
No matter where you go, you're always connected to Boston sports with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Download it wherever you get your apps today. In this town, sports happens 24/7. We're Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
I do know the Patriots are going to be extremely aggressive
at the beginning portion of free agency, as you guys do too.
Yep.
But I think their aggression is going to circle around the positions that we keep circling, which are left tackle, wide receiver, defensive line, defensive end.
That was Tom Curran with Andrew Callahan, Doug Kyde, and Fitzy on Friday night. Those guys did a live stream for Cancer. It was fantastic. Great guests. They had Mike Reese. They had Tom Curran. They had Field Yates. They had Bill Barnwell. Check it out. It's on the YouTube. And when you're at the YouTube, check out this podcast. It's called Everything Pats. Interesting host.
What do they talk about on Everything Pats?
Happens to be the Pats. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Host name might be Nick. So we'll get to free agency in a minute. But I want to reset what we talked about at the top of the show today with you until 5 o'clock. Nick Cattle's on this Sunday. My guy Ryan with us. So DK Metcalf, we've been going back and forth on whether or not DK Metcalf would want to play for the Patriots. Are the Patriots interested? How much are they willing to give up? Yada, yada. We've got some updates. So Josina Anderson last night, she tweeted that there's a team that is interested in DK Metcalf, but they do not want to give up more than a third-round pick. This same team is willing to pay a free agent wide receiver at the top of the market, and this same team is concerned possibly about the fit of DK Metcalf. It could be anybody. I think it's the Patriots she's talking about. I think the free agent wide receiver is Chris Godwin. I think they don't want to give up more than a third-round pick and pay Metcalf, as Josina had it, Brandon Ayuk money. I don't think it's a coincidence that Ayuk is the name that was brought up, since we all know the Patriots were going after Ayuk last year. And we've heard about Mike Vrabel and some questioning of whether or not the fit would be good with DK. Then Diana Rossini this morning said that the Seahawks have dropped their asking price. Diana a few days ago said, hey, they want a first and a third. Now Rossini is saying that the Lions will take back a second-round pick for Metcalf. And to top all of that off, Burt Breer tweeted out today that, yes, even though DK Metcalf wants to join a winner, a contender, and play in warm weather, there's a sliding scale, as Burt put it. And if you're willing to pay a little bit more money for DK, he'd be willing to play for a non-contender that might not be in warm weather. Who could that be? When you put all of this together, it certainly sounds like the Patriots have been in on DK. They're unwilling to pay the price. Seattle has dropped that price. DK maybe at the beginning was not wanting to play here in New England, but as the teams that are actually interested in DK, as that has come out, it's probably dawned on DK that he might not have as great of options as he had been hoping for. And so, inevitably, we're now at this point where DK is willing to play in New England, I think, if they pay him more money than the $29-30 million that he wanted. And I think Seattle realizes there's no way in hell they're getting a first and a third for DK, so now they're trying to drop back and work a second-round pick out of this deal. I would be in on DK. But I asked you the question on Twitter, would you be in on DK? At Nick C Radio, if you want to follow me on X. DK Metcalf for the 69th pick and say $30 million plus a year. Are you in or out? I would be in. 80.1% of the people would be in on that deal. Hundreds of votes, more than 500 votes in. Not bad for a Sunday. 80% of those people, 80.1%. So let's just call it 80-20 in on Metcalf. If it costs you that third-round pick at 69 and it costs you a little bit more than $30 million a year. So you can get in on that. We're also looking at the free agency situation that will be playing out tomorrow. Tomorrow at noon is the official legal tampering negotiation, non-tampering, whatever the hell the NFL calls it. It's tomorrow at noon when we're going to have a bunch of tweets about where players are going. So we are under 24 hours away from the beginning of free agency. Free agency is technically on Wednesday. Everything will be known by Wednesday. Everything will likely be known by tomorrow night. That's how this works. And I just want to, before I get into this hour, right, I want to break down what I would do offensively with the Patriots free agency. I want to break down what I would do defensively for the Patriots in free agency. But before I get to that, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Free agency is an illusion. It's what it is. It's an illusion. Look, the Patriots can certainly, as Tom Curran said, they can intend to be aggressive. Intent. Doesn't mean that you're going to do it. You can intend, right? I intended to make my bed this morning when I was 11 years old. Whoops. There goes the intent. You can intend to spend at the top of the market. But Ronnie Stanley showed us again last night that you can only spend the money on the people that are available, and if only those people that are available actually want to sign on the dotted line. Stanley last night was the latest reminder that you can't bank on free agency to help drive sustained success for a football program. It doesn't work that way. If you want sustained success, it all starts with the draft. That's where it starts. I had the conversation 2 weeks ago with all of you saying that a lot of people look at the spending by the Patriots and they don't necessarily look at the big picture and why the Patriots don't spend as much money as other teams. One of the reasons, if it's not the only reason, but one of the reasons is because they don't draft well. And when you don't draft well, you don't have good players to retain. So you don't spend the money on your own players that are good enough to retain. Example, they drafted Mike Onwenu. Mike Onwenu has been good. Mike Onwenu, guess what? Signed a big contract extension last offseason. That's how this works. Ronnie Stanley staying in Baltimore. Baltimore drafted Ronnie Stanley. They retain Ronnie Stanley. They pay him the money. Myles Garrett just got a big fat ass contract extension from Cleveland today. They drafted Myles Garrett. They retained Myles Garrett. So when you're not drafting well, you're not spending money consistently in free agency because you're not spending money to retain the good players that you drafted because you did not draft good players. So the last 7, 8, 9, 10 years, how long has it been since this team has sucked at the draft? You could take 1 year or 2 years out of that decade, but it hasn't been good enough. Look at the offensive line. This team has not invested a pick in the top 100 at offensive tackle since Isaiah Wynn, who ended up being a guard. The best pick they've used on an offensive lineman was Cole Strange in the first round a few years ago. So why are the Patriots sitting here without a left tackle and without a right tackle? Why? Because they failed to draft those guys for years. For whatever reason, Bill Belichick said, we are going to sign Trent Brown. We're going to bring him in. He's going to be our guy. But as Trent Brown was the hole in the boat that was being plugged at left tackle, right, when that was happening, Belichick did not draft a tackle in the first 2 or 3 rounds to say, we need a guy to develop. Right? I mean, we can sit here and we can certainly bitch about last year's draft, and we'll see. My philosophy and principle is I do not judge draft classes after one season. I don't do it. Whether it's the Patriots, it's the Ravens, I don't care what football team we're talking about. I do not judge. I do not put a final grade and say, that's what that draft was after 1 year. I don't do it. Jalen Polk, certainly a bust in his first year. That draft class, for the most part, certainly a bust in the first year. But at least, they drafted a tackle in the 3rd round. Might have not been the guy who worked out. He got hurt and all that, but at least they went in and said, let's spend a top, 3-round pick, a top 75 pick on a tackle.
Hey, Kane Wallace, 68 overall last year.
And so this is what happens, right? If you're banking on free agency to drive sustained success for any football program, you're doing it wrong. Teams retain their own talent for the most part. They get these early extensions done. 98% of free agents are flawed. They're flawed. And guess what? It's not just New England who strikes out in free agency. It's not just New England who spends money in free agency, and when they do, it doesn't work. It's the league. It's the league. It's the league. Washington had a good offseason last year because they spent a bunch of money on the middle class. They didn't go out there and get these big, sexy names. They didn't go at the top of the market. Did you know Frankie Louvu? Did you have any clue who that dude was last year? Some of you did. Bill Barnwell had a post this week. Here's what he wrote. It's not as simple as just spending cash. Philly was third in cash spent this year. They were the only team in the top 5 with a winning record. When you look at cash spending, San Francisco, Cleveland, Philly, Miami, Jacksonville were the top 5 teams. 6 of the 7 that spent the least amount of money made it to the playoffs. Tampa, Baltimore, Chargers, Seahawks, Rams, Steelers, Raiders. Don't forget about Tennessee last offseason. Remember when everybody was screaming that the Patriots should be having a Tennessee Titans offseason? When Tennessee paid Calvin Ridley, when Tennessee paid and traded for L'Jarius Sneed, when they went out and they spent money on Tony Pollard. Remember that? They spent all of this money. They went bananas. Tennessee, last time I checked, has the number 1 pick in the draft. It's a vicious cycle. I posted this last night on Twitter. Again, at Nick C Radio. Mostly bad takes. Every once in a while, you get a good one from me. Vicious cycle. This is the vicious cycle. You ready? A team drafts bad. That team looks towards free agency with, quote-unquote, tons of cap space. That team realizes that you have all of that cap space because you have drafted badly and don't have enough talented players to consistently retain. Good drafting teams retain the talent that you need to spend that money on, leaving you with a bunch of flawed free agents, which leaves you to go back to the draft, which inevitably you again do a terrible job at doing. That's the vicious cycle. That has what's happened. That's what's going on here. Bad drafting, cap space, nobody in free agency really worth as much as they get. Then you go back into the draft and say, we'll figure it out, and then you draft again bad. And it's just over and over and over again. This Patriots program will not be consistently successful until they start drafting better. Now, with that said, they can get better during free agency. I'll tell you how offensively on that side of the ball. Coming up, it's Nick Cattles, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Sunday. Nick Cattles, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Appreciate all of you. Thanks for joining us as always. It's been a very busy day. I really enjoy days like this, though. You know, when we can talk about the Patriots, but we also have some meat on the bone with the Bruins, some meat on the bone with the Celtics. That Lakers game last night, that third quarter was just tremendous. That was a different level. Celtics found that different gear in the third quarter. Their defense was just, energy, effort, urgency, execution, purpose.
The Lakers made 4 baskets in the third quarter. I think they scored like 13 points or something.
Just insane. But let's get back to the Patriots, because obviously tomorrow at noon, we will start getting all those leaks of deals. Schefter and Fowler and Rappaport and every other insider under the sun will be telling us where guys are going. So here's what I would do on the offensive side of the football. I put together a little bit of a plan. If I'm the Patriots, if I'm Mike Vrabel, because don't get it twisted, Vrabel is leading this front office. And if you read enough and you hear enough from people like, Tom Curran and Burt Breer and Phil Perry and Greg Bedard and many others, they will tell you that Stretch, John Stryker, might actually be the right-hand man of Vrabel, the number 2 guy in the front office, and not Cowden. But I digress. Let's understand something, and I think all of us understand it. Not everybody is going to want to sign with the New England Patriots.
Oh, stop.
This is not an exercise where I sit down and I go, okay, give me all the top free agents you got. The balance here is trying to balance out the top desirable names and some realistic goals. Now, as far as the contracts, you can go to Spotrac. Yeah, I used to do this. I've been doing this since I was like 11 or 12 years old. Off seasons are like my favorite part of doing this. I love building teams. If I could go back and not do radio, I would have loved to intern at some kind of franchise and just stick in the front office. I would have loved it. Either that or be a writer for WWE. But I digress again. So Spotrac does this cool thing called market value. You can go to the Spotrac website and you pull up the free agents, and they have market value. It's linked. You click on it, and it shows you how much money that player is projected to make. Okay? So let's start with left tackle. You lost Ronnie Stanley. I'm going out and I'm signing Cam Robinson. 2 years, $30 million. Now, here's the truth. I try to be a truth teller as much as I can be. I did not love the idea of Cam Robinson early last week. I was like, man, he gave up 12 pressures in the Vikings playoff game by himself. 12. He was not good last year. Abject failure last year. He was traded in the middle of the season, so you got to give him a little bit of slack with that, but still 12 pressures in a playoff game. But then I came across this note from Pro Football Focus. Again, Robinson was not good last year. He had a 67.2 pass blocking grade. However, since 2021, he's been one of the better pass protecting tackles in football. Since 2021, his 77 pass blocking grade ranks 13th among qualified tackles. And last year, the Patriots had a pass blocking grade of under 51, 50.9. So even though Robinson was not nearly as good as he's been last year, he still had a better than 67 pass blocking grade. Your pass blocking grade was under 51. Cam Robinson is better than anything you have in that room. And Cam Robinson, before last year, for a few seasons, was a top 15 tackle in pass protection, according to Pro Football Focus. So he's been good. He has experience, obviously, with Doug Marrone, who was in Jacksonville when Robinson was drafted. He's an NFL left tackle. Sign me up. Cam Robinson. Then I would sign Jedrick Wills, who's another tackle. Cleveland Browns, former top 10 pick, has a ton of potential. He's got a knee issue. You got to look into that. And he's had some, fit issues in Cleveland. but I don't think he's going to cost you a lot of money at all. I think you can get Jedrick Wills for like 1 year and $4 million. I'm doing that. And I would sign Wills with the thought of playing him at right tackle. Let him and Caden Wallace battle it out at right tackle. Whoever has the better camp is my starting right tackle. But I would sign both Cam Robinson and Jedrick Wills. Jedrick Wills, right tackle competition. And if Caden Wallace beats Jedrick Wills, Wills started as a left tackle. He has also played many games at right tackle, so he could be your swing tackle, okay? But I'm not done with the offensive line. I'm then signing Tevin Jenkins. 3 years, $36 million. Injuries are the biggest question about Jenkins. But he's been in Chicago the last several years. He's been really good. Last year, he was the 18th rated guard in football by Pro Football Focus, and he was the 15th best guard in pass protection. Another thing about Jenkins, Jason Hotaling, who is your assistant offensive lines coach, was the assistant offensive lines coach for Chicago last year. And your tight ends coach and passing game coordinator, Thomas Brown, was with Chicago last year. You have two coaches who were with Jenkins last year. Again, that connection. Vrabel was with Wills in Cleveland last year and worked with the offensive line. Doug Marrone was the guy who drafted Cam Robinson in Jacksonville. You're getting intel from your current coaching staff about these free agents. They know how these guys tick. I'm not done with the offensive line. I'm bringing in Brady Christensen. Who the hell is Brady Christensen? He's somebody that you can get for like 2 years and $5 million, and he's played all 5 offensive line positions. Now, if you can't get Jenkins, by the way, I would absolutely go after Patrick McCarry now that Ronnie Stanley has signed in Baltimore, because that makes McCarry, I think, more available. And McCarry is your starting left guard, but he can play all 5 offensive line positions. How about wide receiver? I haven't talked about wide receiver yet. Joshua Palmer. Not an overly sexy name because I'm trying to trade for my wide receiver 1. I'm either going to try to trade for my wide receiver 1 or I'm going to draft Travis Hunter, fingers crossed, at number 4 as my wide receiver 1. Joshua Palmer, give me him. 3 years, $21 million. He turns 26 years old in September. He's just reaching his prime. He can play inside. He can play outside. I think he's underrated. I like Joshua Palmer. Tight end, I'm bringing back Austin Hooper. 1 year, $4 million deal. Austin Hooper, another connection to this Patriots team and coaching staff because Hooper played for Mike Vrabel down in Tennessee. I'd go out and I'd sign Kenneth Gainwell, running back from Philly, 1 year, $3 million. Have him compete with Antonio Gibson. He's got some explosiveness. Still young. I think a valuable member. Overlooked, obviously, because Saquon Barkley is the beginning and the end of that run game along with Jalen Hurts. And I'd wrap it all up. I'd go out and I'd sign Jarrett Stidham. 1 year, $3 million. Stidham can compete with Joe Milton if Milton's not traded. Stidham obviously has history with Josh McDaniels. He knows his offense. He knows how to run his offense. And Stidham is athletic. He's got mobility. So he can mimic some of the stuff that I think you're going to do with Drake May as far as designed runs this year. That's my offensive free agency. Cam Robinson, Jedrick Wills, Tevin Jenkins, Brady Christensen on the offensive line. I'd go after McCarry if I didn't land Jenkins. I'd even go after McCarry instead of Jenkins. I don't care. Get one of the two. Joshua Palmer's my wide receiver, free agent pickup. I'm re-signing Austin Hooper. I'm bringing in Kenneth Gainwell for some competition with Antonio Gibson, and I'm bringing in Jarrett Stidham for some competition with Joe Milton because he has a history with Josh McDaniels in this offense. Tell me how much I stink. 617-779-0985. All right, I'll take your phone calls. Nick Cattle's here on a Sunday. If you got Patriots thoughts, if you've got Bruins thoughts, Celtics thoughts, continue to take your calls. But I just did the offensive side. You know what's next. I want to look at the defense. What would I do on the defensive side of the ball in free agency? I'll give you some of those thoughts coming up.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Just a note to the people out there on social media. If you follow somebody to just criticize them, that's borderline psychotic behavior.
Oh, I thought you were going to say time well spent.
No. I think that's borderline psychotic. Like, you don't have to follow anybody. Like, you don't have to follow me if you'd like to at Nick C Radio. I don't know why people would follow somebody if they don't like what you do or what you have to say. I don't understand that. Just to drive yourself crazy? Like, is that like the equivalent of like hate watching? You hate follow? I guess you could say that.
To fill an emotional void.
Yeah. My favorite, though, is like the people, and I've muted many of these people. So, good luck to all of you speaking to nobody. But my favorite is like when they will just like follow you, and there's like a pack of people who just, they wait for every tweet that you might send that they don't agree with, and they jump all over it. Like, this idiot. Like, why do you follow me? I don't know. Or if you don't follow me, then I don't understand fundamentally why somebody would go out of their way to post something on social media bad about somebody else because of an opinion. It's weird.
Oh, because your opinion doesn't align with what they're saying.
It's very weird to me.
That's why.
I don't get it. Pats Pro 21 tweeted at me, what about following you to give you news? Yes, Pats Pro actually gave me the little Doug Marrone nugget well before anybody else found out. That's been one of my favorite parts of the offseason so far is, the cartoon avatars and the unknowns breaking Patriots news. It's like one of the best things about this offseason so far. I'm getting ready for random people on Twitter with like egg avatars or cartoon avatars to break the biggest Patriots signing. Like if the Patriots trade for DK Metcalf, the story, there's like a 70% chance this offseason that it's broken by Patriots fan 75634 with an egg avatar.
T. Higgins to the Patriots, broken by Eric Shun.
It's like 70% chance. All right, so I gave you what the Patriots would do offensively, what I would do offensively in free agency. Let me give you some thoughts, guys, that I like defensively, okay? Again, my caveats, my disclaimers, not everyone is going to sign with you. Not everybody enjoys New England. You have to balance what is realistic and the guys that you really want. So here are some thoughts. Milton Williams, defensive tackle. This guy's been written about an awful lot. Sounds like the Patriots are really making him one of their priorities. Makes sense. He's not a big guy. He's like 6'3", 290. I mean, he's a big guy when you've got me in the room. But he's not a big, beefy defensive tackle. But we should not be so concerned with that because Mike Vrabel, Terrell Williams, they like guys that can get to the quarterback, not the two-gapping system, as they say, stout against the run. That's why they're not wanting to keep Devon Gottschall because he doesn't fit the mold. Milton Williams fits that mold. So Milton Williams, I'm all for it. I think he's a fit for Vrabel and Williams. And, you hope Terrell Williams, not Milton Williams. And then, no relation, I don't think. And then you can look at Christian Barmore and cross your fingers that Barmore comes back healthy. We're all hoping that he comes back healthy. But, of course, health, personal stuff first. So we don't know. But if Barmore does come back and you've got Barmore and Milton Williams in the middle, that's an interior defensive line that's going to wreak havoc. I'm not just signing Williams and being happy. I'm bringing back Daniel Ekuale. Now, why? Because, again, Ekuale is not a two-gapping defensive tackle. He's smaller, but he's good at pass rushing. And that fits what Vrabel and Williams want to do. So I would bring him back as some depth at defensive tackle. I think if you got Williams, you got Barmore, you've got Ekuale, you've got Jaquelin Roy, who I thought before he got injured last year actually played pretty well. Was a good find by Elliott Wolf. Lightning's going to strike me in the studio for saying that, but it's true. And you've got Jeremiah Farms. He signed a deal. He's coming back. So you've got some depth on that interior defensive line. I'd love to know what Terrell Williams and Mike Vrabel think about Keon White and where they're going to play him. Keon White would fit more on the inside with Williams and Vrabel than he would on the edge, it would seem. So I don't know what they're going to do with that mix with Keon White, but if you've got Barmore, you've got Williams, you've got Roy, you've got Farms, you've got Aquale, you've got White, you can play there sometimes. I like that feel on the interior. You need edge players. I'm going out and I'm signing Azeez Ojulari. I think you can get him on a modest contract. Ryan Cowden was with the Giants last year. He should have great intel on Ojulari. He fits, again, what Vrabel and Williams want to do. They want to get after the quarterback. They want defensive ends that can get pressure on the quarterback. They're not as concerned with containing the edge, as we've heard for the past 20-plus years with Bill Belichick, Steve Belichick, Brian Flores, Patricia, last year with DeMarcus Covington. They're not necessarily concerned with that part as much. So Azeez Ojulari is somebody who had tons of potential coming out. I still think he has that potential, and you can bring him in. I think he would be a good player on the edge. I would certainly look at Harold Landry. He'd be on my list to talk to. And then I'm looking at the defensive backfield. DJ Reed, very interested. I know he's not a big guy, but he's a really good corner, opposite of Sauce Gardner with the Jets. I think he's going to cost you like $15 million a year, but if you've got DJ Reed and Christian Gonzalez, you've got a secondary now that nobody wants to play against. I wouldn't be done, though. I would bring in Kendall Fuller because Kendall Fuller had a number of good years. Then he got hurt, banged up last year. I think you can get him on a short-term, short-money deal, and you can put him in your defensive backfield. I would also re-sign Jonathan Jones. But I would re-sign Jonathan Jones with the thought of playing him at free safety. He's got that range. It's a position that you've needed. You've been stuck with Duggar and Peppers, who are in-the-box safeties, playing at that free safety role, which is not a good fit. So bring back Jonathan Jones. He reportedly wants to be here. Slide him back to free safety. Bring in DJ Reed, opposite outside corner of Christian Gonzalez. Bring in Fuller, who's bigger than Marcus Jones and could play the nickel. That's what I would do with the secondary. And then I would look at linebacker. And I've got two names at linebacker. Jamian Sherwood with the Jets. This guy is a perfect Mike Vrabel inside linebacker. He's not big. He's like 215, 220 pounds. Terrific athlete. He hits like a truck, even though he's 216, 217. He's really good in coverage. This team, for years, has needed to get more athletic at the second level for years. And Jamian Sherwood is somebody who would bring ultra athleticism to that inside linebacker spot. He would be able to cover some guys out of the slot. He'd be able to cover some receivers. He'd be able to cover tight ends. And again, downhill, he trucks people. He's young. He's in his mid-20s. He's just getting to be the player he is. I think he would be a fantastic fit. The other guy I would look at is Dre Greenlaw. Tremendous player. Had some injury stuff in San Francisco. Obviously got hurt in the Super Bowl a couple years ago against Kansas City, running out the field. Just crazy, random, weird injury. He is going to be available because, according to Michael Silver and others, San Francisco is trying to get like a one-year deal done with him, and he doesn't want a one-year deal.
San Francisco seems like they're going to be moving on from a couple of guys.
They're cutting costs. Ownership out there, Jed York, is upset that they have not, won a championship. He's spent a lot of money the last 5 years. He's got Brock Purdy coming up with his contract now. So it sounds like San Francisco is trying to move on. They cut Malik Collins earlier today, who's a good football player. He's another guy I look at, by the way, at defensive tackle for the Patriots. But, Dre Greenlaw is really good. He's got that injury that obviously plagued him a little bit last year, but he's still young. He's highly productive. He's a good guy in the room, as they say. And I think you can get him if you give him, 2-3 years with some decent guaranteed money. I think you could be in the conversation. So that's what I would do defensively. And I think if you look at that, you've got a ridiculous secondary. You've got front seven athleticism, improved pressure on the quarterback. And as I mentioned earlier in the show, offensively, there's just not a lot of great talent in free agency this year. So if you spend a little more money or more money on the defense, I get it. I understand it. All right, 617-779-0985. Nick Cattle's with you on a Sunday. We'll wrap it up with you and some more of my thoughts is what he meant to say coming up next.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Hey, it's Matt.
I'm not one of those guys that are like, oh, this person did that at the combine, so they need to vault up 20 spots in the draft. I'm not that kind of guy. But, I mean, if you look at the combine testing at running back, bananas. Crazy. As an entire group, everybody was running like a 4.4. It was nuts. Let's go to Deshaun. Wants to talk Patriots. Hey, Deshaun.
Hello, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man. How you doing?
Good. I heard you ripping off of the amount of defensive free agents that would be dream key players. But I want to start off with the best way to show people that you're serious is if they can try to snag DK Metcalf right now. Because now I heard they lowered the rate at a second-round pick. So if you can go ahead and grab him or whatever, I can start off with a bang. And the type of guys I would like defensively, if you talk about, like, I like guys like going after Milton. I would like either Travarius Ward at corner. I like to go after guys like Sherwood, Greenlaw. Also, to pick up a guy like Harold. So there's some guys you can pick up, or maybe a Reed as well. So the guys that can pick up and afford come, free agency. But it started off that as far as being to show how serious you are. If you go ahead and try to snag DK Metcalf at this price.
All right, Deshaun, thank you. Appreciate the phone call. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm with you on all of that. I'm with you on all of it. Started the show today with some news on DK Metcalf. Seattle now dropping the price down, quote-unquote, to a second-round pick. And Burt Breer saying that DK Metcalf would be willing to go to a team that's not a contender, not warm weather, if that team was willing to pay a little bit more schkarol.
That's a great organization.
Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, by the way, has come out and said that the Patriots would love DK Metcalf, but he's not sure if the feeling is reciprocal. Said that on SportsCenter. So, again, there's a lot of stuff out there, but it certainly sounds like to me that DK is starting to acquiesce a little bit, opening up his mind as far as where he can go because he knows he might not have as great of choices as he was hoping for. And obviously, Seattle is understanding now a first and a third ain't going to happen. It was never going to happen, by the way. But now they know it's not going to happen. When you start leaking that you're looking for a second-round pick, they might take a third for him. Honestly. They might take a third-round pick for him now. So I'd be in on DK. We had a poll question up at Twitter at Nick C Radio about if you'd be in or out on DK if it cost you a third-round pick and about $30 million, $30+ million. And around 80% of the people said yes, they would be in on DK. So, Deshaun, I think a lot of people agree with you. The other names you brought up are some of the names we've talked about, right? Jamie and Sherwood, very interested in him. Jets want to re-sign him, according to Zach Rosenblatt. But, if he gets to free agency, he's going to make more money than I think the Jets want to pay him. So, Jamie and Sherwood is on my list. Dre Greenlaw is on my list. The one guy you brought up that we didn't talk about was Travarius Ward. And Andrew Callen and Doug Kyde had a fantastic piece last week from the Combine with all sorts of intel and information in there. They brought up Byron Murphy as somebody that the Patriots are interested in. Today, Mike Silver of The Athletic said that the Patriots are interested in Carlton Davis, another, cornerback. So I think it's safe to say the Patriots want to bring in a cornerback, and they're willing to pay money. And Ward is a good football player. He's tremendous a couple of years ago. Did not have a good season last year, but had a personal tragedy. Believe he lost a child and said that it just ruined his year. And he lost a child in San Francisco, so he felt weird being in San Francisco because living there brought up the memories of it. Had a really rough year mentally and stuff because of that. But, hey, you don't want to be in the Bay Area anymore. All the way across the country might get you mentally right. Would not mind Travarius Ward. All right, great job by Ryan Garvin producing the program today. Great stuff. Very interesting week coming up, right? Very interesting week. We got the Patriots, free agency, what's going to happen. We also have the Celtics and OKC on Wednesday night. I am back next Sunday, same time, 2 to 5. So people who might not enjoy me, apologies, but I'm back next Sunday, 2 to 5. Thanks to Ryan. Everybody enjoy the rest of your weekend. Nick Cattles, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
From the Town Fair Tech Studios, this is your home for every Patriots game.
Look into the end zone, try to keep the play alive. Falling down, he throws to the end zone.